Okay, hi everyone. We are back online. So I'm ready to introduce you our next speaker. It's Max Hamburg. He's a lead instructor at General Assembly and author at O'Reilly. So his topic for today is Hickory, Dickory, doc, and scheduling Python at the command line. Okay, hi everyone. We are back online. So, Max, can you please tell us a little bit more about your current situation with the virus?
Hi, Anna. I am in Toronto right now. Yeah, just inside waiting until I can go back to climbing and seeing my friends and yeah, doing everything else that we wanted to do.
Sorry, could you repeat, please? Because I hear myself. I don't.
Oh no, I don't have anything open on my end.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Yeah, I wanted to ask, how's your life right now? Because we have this pandemic stuff, and does anything changed during like last month?
Yeah, most things are locked down here in Toronto. I am getting work done, but excited for when this all ends.
Okay, thank you so much. So the stage is yours. I'm disappearing from the screen. If you need me, just please tell it and I will come back to you. And I wanna remind you that you can write all your questions to Max in this chat, and then when we will have our Q&A panel, Max will answer all questions. So please, you can start.
Awesome, thanks, Anna. I will share my screen and get going. All right, hi everyone. My topic is inspired by the nursery rhyme, Hickory Dickory Dock, the mouse went up the clock. I basically want to talk about scheduling in Python because scheduling is an important task and it's one that can be fairly complicated. So during the course of this presentation, I'm going to debut a couple of different tools. We're going to be going through Airflow and cron and schedule, as well as my new tool, open source, very simple, called Hickory, which inspires the title of this presentation. But in order to talk about what I want to talk about, I wanted to first talk about coin flips. I built a quick little coin flipper. It's really awesome code, and essentially I want to schedule this first. So this example to start is going to be pretty trite. It's really ridiculous. I just need something to schedule, some function to schedule to kind of show these ideas. In about 10 minutes, we're going to get into something more complex, more realistic. But to start, we are going to flip a coin. So if I want to schedule a coin flipper, I have a couple of options. The first option, given that I'm a Python programmer, is a Python tool called Schedule. So Schedule is made by Dan Bader. It's a great tool. It describes itself as Python job scheduling for humans, kind of a play on all of Kenneth Reit's stuff. But essentially, if I want to use this package, I need to do a couple of things, and I'm going to show you exactly what we need to do. So in this presentation, there's going to be a bunch of different live code examples. If you want to follow along and grab these examples, you can go to my GitHub, maxhumber/HDD for Hickory Dickory Dock, and you can grab all of the notebooks and scripts that we're going to be going through. I'm going to start with this 00 schedule.ipython notebook. So I'm going to go into this repo and fire up the Jupyter notebook right here. Once we have it, we'll navigate to that schedule, and I'll show you my really awesome coin flipper. So my coin flipper basically just does a random choice on top of heads and tails. Again, this isn't exciting. It's not supposed to be yet. I just want to schedule this coin flip to happen over some type of interval. So I don't want to manually run it. I don't want to keep asking my Jupyter kernel to keep doing this. I would like things to happen automatically. And so for that, I'm going to import schedule. The project docs can be found right here. So it's just pypi/schedule and can be installed with pip install schedule. The syntax is quite easy enough to work with. All you need to be aware of is once you import schedule, you're asking for schedule.every, and this every is the interval. After you decide what interval you're running over, then you ask for or provide the unit measurement. So this schedule will run the flip coin job every 10 seconds. This will do it by minutes, and we can even do it on specific days like Thursday at 11, so in 5 minutes time. I'm in Eastern Standard Time, so it is 10:55 for me right now. Once we have described a function, my coin flipper, and have put it inside of a schedule, I then need to run this schedule with a while block that just never quits. So we're going to grab all the pending schedules and essentially run them. And so it's actually going to collect the every 10 seconds, the every 2 minutes, and the every Thursday at 11. And it's just going to run those in tandem. And this is great. It seems like it's working. There's a problem, though. And that problem is that I am blocked. I can't do anything else. I can't print hi anymore. I am blocked on the terminal. And more to the point, I probably want to persist this schedule past this notebook and make it run in the background forever, right? I can't do that with this tool. And so I'm in a bit of a bind. I want to run this coin flipper over the intervals that I've described, but I want this to run as a background process and give me back the Jupyter Notebook prompt such that I continue to code, right? So that's schedule. Here are the reasons why you might not want to choose it. As I described before, it blocks, it doesn't persist. Although the methods are in simple English, it's kind of tough to know when you use which and like in which order they have to be in. So it's kind of confusing, but it's a nice start. And so can we do better? I'm going to cross out schedule and say that for now, you know what? I don't want to use it. All right, let's look at option number 2. Option number 2 is Airflow. Airflow is the industry standard for scheduling tasks in Python, but it's a lot. You will quickly see as I provide the example of scheduling my coin flipper in Airflow that it's like, really, I have to do all of that just to flip a coin? I chose the flipping coin example just to show you how ridiculous it is to spin up the Airflow example. So let's try. Let us see what the Airflow option is going to look like. In order to do this, I provided exact instructions in a Markdown document. Let's just go grab that for now. So in the repo, we're opening up Airflow Markdown 1. But I actually want to run these commands right now, so I will do that in the terminal. We're actually going to see how this works. This is being blocked because my Jupyter Notebook is still running that coin flipper. So we actually don't need Jupyter anymore. I'm going to quit this. All right. What we need to do is to pip install Airflow. So that would be a call to pip install Apache Airflow. I already have it on my computer, so I'm not going to run this command. Once I have installed Airflow, the next thing that I need to do is to actually tell my computer where I want Airflow to be stored. So you don't need to really pay attention to all the nitty-gritty parts. What I really want you to take away from this example is it's tough to do something so simple, right? This is the industry standard. You should probably use it if you're doing complex tasks that really need to run always. But for something silly like a coin flipper, this is probably overkill because I have to describe for my computer where the Airflow home is going to be. I'm going to put it in the directory for this repo. After I've done that, I need to actually write a DAG. I've already written it. It looks like this. Maybe we can open it in a text editor to see. So I want to go into DAGs, Airflow me. This is what I need. I need 22 lines of code in order to schedule a coin flipper. That's pretty intense, right? I'm looking at the chat. Hugo's offering that, yes, Airflow can describe a graph representation of tasks, But this is just a single task. It has no dependencies. It's just going to run, right? It has my coin flipper. It's just going to flip a coin. I need to describe a couple of metadata things for my airflow task. So who the owner is, when I want to start it, if it fails, how long I want to retry it. After I've done the metadata components, I need to isolate on the actual directed acyclic graph, the DAG. So I'm making up a task called flip DAG, specifying those metadata arguments over here and saying that maybe I want to run this coin flipper every single day. And then once I've described the overarching umbrella DAG, then I need to describe a single task in that DAG. So this is really great if you have multiple different tasks, like a fetch step, a train step, then like a predict step. But this is just a coin flipper. And so here I have this Python callable that references the function, puts it inside of that DAG, and properly labels it, right? 22 lines of code to schedule something so simple, right? And we're not done. We actually need to force it into the terminal. We need to actually schedule it on my computer. To do that, I run the tasks of airflow init db. So this is actually going to populate something called the DAG bag, which is a funny little word. And then we're going to schedule it finally by running airflow scheduler. Right? Are you exhausted? I am. That was way too much to run something so simple. So it sucked. It was complicated. It was way too much boilerplate. We're going to cross it out and go to option 3, where a lot of commenters are already picking up maybe where I'm going to go next. And it's looking at cron. So cron is an old school tool that works mostly on Unix systems, and it can be fairly easy / hard to use depending on where you're starting. Just want to show you the cron example. Again, with my flipper, I promise that after we get through these first 3 examples, I'll transition to something more interesting. Chosen a coin flipper just to show how ridiculous some of these options truly are. So to open up the cron markdown instructions, what do I need to do? I've got to go over here, open this thing, and it's a little bit lighter weight. I first need to specify or open the cron file that specifies all the schedules. Then I need to add a line to the cron tab file for this specific script. So I've written a script called o2-cron_me.py that has my coin flipper. And then I write it to the terminal and then quit the terminal. And the only real thing that I've got to figure out is like, what the hell these asterisks mean, these asterisks mean. There's a website that can help you do this called Cron Tab Guru. Maybe I can open that right now. So you can kind of play around with this tool and figure out like what combinations are going to give you the right schedule. If you just keep it all 5 asterisks, I don't know what the plural is, we can run something just every minute. So this is going to run my tool every single minute. Let's try that. So I'm going to run through the instructions at the terminal. I'm going to open up this thing. Let's just clear, get a blank slate. I need to open up the cron file. It's blank, so I'm just going to add the script, so the full path as well as the schedule, which is just going to run every single minute. I'm in Vim right now, so I need to write the file by going escape:\w and then escape:\q. It's written. The funny thing is that on Mac OS, there's protections against running cron tab, and so I have to properly configure it. Once I've done the configuration, then it's actually going to run this thing on the schedule. But oh my goodness, that was still a lot, right? It's not as much as Airflow, but it's still way more than I bargained for, right? So cron is simple, sorta, but you've got to weed your way through all the asterisks and figure out what combinations are going to give you the exact schedule. There's issues if you're running this thing on Mac. It's like kind of sandboxed and protected. So I'm going to cross that out and really just say none of these solve for what I really wanted to do. I wanted to take a 2 or 3 line function and schedule it, right? I just want this task to run over a certain interval. I don't care about the boilerplate. I don't care about permissions on my computer. I don't want it to block. I want it to run in the background. Why is there not something to do that so simply? I kind of like went around and was like, this doesn't make sense. Why is there nothing better? Well, I created something better. I was sick and tired of all the existing options. So I open sourced recently a tool called Hickory that is meant to be better. This tool is pure Python and cross-platform. It has macOS and Linux support, and there are just 3 commands that you need to understand in order to use it. So this is open source, it's free. I don't make any money on this. It's just I was sick and tired of the existing options, and I wanted something better. And I actually wanted something better because of something that's coming up quickly, and that is not coin flippers, but Christmas. I have to buy Christmas presents for all my family, and my partner wants Witcher 3. So she really wants this game. I don't want to pay full pop for it. This is $80 Canadian, which like what's Canadian dollars? That's not even real money anyways. But I'm certain that with Black Friday coming up, I can get this game for way cheaper. I don't want to continually refresh the page myself though. I would like to build out a Python task that can figure out if The Witcher is on sale, notify me perhaps by email, maybe run this task every single day, right? I can't run it with Airflow because that's way too much work. Cron's not going to really work on my computer unless I really toy around with the security permissions. And schedule's not enough because I'm just going to, keep an open Jupyter notebook on my machine? That's not great. So with Hickory, we are going to first build out a scraper and then use the 3 lines to schedule this task. And by the end of it, my hope is that you'll be convinced this is the tool that you're going to be running for things that are lightweight and that don't have any dependencies. Airflow still has its place. Cron still has its place. Schedule still has its place. But for little tasks like this, I think you'll find that Hickory is well suited. So let me show you the scraper. This is going to take about 5-6 minutes to show you what I've done to actually run the Python task, and then the scheduling is going to be trivially easy when we get there. So I'm going to open up my scrape script, and I've got 22 lines of code that actually does the scraping. This is not a web scraping tutorial. I often offer a bunch of different web scraping tutorials, but I'm just going to quickly show you what's going on. Effectively, this script spins up a browser that runs in Firefox. So it's actually not a GUI browser. It's just a browser that happens in the background. I'm going to go to the Amazon page and grab the Witcher URL so I can actually get rid of all this garbage. Just keep this thing. And then I need to hunt around on the page and see how it's being constructed and how it's rendering the actual price. This is what I want to monitor, right? This is what I want to schedule. This is what I want to be emailed about if it falls. So I'm going to right click on this in my Firefox browser and just see what's going on here. I'm noticing that, okay, there's a lot of HTML here, but the price seems to be captured in this span tag, and it has an ID of price block R price. Okay, I'm going to make a note of that, keep it in mind for when I'm actually creating the scraping script. So pass in the URL, render the browser, and grab the HTML. Once I have the HTML, I'm going to enable parsing over it with soup. So this is from Gazpacho, and we're running soup. I'm just going to do a quick little check and make sure that Witcher 3 is actually in that HTML. So it is. Let's see if we can grab the price. So I remember that it was a span tag, and there was something about an ID equals price, dash R price block or whatever. So I'm just going to partial match on that and grab the first instance for when that comes up. So let's see if we can do it. Okay, it seems like it isolated on that block of HTML. Let's just grab the text inside. So this is a string with kind of some weird formatting. Let's save that, replace that kind of weird component inside, and turn it into a float, right? So let us capture this in a message and just print that message out. Right, so we have a script, we have a task. It's a little bit more realistic than my coin flipper from before. We're not talking about coins anymore. We are talking about scheduling a script for Witcher 3 such that I can buy this for Christmas for my partner. How do I schedule this? Well, we are going to not use coin flippers again. Let's just get to the point and schedule it with 3 steps. So the first step is I actually need to run Hickory, the script, and then the schedule. So I'm going to run this thing every 30 seconds just so we can see it working. So we're going to go find that script, run Hickory, schedule the script, -- and then provide 30 seconds. We could either say sex or sec or s. All of it's going to work. But let's do 30 seconds. It's scheduled. Now I can check the schedule with Hickory status. All right, so here it's going to run. Let's go make sure it actually is running. So once I have scheduled something with Hickory, I am going to see this Hickory log where it's going to capture all those printed statements as it happens. So this is supposed to run after 30 seconds. Let's see if we can do it. Just gotta wait a little bit longer. I should have just scheduled this at 10 seconds. Okay. So the printed statement actually has it come up, right? 2 things, really just 1 to schedule something. What's awesome about this is it actually sits on top of the native scheduler for macOS and the native scheduler for Unix, so Linux systems. And it means that if I turn off my computer and turn it back on, the schedule is going to continue to work. So if my computer is off and I've missed the schedule for that specific day, of course it's not going to run. But this is not something that's crucially important. It's not crucial to my business. It's a gift for my person. If I don't get the right schedule, like I don't think it's going to be the worst thing in the world. But that was just 2 lines, right? If I'm done and I've actually made the purchase, I can quit the schedule by running Hickory kill, and I just need to make a reference either to the ID or to the script itself. So I'm just going to kill this, and it's done. 3 commands. 1, 2, 3. Runs with Python first. You might be asking, wait, like that's it? This is the point of your presentation? Yes, it is. I wanted to go through the preamble and show you that the existing options are just way too complicated, and it doesn't have to be that way. So is that it? Yes, it is, except I wanted to show you more realistically how I'm capturing this information. So maybe it's not enough just to print it and capture it in a log. So that's nice. It's good for debugging purposes. But how am I actually getting the notifications for this thing? Well, I've actually made this Witcher bot right here that is more realistic and in line with what I'm doing. So there's a couple new pieces in this script. It's mostly a carryover from what I was just showing you. I'm not going to go through the web scraping code again. You can do that on your own time. Effectively, I've just wrapped it up into this function now, and I'm using parts of the Python standard library, so email.message, OS, and smtplib to basically push out these emails through Gmail. I have this .m file that has all my credentials. I'm not going to click on that because you could see my passwords, but I can show you what the example.env looks like. So you have your bot email, your password, and then who you're sending the email to. So I'm just sending this email to myself. We're picking up those credentials with a library called .env. So we're just running this and it's loading it up. And then I am running the scrape and building the email. So this is everything that you need to build an email. You specify the subject, the from, and the to. You're sending it over SMTP with Gmail on port 465. 5. We're building the message right here, and we're just shoving it in on content. And then once it's done, I've just sent the email, and this is the script that I now am going to schedule. All right, so let's schedule it. 3 steps. Step number 1, Hickory schedule, right? We specify what we're scheduling it. It's the 04-witcher-bot.py. And then I need to provide a schedule. And so maybe I want this thing again to happen every day at 11:16 a.m. So this understands complete English like this. I'm going to run it every 30 seconds or 20 seconds just so that we can see it work. Oops, where am I failing? Oh, Witcher boy. So I need to spell the script properly. Schedule the Witcher bot. Look at Hickory status to make sure that it got added. So this is running over every 20 seconds. Let's go to my email and make sure that it's actually going to give me the email. So I need to wait a little bit for this to come in. But the email is just going to have the, hey, Witcher is priced right now at blank. And then maybe I can put some more intelligence around it. Of like, we keep track of the last couple prices, and if it dips below that, that's when I get the emails. So here we go, the Witcher bot, and we can see that it is, okay, regular priced right now. So I can actually delete that. That's not important. But that was 3 lines of code to schedule something in Python. If you want to learn more about Hickory and understand all of the different arguments that you have to schedule something, you can go to the documentation and refer to this table. So you can schedule things over seconds, minutes, hours, specific times, specific days, specific calendar days, something like end of month, every weekday, every day. And you can mix and match these and have things run on multiple different schedules. So you can see how that works on the documentation page. If we go to Hickory, there's a bunch of different ways to interact with this tool. So you could say, hey, I want to run something every 10th of the month and last day of the month, specifically at 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. in the evening. So you can actually run that with this command right here. Or you can mix and match any of these others with just comma separated values. I spent a lot of time trying to make this API as simple as possible, but it is 3 lines of code. So that's all I wanted to show. This is Hickory Dickory Doc. I hope that you get your hands dirty with this tool and build something cool with it. I'd love to hear from you if you are able to do something. I am at Max Humber in most places on LinkedIn and Twitter. And again, the tools that I showed today were Hickory and Gazpacho, which is my web scraping tool. It's kind of an easier version of Beautiful Soup. So you can see both of these repos at Hickory or maxhumber/Hickory and maxhumber/Gazpacho to learn more about them. The entire conference presentation is stored at this repo. I'm probably going to take it down and store it someplace different in like a couple of weeks. I like to just put all my talks into a single folder. But for right now, you can grab HDD, grab all the scripts, all the instructions, grab the Witcher bot if you want it, find the slides. But that's all. I hope that you find this useful. I guess I'm coming back in an hour or so to take questions. If you have some in the meantime, happy to answer them on Twitter or on LinkedIn. But yeah, this is kind of my love language to Python. I love the language, but I was frustrated with the scheduling options out there already. So if you're interested in this, please use Hickory. I don't make any money on it. It's just something cool that I want to build and something that I needed. So thanks so much. Again, I'm reached at Max Humber in most places, but that is all I wanted to share. See if the
Okay, thank you, Max, so much for your speech. And we will see you soon on our Q&A panel, so please don't go too far from your laptop.
Okay.
And yeah, I wanted, before I will introduce you our next speaker, I wanted to say that we decided to make a giveaway among our attendees today. So please write all questions in the chat that you see on YouTube, and on the next week we will choose 2 best questions, and we will give you free tickets to the senior track for our next events. So please don't miss that chance. Write as many questions as possible. Of course, they has to be relevant, and you will be able to have a free ticket. And yeah, now I wanna introduce you our next speaker. It's Miroslav Šedivý. He's a senior software developer at Solute GmbH. So, hi Miroslav, how are you doing?
Hi Anna, happy to be here.
Yeah, so how's your mood today? Is everything okay? Are you ready to provide the top content for our attendees?
I am ready. Let's see whether the hardware and network is going to be ready as well.
Okay, so I think we can start. The stage is yours. So please, I'm disappearing. If you wanna some help, you can simply call me and I will come back to you.
Okay, so let's see how I can share my screen.
Of course.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see your screen, and I will ask my team to share it also. Just 1 second, please. I think we will be able to see it right now. Yeah, and right now we have like 1 minute, so please, everyone, write in the chat where are you from, why have you decided to join our conference, because we are really excited to have you all today with us. So can we see the screen? Please. Okay, we can see your screen. Maybe you can share it again. Maybe you can reload it. Please try.
Again, like I have shared it already once, so I will try to share it again.
Let's try again.
Okay, now?
Now, I will ask my team to share your screen with others. So can we do it right now? No, we have some issues.
I have shared it here in StreamYard. I can see that I have shared my screen.
Okay, now
oh yes, it looks.
Okay, so perfect. You can start, and yeah, just a kindly reminder: please write your questions, and we will ask all these questions on our Q&A panel. So please, yeah, you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. So, hello everyone. My name is Miroslav. No, that's not right. No, we still have some problems with the network. Maybe if you just try to connect the USB cable the other way around. No. Still, that's still wrong. That's still wrong. No. Yes, right. Miroslav Šedivý, this is my name, and yes, sometimes I hear that my name is unfortunately invalid. I come originally from Czechoslovakia, living now in Germany, in Karlsruhe, and working for Solute GmbH. And if you would like to come to the region where both bicycle and car were born, and where we drink both beer and wine from half-liter glasses, speak to me in the Q&A afterwards. I would like to speak to you as well. So what I'm going to speak about today, I'm going to speak about names in Python, so about the strings in general, about strings, bytes, encoding, normalizing, case folding, sorting, regular expressions, and about the names on the web, how to deal with the names of people, and how not to tell them that their names are invalid. So strings and bytes in Python 3, thanks to Python 3 now it is really separated to the concept of strings and bytes. Strings are composed of characters which are one of over 1 million code points and are in the working memory. So with them you can represent almost any written printed character in most languages of the world. And bytes are historically given that they have 8 bits, so 256 different bytes possibilities, and they are used if you need to transfer the text over the network or write them into a file on your disk. How do you convert between them? If your name is Chuck Norris, you don't have to convert, but of course, from strings, which in Python are written only using the double quotes. Use the .encode method that returns the bytes, and vice versa from bytes using the .decode method. You will get the respective strings. That's easy. From 12 characters in string, you will get 12 bytes. Python does it somehow magically. If you are from Germany, for example, and your last name is Müller, so you have this U with diaresis, then your 6 letters of your string will be converted into 7 bytes, because Python does it somehow. That's actually how it does using UTF-8. But it means that the number of characters and the number of bytes doesn't correspond anymore. If your last name is, for example, Chinese, okay, this is not a name, this means ni hao, so hello. The 2 Chinese characters have to be encoded in Python using 6 bytes. So this was magical. This was the default encoding. This was UTF-8, but there are plenty of other encodings. Some of them are older. Most of them are older than UTF-8, because UTF-8 solves most of your problems. With ASCII, you have only 127 different possibilities, different bytes. But if your name is Chuck Norris, they are entirely within ASCII, so the 12 characters are written as 12 bytes. If is Müller, then ASCII doesn't work. I will explain later why. Because diaresis is not contained within the ASCII list of possible characters. But if you are using the Latin 1 or the ISO 88591 character set, using the 256 different bytes, the 6 characters of Müller will be written as 6 bytes of Müller, the respective ones. If your last name is Šedivý, which comes from Czechoslovakia, and as you can see, it means gray-haired, we use Latin 2, which replaces some characters from Western European languages with our characters that are in Czech, Slovak, Polish, Hungarian, and so on. And we call that Latin 2. And we have specific bytes to encode the sh with Karen or the y with acute accent. And again, we have 6 bytes. But here in Germany, sometimes I get mails like this. So you see that there is a question mark instead of sh. And I can assure you that within Latin 1, which is used in Germany, the question mark is not where in Latin 2 there is a question mark. Where does this come from? Is there some explanation? If you have the string Šedivý and you encode it using Latin 2, you will get something legal, something working in something valid working in Latin 2 with 6 bytes. But if you do that and encoding using Latin 1, which is the character set, for example, for German, you will get an Unicode encode error, and it will tell you the sh is not known within the Latin 1 character set. But I receive a package, a mail from them with a sticker on it. I don't receive an exception. So probably it works somehow. And yes, there is the possibility to tell the encode method to replace if there is an error, not to raise an exception. And in that case, it will replace my invalid. It is not invalid, but in that case, it's invalid ash with Karen by a question mark. And you cannot modify this question mark. Well, you can, but it is a little bit more complicated. You can write a codex register error call that will replace the characters using some lambda function, and in this case, it will replace them using some random number, random digit. And in that case, you can get something different than a question mark. But there are some other companies in Germany who like to send me emails or post like this or this or this. And all 3 pictures you see here, they come from a single company, but that uses different encodings or different procedures if they print a customer card, if they send a post, if they print some ticket. And also there are cases like this. This is a huge flight company in Germany that tells me if I write my last name, you can only enter letters in the adult's last name field. I'm sorry, my last name contains only letters. But what's a letter? In Python 3, you can do something like this. You can write a variable name and which contains characters, something like this. This is legal. But you cannot call a variable name using a question mark or a smiley or equal sign or something different. How does Python know whether it is a letter or not? There is Unicode data library in the standard, or Unicode data module in the standard library that allows you to inquire, to peek into the characters and to see their characteristics. So for example, in this case, we have a short method or short piece of code that prints the character and then the category of the character and its name. And for these few characters, letters A, sharp S, the sharp S, the German sharp S, the S with Karen, dot, or smiley, you see this. In the first column are the characters. Then you see two letters like LL, LU, ZS, POSO, and this is the category of the character. And you see that all the characters at the top, they are capital L and then U or L. The capital L means it is a letter, and the L or U means that it is lowercase or uppercase. And this is how you can actually distinguish whether some letter or some character is a letter or not. And then there comes the name with letter small, letter A, and so on. And this is the list of all categories, of possible categories. So every character in Unicode belongs to one of these categories. And using this, you can actually work with these characters and distinguish. And for example, if something is in the category of a number, you can actually convert it to integer. For example, if you want just to see what other characters are there are programs like Character Map that will show you actually the category and the name of a respective character. What is case folding? Case folding is converting between the lowercase and other uppercase. In Latin, Cyrillic, Greek alphabets, this works. In some other alphabets, it doesn't make sense. So, for example, here we have some letters, and with dot upper, we convert it from lowercase to uppercase, and vice versa. This is not always symmetrical. So, for example, for the German sharp S, the uppercase version of the lowercase sharp S is not uppercase sharp SS, but it's SS. But if you convert it the other way around, you will get SS lowercase. But anyway, there is a sharp S uppercase in German, and it is also in Unicode, which you can actually convert to lowercase legally. So this works for all Latin characters, but there is one exception. Actually, among those 26 characters of basic ASCII, there is one pair of all lowercase uppercase that is wrong. Yes, that's I. You see the difference between I, lowercase, and uppercase? There is this dot. And there is a language in Europe and in Asia, Turkish, that distinguish these two. So, for example, the I with dot is E, and the I without the dot is Ö in Turkish. And when they use the standard upper-lower convert methods, they will get wrong results because actually the two characters E and Ö are different, and the meaning of the words they are in is also different. So in that case, it means that unfortunately the Turks they have to import a third-party library ICU and then do it a little bit more complicated. Yeah, unfortunately, it is like that. Normalizing strings. This is a concept that tells us that even if we have two Unicode characters that look the same, they don't have to be exactly the same. So, for example, let's take the German word süß, which means sweet, and we can normalize it. Normalizing means that we are going to split some characters into their basic Latin character and into the combining character. So, for example, these two words, word 1 and word 2, these two characters look the same. But if you count the characters in them, you will see there is a difference. In the first word, the U with 2 dots is Latin small letter U with diaresis. And in the second case, there is one letter, Latin small letter U, which is within ASCII, and then there is this combining DRSs, which is an extra character. You see that it belongs to the category MN, which are combining characters, and also what you see, this is not a typo, the letters or the columns in my output, they are offset a little bit to the left, which means that actually this character of combining DRSs doesn't have a width. And what you can do, you can actually take any letter and then write combining characters after that, and even several of them. So that's actually how it is possible to do stuff like this. This is by the way, this is a question at Stack Overflow to the question, how can I use regular expressions to parse HTML? You can't. So here in this case, you see that at the end there are plenty of characters that are followed by plenty of combining characters. Sorting. If you have a list, phone list, list of speakers at a conference, some alphabetic list, and you just have a list of strings and you just sort them using the standard sort library or method in Python, and you do something like this, you see that this is not how it works in the natural languages, because first you get the AOU, this is uppercase ASCII, then lowercase ASCII, then AOU with DRSs uppercase, then sharp S, and then AOU lowercase with DRSs. And you see that sharp S capital or the uppercase is at the end, even after the S Karen characters. This is because the Unicode code points, the values within Unicode, are distributed like that, and sorts characters according to their Unicode code point. So if you have some language, like in English or German or some other language, you want to use some rules that are that come from this language. So for example, if you want to sort the German way, you have to change the locale and then add the or set the locale to DB in this case, and then sort using the locale string x from method, and this will sort it the correct German way. So the A with DRSs belongs actually between A and B. There are some more rules in German how to sort the characters. If you do the same using the Swedish locale, then all the special characters like A with DRSs, A with DRSs, U with DRSs, and A with circle are at the end of alphabet, even after Z. If you sort using the Hungarian rules, they have this letter or the sound ch, which is written CS, which comes after C. So you see that cheapish comes after Zwickli. So CS is a letter between C and D, and it doesn't belong within C, as is the case in other words. Czech and Slovak, we have the characters with kerens. They are also after the characters without kerens. And there is, for example, this CH letter that is the H sound that comes between H and I. But you cannot use it always or automatically, because there are some words composed out of two different words, and the first word ends with a C, the second one starts with an H, and then it is not a H, but two letters C and H after each other. So there are plenty of rules and plenty of letters that are contained of two characters that you cannot sort automatically. And even such rules that are written in the locale don't work always. French had an interesting rule to sort. They sort everything as ASCII, but then if there are some accents, they sort them from the end of the word. So you see that the first two letters, cot, don't have an accent aigu on the last syllable. The last two words do have it. So first you sort according to the accent aigu on the E, and then within the two first words and the two other words, you sort according to the previous syllable, so according to the accent circumflex on the O. The problem with locale is that it is connected to the process. So if you do something like this, locale set locale, and you change the locale, it will change the locale of the whole process. So if you have some web server app that runs for many users that want to have their lists of some alphabetical list sorted according to their own locale, and within your big app you change the locale, so it's set locale to the one that you actually need at the moment, you will change the locale to the whole process. If it is everything in one thread, you can just remember what was before, then change it quickly, sort, and then return it back. But what's better is, again, to use the ICU collator, which allows you to create an instance of a locale as a Python object that works only in that context and that doesn't change the locale of the whole process. There is also PyUCA library that works the same, but you see the difference between ICU and PyUCA. In the first case, ICU, I have defined the locale. I have defined that we are in Germany and it should sort according to German language rules. In the PyUCA case, there is no definition of which language to use. PyUCA actually has a list of all characters that is sorted quite well, and that probably works for English language, but that doesn't respect the special rules of German, of Swedish, of Czech, Slovak, Hungarian, French, or other languages. So you can use PyUCA if you want to sort the strings nicely without changing the locale, but without respecting the locale of the respective users. The sorted list will just look quite well. Unicode regular expressions. Python, if we have a problem, we can use regular expressions. Then we have two problems. I'm coming from the Perl world where regular expression was actually everything, was a solution to any problem. But in Python, it's great that it is separated from the core language and that we have just to take to think of, do I have to use regular expressions? So for example, in this case, I want to extract from this text, I want to extract the word München, which is the German way of Munich, German name for Munich, and ignore the 1 to 3 number. So actually, I want to extract all groups of letters. How can I do that? If I extract all characters that are between A to Z, uppercase, lowercase, of course, I will get the N and then the other characters, but the U with DRS is not contained within this match. And 1 to 3 won't appear. That's fine, but the U with the DRS is, I'm missing it. So what I can do, I can ask for W, so \W, which is a placeholder for any alphanumeric character. In that case, the U with DRS will be accepted, but it will also accept the numbers 1 to 3, which I don't want to get. So in standard Python, I cannot do that, but there is the third-party library regex, which works completely, exactly, overlappingly like RE, the standard RE module, but it has some further functions. So in this case, I can use a placeholder \p, which is character, and in the curly braces, I can define which category of letters do I want. And if you remember correctly, the capital L, uppercase L, means a letter in general. Uppercase L with lowercase u would be uppercase letter, LL would be lowercase letter. And this way, you can actually match and find all the characters of the right category that you need. So I came here for Python, but I stayed for the names. Python can work with strings, as you have seen. You can solve most of the problems. But what does that help if you write a web application and I type in my name and it tells me that my name is Invalid? So I would like to ask you, tell me, who of you can write their name like first name and last name? It's me, for example, Miroslav Šedivý. But there are certainly people who have something like first name, middle name, and last name, or even several middle names, or 2 first names, Or they have something like patronymic surname, metronymic surname. So, for example, like in Spanish. Or they have last name and first name inverted, so the family name comes in the beginning. That's, for example, the case of Hungarian or some East Asian languages. Are there any popes or kings here that write their names as name and number? Are they people who just write their name? Or are there people who, for example, in Iceland, they have this first name and then the name of their father with the sen at the end, or dotir if it is a woman. And in that case, if someone is called Sigur and their father was called Johan, there are Sigur Johansen, but they are not Mr. Johansen, so you don't find them in their alphabet under the J. You will find them as Sigur, so Mr. Sigur Johansen or Sigur. So they don't have this concept of family names. And there are people who have some aristocratic titles like prepositions like von and zu and de, van, de, di, da, de, deli, of, and so on. And in some countries, if you have some doctor title, it will become a part of your name. So actually, this is so complicated that if someone writes a form, here your first name, here your last name, and I accept only one word for first name, one word for last name, it will work for me, but probably not for many people among you or in general of the population. So what I propose is to use one form entry for the full name. We'll just write it officially, the complete name as it is. It should be written, and something like how should we call you. So in my case, full name is Miroslav Šedivý, but how should you call me? Call me just Miro. And there are people who have their own rules on how to write their names. So for example, Mr. T says, hey, my first name is Mr. and my middle name is period and my last name is T. So in such forms, if I write my name and then it tells me something like this, please enter characters from the European character set only. Hey, what's European character set? Šedivý comes as a Czech or Slovak name, and Czech and Slovak are European languages. Please enter a full valid name. My name is full and my name is valid. Your form is invalid. The person who wrote the form, who wrote the code behind it, didn't create a valid piece of code, and their work is not valid. So if you write code that works with people's names, don't assume anything. Don't put any random limit on their length. So the names can be short and they can be long. So you have examples of names of people which are really long. Don't use stop words. If you think that some name is a stop word in your language, like some root word, it can be a perfect normal word in some other language. The family members don't have necessarily the same family name. So for example, in my case, Šedivý is a masculine form. All the female members of my family are called Šediva, which means also gray-haired. Different transcription of non-Latin alphabets. So just like there are plenty of possibilities how, for example, a Cyrillic name Čecho will be transcribed into different European languages or Chinese or some other languages. This works also the other way around. So for example, in the past years, I was twice in Russia. I needed always a passport, visa in my passport. And they wrote my last name, Šedivý, on both visas. They wrote it differently. So that was the Russian or the Cyrillic transcription of my last name. Then they also changed their family names. So for example, if you ask for how a person was called before the marriage, maiden name Ne is a feminine form. There are also males who change their family names when they get married. One letter name is probably not an initial. So for example, Benoit B. Mandelbrot, the author of the theoretical of the fractals, his B dot is not an abbreviation of anything, it's just a letter. So probably all printable characters are probably fine. There are cases like this. So for example, Mr. Christopher Null, who wrote an article, hello, I'm Mr. Null, my name makes me invisible to computers. If it makes his name invisible to computers, you have a big problem. I have read about the case of a person who chose their plate, the car plate on their car, and they chose just the word null. And they thought that, if anybody takes a picture of me, or I just have to get a speed ticket, I will not get it because it will not get into their database. Actually, he got all the speed tickets of all people, for all photographs of cars that were not identifiable. So don't do that. There are also, of course, these comics of XKCD. If your database has problems with names like this, there is some work in front of you. Names of people, and there are names of streets and cities. What is the most common street name in Germany? Yes, that's Einbahnstraße. No, actually, this is not the name of a street, but this is something that you will see quite often. It means one-way street, but looks like a name of a street. But even with German names of the streets, there is something that is interesting because it has something to do with the character sharp S that gets interpreted as a capital B or uppercase B by the OCRs. And what you can see quite often in American lists of German companies is that they interpret the name of the street wrong. So you should write it Hauptstraße, not Hauptstraße. The names of places. So this is somewhere in Scandinavia, the O and the Y, Ypsilonien, Y, is a place somewhere in France. They can be short. So if there is a question in your form, what is your maiden name or the place of birth, and you tell that the shortest must be at least 6 characters, that's probably not how it works. On the other hand, we have also names of places like Llanfairpwll, Gwyngyll, Gogarach, Windrobwch, Wantasilio, Gogogoch, somewhere in Wales, which is much longer. So if your form cuts after a few characters, you will have a problem. Or places like Chrzącieże, Woszyce, Powiat Wękołody, somewhere in Poland. And sometimes you even don't need the address at all, because if you describe it correctly, the postman will find their way. This works on Iceland. If you write some code that works with names, have a look at this list of falsehoods programmers believe about names, and then ask at each point whether you or your code can handle names like this. So read it, and you will see that there are a lot of falsehoods that people believe, and they assume, that will work. But there are always people for them it won't work. And then if you have an online shop and I cannot enter my name, okay, you lose some money. But if you work and create some app for some state institution, and I'm forced actually to use it, and I cannot enter my name because it refuses it, then there's a problem, because the names of people cannot be invalid. So respect your user's name. If you write some code, it's their name, not yours. Don't break the locale, so import ICU, which will help you to work with different languages. Convert from bytes to string as soon as possible. So if you are reading a file or over network, read it or convert it to strings as soon as possible, and then work the standard way. And at the end, only when you have to write it somewhere out network or file, convert it to bytes. UTF-8 is cool, Python 3 is cool. Be cool too and use Python 3 and UTF-8. I hope so that you are using it already. And if you are telling the user that your name is invalid, that is not cool. There is a Twitter account, your name is valid. Actually, it wanted to be called your name is invalid, but that would exceed the maximal length for a username at Twitter. And your app, screenshot of your app can appear there. And be nice. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your talk. It's really important topic. And yeah, I think we already have some questions, but we will wait till the Q&A panel. So please stay with us. Don't go too far from your laptop, and we will come back to you and other speakers just in 40 or 50 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay, and now I want to remind you all that we had decided to make a gift for you. So please write your questions to the chat. These questions has to be relevant. And then next week we will choose the best questions randomly, and we will give you tickets to our next events, free tickets to the senior track. So please don't miss this opportunity to win these tickets and to develop your expertise with us. And we already have our next speaker. Sebastian, can you hear us? Yeah, cool. So nice to see you. How are you doing?
Good, nice to see you too.
Okay, so our next talk is from Sebastian Witowski. He's a Python consultant, freelancer, and trainer from Poland. Sebastian will tell us about managing Python versions and dependencies and other cool things that can be useful when you are setting up your computer for Python development. So, I think we can start. I hope you have a really great mood today with us, and our audience is glad to see you. So you can share your screen with us and we can start.
So,
okay.
This one.
Yeah, you can try to share it. You will see it here. Okay, and our team will show it on the main screen.
Yeah, I think you should see my slides now, right?
Just 1 second, please. Okay, yeah, we see your slides. So please go on. You have plenty of time, and I will come back to you before the Q&A panel.
All right. Oh no, I lost it. One more. That's not the right way to start the talk. Okay, we should be back. I hope you can see the slides and I hope you can hear me. So, hi, my name is Sebastian Witowski. I'm a Python consultant, freelancer, and trainer. And as part of my job, I join different teams and work on different projects. As I work on those projects, I notice that they often suffer from two problems. They are either over-engineered or oversimplified. The over-engineered ones involve jumping on every shiny new tool that people see on the first page of Hacker News. And then everyone gets excited because it's fun to work with something brand new. What is not fun is when this tool gets deprecated. Maybe its creator got bored and stopped working on it. So now you have to either fork it and keep it up to date yourself, or you have to replace it. On the other hand, we have projects that are still stuck in the 90s. Some people think that because it was fine to manage everything using bash scripts back then it's fine to keep using bash scripts today. It's fun if you're a hardcore Linux user and you love writing bash scripts, but to be honest, when was the last time you wrote one? Okay, writing them from scratch is not a bad thing. Maintaining a bash script that someone else wrote some time ago, it's much worse. I don't mean that bash scripts are bad, they're actually pretty great for simple things. It's just you shouldn't use bash for every possible thing in your project. Neither of those solutions is good, so I've decided to make this presentation. I want to show you some of my personal recommendations, but also some alternatives that you might like. So this is the stuff I recommend when I go to work with a client. What we are going to talk about. First, I will show you how to install different Python versions on your computer using a tool called PyEnv. Next, I will talk about Python dependencies. I will explain you what are virtual environments, how they work, and why you need them when you work with multiple Python projects. I will also compare the built-in venv module with some external tools like virtual and wrapper. Next, we'll have a short chapter where I will talk about a tool called pipx. This is a great tool if you want to install Python package globally, but you still want to isolate it from other packages. Finally, I will talk about some dependency and project management tools like pipenv and poetry, And I will show you a much simpler alternative for dependency pinning called pip tools. First, let's talk about installing Python on your computer. Depending on your operating system, your computer might already come with some version of Python. If you're using macOS, then it comes with Python 2.7. If you're using Linux, then the Python version depends on which distribution you are using. And in Windows 10, you don't have any version of Python installed. Let's talk about the scenario where your operating system comes with a Python version. This Python version already installed on your computer is often called System Python. And no matter what system version of Python you have, I strongly suggest that you don't use it. In many cases, as we saw, for example, with macOS, it's terribly outdated. Python 2.7 is no longer officially supported by the core developers, and hopefully you are also no longer using it since a long time. You might be tempted to update this system Python version to Python 3, but you probably have some programs on your computer that requires this Python 2.7. You would be surprised how many programs or even some parts of your operating system still require Python 2.7, at least on Mac OS. If you update System Python, those programs will stop working. So if you change the Python version that comes pre-installed on your operating system, you risk that your computer will stop working at all. And this is not fun. I have done this in the past when I didn't know much about programming and operating systems, and I had to reinstall the whole operating system. So my advice here is to leave the System Python alone and pretend it doesn't exist. So no matter what operating system you have, you will need to install Python. There are many different ways to do this. You can go to the python.org website and download the installer for your operating system. You can use a package manager like Homebrew on Mac or apt-get on Linux, and you can even compile Python from the source files. However, my favorite way of installing Python that I'm using since a few years is to use a tool called pyenv. Pyenv is a tool for managing Python versions. You can use it to easily install new Python version and to quickly switch between the existing ones. It might not be a big deal if you only use one Python version all the time, but if you're working with multiple Python projects that require multiple Python versions, this tool is extremely useful. While pyenv will work for macOS and Linux, if you're using Windows, check out the pyenv win. It's a port of pyenv to Windows. It might not have all the features that standard pyenv has, but it has the essential ones. You can install pyenv with Homebrew. You can clone it with Git and then manually adjust a few things, or you can use the pyenv installer tool. This last option requires you to run just one command in your terminal. It will install pyenv and some additional plugins that make pyenv even more useful. So once you have pyenv installed, you can use it to install new Python version. To see a list of which versions we can install, run pyenv install --list. You will see a huge list of available Python installations. At the top, we have the standard C Python versions. But apart from that, you can also see Anaconda, Miniconda, or PyPy versions. So all those different types of Python can also be installed with pyenv. If you ever wanted to try PyPy, now you can easily do this. Once you select a version from this list, type pyenv install and a version number. Then you usually have to wait for a few minutes for the installation to finish. If you have all the additional dependencies like OpenSSL already installed, then this whole installation process will be faster. Once it's done, you can run pyenv versions to see if this new version was installed correctly. If you can see it on the list, it means that we are all set. Now, we have to tell pyenv to use this version, and for that, we have to choose one of 3 different levels at which we want to change the Python version: global, or local, or shell. Pyenv global is the most common usage of pyenv. It changes the Python version globally on your computer. So this is equivalent to installing a new version of Python on your computer. But there's also pyenv local, and it will set a specific version for the current folder and all the subfolders. You would commonly use this command if you're working on a different project, if you're working with different projects, and each of them uses different Python version. For example, let's say we have two projects. Project A is using Python 3.9, Project B is using Python 3.6. Instead of changing the global Python version back and forth, you can call pyenv local 3.9 in one folder, pyenv local 3.6 in another folder, and you are all set. Pyenv will automatically switch Python versions when you go inside either of those folders. And finally, we have pyenv shell that changes the Python version for your current shell session. You might want to use this in a situation where you want to temporarily change which Python version you are using. For example, maybe you want to run some code under Python 2. So you run pyenv shell 2.7 and you can use Python 2. But once you open a new session in your terminal, you are back to using the previous version of Python. Next, let's talk about Python packages. Installing new packages in Python is quite easy. All you need to do is run pip install and the package name, and this will download this package for you. However, pip has one big problem. Whenever you ask it to install a specific version of a Python package, it will uninstall the previous version from your computer and install the one that you asked for. Let me show you an example of what I mean. Let's say you are a web developer and you want to build a Django website. You start by installing the latest version of Django with pip install Django, and that installs Django 3. Everything works great, you build an awesome website, and it's so good that soon you get your first customer coming and asking you to work on their Django website. Their Django website is still running on Django 2.2. So you install that specific version by running pip install Django equals 2.2. Pip does what you ask for, and after a few seconds, you start working on your client's website using Django 2.2. So far, so good. But later that day, you discover a bug on your personal website, the one that you created with Django 3. You quickly fix the code, but when you want to test that it's actually working correctly, you get an error message saying Django 3 is not installed. I mean, what? Did we just install it a few days ago? Where did it go? Well, when we told pip to install Django 2.2, pip first checked if we already have Django installed. And we did, but it was not the 2.2 version. So pip uninstalled that version and installed the correct one. We just ran into a problem with dependency management. We have this problem because pip installs Python packages in the side packages folder and puts each package in a separate folder named after that package. So Django 3 is placed inside side packages/Django folder, but when you install Django 2, it will also be placed in the side packages/Django. So pip has to first remove what's inside the Django folder and then install a different version of Django. If you only work on one Python project on your computer, then you are probably not affected by this problem. But sooner or later, you will need to install different versions of the same package, and you are going to run into issues with pip uninstalling some previous dependencies. The problem with pip is that it installs all the packages in the same folder. So how about we tell pip to temporarily install packages in a different folder, and then we tell our Python interpreter to use that folder instead. And that's exactly what virtual environment does. Virtual environment is a folder that contains a Python installation and any additional packages that you install. When you activate a virtual environment, two things happen. First, you tell pip to install any new package into that folder, and then you tell Python interpreter to use packages from that folder. Now, if we try to install some Python packages, pip won't uninstall the previous versions from your computer because it's no longer using the global side packages. It's using the side packages folder in this specific virtual environment. Let's see how we can use a virtual environment. First, we need to create one. Python has a built-in module called venv to manage virtual environments, so we don't even have to install anything. We create a new virtual environment with python-m venv and then the name of the virtual environment. So in this case, we create a folder called .venv in the current directory. .venv or venv are both a common convention for naming the virtual environment folder. This makes it obvious that whatever is inside this folder is related with a virtual environment. But it also has another benefit. Some code editors like PyCharm or VS Code will recognize this folder as a virtual environment, and they will automatically start using it in your project. So to use a virtual environment, we have to activate it. Inside our venv folder, there is a bin directory, and inside of this bin directory, we have activate script. Since it's a bash script, we have to run it with the source command. Once you activate it, you should see a difference in your terminal prompt. It should now display the name of the virtual environment in parentheses. That way we know that we are now using a virtual environment. Now we do everything that we would do normally when building a Python project. If we install a package with pip, it will be installed inside this virtual environment. If we run a Python script, it will have access to Python packages installed inside this virtual environment. And finally, to stop using a virtual environment, we just need to run the activate command. When you call deactivate, it will revert all the changes that activate did. So you will go back to using the global Python version and global pip packages. A typical workflow with virtual environments involves creating one virtual environment for each of your projects. So if you're working on two different Django projects, you first create one virtual environment, you activate it, then you install Django 3, and you start working. Then you create a different folder, a different virtual environment for Django 2.2. You activate this one, you install Django 2.2, and you work on this other project. venv module is perfectly fine for managing virtual environments, but I want to show you another tool that I have been using for a long time. It's called Virtual Env Wrapper, and it comes with a lot of cool features that makes working with virtual environments much easier. You can install it with pip, and it works on Linux and macOS. For Windows, check out the Virtual Env Wrapper-Vim. So the difference between Virtual Env Wrapper and venv module is that Virtual Env Wrapper stores all virtual environments inside the .venvs folder in your home directory. And on the other hand, venv stores them inside the folder that it creates in the current directory. So since Virtual Env Wrapper stores everything in one folder, it has a lot of cool features that we can use. So for example, you can create a new virtual environment using the mkvirtualenv command. For example, mkvirtualenv Django2 app. The difference between venv module and Virtual Env Wrapper is that when you use Virtual Env Wrapper, it doesn't matter in which folder you run this command. Your virtual environment will be created inside this venvs folder in your home directory. When you want to activate a virtual environment, you just have to call work on and the name of the virtual environment. For example, work on Django2 app. Again, you can call this command from any folder on your computer. And if you forget the name of the virtual environment, you can list all of them by running ls virtual env. With venv, it's impossible to get a list of existing virtual environments because venv doesn't keep a track of them. With Virtual Env Wrapper, since all virtual environments are stored in one folder, you can easily get that list. To remove a virtual environment, just run rm virtual env and the name of the environment. For example, rm virtual env Django2 app. So, which one should you use? Well, that's up to you. I'm using Virtual Env Wrapper because it's much more convenient for me when I don't have to remember in which folder I placed which virtual environment. But venv is much easier to start with, so it's very common to use it at the beginning. And when you feel more comfortable using virtual environments, then you can use a different tool. All right, so we solved the problem of how to separate dependencies in our projects. However, there are some Python packages that you probably want to use globally on your computer. For example, the code formatter black, the code linter flake 8, or even the virtual env wrapper tool that we just saw. We want to use those Python packages across all our projects, or even when we are outside of a project. For example, we would use the virtual env wrapper to actually create a virtual environment before we start working on a project. But if two different tools require different versions of the same dependency, they won't work together. You get into a situation where installing one tool will uninstall dependencies of another tool, so that other tool will basically stop working. We could install each of those tools into a separate virtual environment, but it's a lot of hassle to use it like that. Each time we would have to activate this virtual environment first, and then we would have to remember to deactivate it. I mean, you can do this, but it's a lot of typing, and in general, it's a waste of time. This problem can be solved very easily with a tool called pipx. Pipx installs Python packages into separate environments, but at the same time, those packages act as if they are installed globally. You don't have to activate any virtual environment to use them. Let's see pipx in action. Let's say I want to install black to format some Python code. I run pipx install black, and after a few seconds, I get a success message. Now, I can use black as if it was installed with pip. It doesn't matter if I'm inside of a virtual environment or not. I will always use this global black package. As you can see, I don't have to activate anything. I just run the same commands as I would run if I didn't use pipx. And if I want to install different versions of black in my virtual environment, I can also do this. This black from a virtual environment will take precedence over the global black, and it will be used instead as long as you are inside a virtual environment. What else can I do with pipx? Well, we can list all the installed packages to see what commands they offer. We can uninstall a package, and this will also clean up its virtual environment. We can upgrade all the packages at once if we want to use the latest versions. And a very useful command is called inject. It will install a pip package inside the virtual environment of another package. We can do this, for example, to install some PyTest plugins. PyTest plugins have to be installed in the same virtual environment as PyTest to make them work together. Because if you install PyTest in one virtual environment and then PyTest plugin in another, they won't know about the existence of each other. So we can run pipx inject command to fix it. So we run pipx inject, then we specify the name of the existing tool, so PyTest, and then we specify the name of the pip package that we want to install inside this environment. In this case, it's PyTest conf, which is a plugin to generate a report of test coverage. Okay, so we have all those tools set up and we are ready to work on our Python project. We are probably going to use some additional Python packages, so we have to decide how we are going to manage them. One way is to manually add names of packages to requirements.txt file. Then you pass this file to pip by running pip install -r requirements.txt, and pip will install packages from this file. But there is a problem with this approach. If you don't specify versions of each package, pip will install the latest one. This means that if a new version of a package is released and you deploy your code to production servers, pip will use that new version. If your code can't work with this new version, well, now your website is down. It doesn't matter that it worked perfectly fine yesterday, today it's broken, and you have to quickly figure out how to fix it. To fix this problem, we have to pin versions of our dependencies. So we don't say in the requirements file that we want to install Django. We say that we want Django that is at least version 2.2, but less than version 3 because we know that we don't support Django 3 yet. So always make sure to pin the dependencies of your packages. But here's the tricky part. You also need to pin the third-party packages, so the dependencies of your dependencies. Otherwise, there is a chance that, for example, Django depends on some other package, and when that other package gets updated, Django will break. So we should not only pin versions of the dependencies that we use, but we should also pin any third-party package that our dependencies are using. That sounds like a lot of work, but at least that way we can be sure that we have the exact same packages installed on our production servers as we have installed and tested during the development. But we are not done yet. We need to apply the security patches and we need to update our dependencies from time to time. So that means we should regularly change which versions are pinned in our requirements.txt file. And that's a lot of work. I mean, it's way too boring to do this by hand. So that's why tools like pepenv or poetry were created. They take a list of packages that you want to use in your project, and they will resolve and pin all the dependencies for you. Later, when you want to update your packages, you just run the update command, and they will update and pin new versions. Both poetry and pepenv are great tools, and they are the most popular dependency management tools among Python programmers. And poetry has some additional commands that make publishing packages on PyPI much easier. But do we really need them? When you decide to use a tool like pepenv or poetry, you introduce yet another dependency to your project. What if there is a bug? They might stop working and you won't be able to update dependencies in your project until it gets fixed. Sounds unlikely? Well, between November 2018 and April 2020, there was no new release of pepenv. So for over 1 year, people had to install it directly from GitHub to get the latest bug fixes. That sounds pretty inconvenient for a tool that is supposed to make my life more convenient. But what if this tool gets discontinued? You will have to spend time and switch to a different tool. And both pepenv and poetry use a custom file format to store the pinned versions of your dependencies. So you will have to pin your dependencies from scratch, and that might introduce some problems. And do you really need a tool that lets you publish packages on PyPI if you're not even building a Python package? Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful that tools like pepenv and poetry exist, especially since they are both open source, so people put their personal time to work on them. I use poetry on some personal projects, and it was really fun to use. You add new dependencies with just a simple command, a new virtual environment is automatically created and activated for you, and publishing a package to PyPI was incredibly easy, so I will probably use it next time I will work on a Python package. But I would never recommend using one of those tools to my clients unless their team is already using it. That's because you can manage your dependencies perfectly fine with a much simpler tool. The tool that I'm using in most of my commercial projects is called peptools. It's actually a combination of two tools, one called pepcompile and another one called pepsync. Pepcompile is the important one, so let's talk about this one first. With pepcompile, you specify a list of dependencies for your project, and it pins all the dependencies for you, including the third-party ones. Usually, the input file is a file with some dependencies pinned, but not all of them. For example, if you have some development dependencies like PyTest for testing, it's quite common to use the latest possible version. Let's see an example. Let's use a simple requirements.in file with just two packages. I want to use Django, but it has to be version at least 2.2 and less than 3, and I want to use the latest version of PyTest. If we run pepcompile requirements.in, we get a new file called requirements.txt, this time with all the dependencies of Django and PyTest and their subdependencies. And every single package is pinned to the most specific version that is currently available. In addition to that, each package has a comment where you can see where does it come from. We can see that PyTest comes from the requirements.in file, packaging library comes from PyTest, and finally, PyParsing comes from the packaging library. So peptools has pinned all the possible dependencies. And if two different packages require the same dependency, like the import lib metadata that is required by Pluggy and PyTest, peptools will try to find a version that satisfies both requirements. If it can't find such version, it will report an error. And that's it. Now, you take this requirements.txt file and you tell pip to use it. That's the requirements file that you will use on your production servers and on your test servers. If in the future you see that a new version of Django was released, you can just rerun pip compile and it will create a new set of dependencies. It's a good idea to make pip compile part of your continuous integration pipeline. That way, your dependencies will be updated, but at the same time, your tests will run on those new dependencies so you can see if something breaks. And if something breaks, let's say the latest version of Django has a bug, you can go back to requirements.in file and pin Django version. That way you won't use the latest version until you notice that the bug was fixed. This probably won't happen often, especially for popular packages like Django, but smaller Python packages can sometimes have bugs in the latest version, so keep that in mind. piptools comes with another tool called pipsync. You can use it to reinstall all packages using the latest requirements.txt file. This tool is just for convenience. Instead of uninstalling all the dependencies and installing them again, you can just run one command, so it can save you a bit of typing. So that's how you can use piptools to pin your dependencies. You still have to create virtual environments to install those dependencies and remember to activate them, which is something that pipenv or Poetry would do automatically for you. But at least you are independent from a yet another tool. If piptools breaks and you can't use it, you still have the requirements.txt file with pinned dependencies that you can pass directly to pip. So you are fine. You are not stuck with some custom format that pip can't use. If you need to switch to a different tool, you just search for a yet another tool that can pin your dependencies, or you just run pip freeze to do this by hand. So that's a comparison to consider when you start your next Python project. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. Let's quickly summarize of what we just saw. First, use pipenv to install new Python versions. Once you set it up, it's really painless to install new Python versions and to switch between them. Then, use virtual environments when you work on different projects and you want to isolate their dependencies. Always make sure to create a separate virtual environment for each of your projects. Python comes with a venv module built in, but if you prefer an external tool, the virtual env wrapper is a great choice. Finally, if you want to install some tools globally, you can use pip outside of a virtual environment, but you risk that if there is a version conflict, they won't work together. So a much better tool to use is pipx, and this will install each package into a separate virtual environment, but for you, there won't be any difference in how you use them. And if you're looking for a tool to manage your projects, pipenv and Poetry are both very popular choices. But if all you need is a tool to resolve dependency versions and pin them, then there are better tools. piptools is a great little package that can pin your dependencies and return a file format that you can use directly with pip. And even though this is the end of my talk, I realized that I only scratched the surface of how to efficiently build Python projects. So if you enjoyed this talk and you want to learn more, there are two places that you can check. First one is the workshop that I will organize as part of this conference called Modern Python Projects. I will talk in more details about those tools that I just mentioned, but not only about that. If you want to learn how to build a good Python project from scratch, how to add tests, documentation, you can check it out. It's a hands-on workshop, so you'll have a chance to do some exercises and even build a small project. However, there is no website for this workshop yet, so I don't have a link to give you. But if you're interested, you should receive an email in the next few weeks about the workshop. And second one is an online course under the same name that I'm currently preparing. It talks about the same topics, but in even more details. Plus, it also covers things like setting up continuous integration, examples of how to build a PyPI package or a CLI tool, or how to deploy a Python application. And there's even a chapter on how you can set up a VS Code editor to work with Python. So it really covers the full spectrum of how to build a Python project, from the moment when you sit down in front of your brand new computer with nothing installed, all the way up to deploying your application. So check out the modernpythonprojects.com website for more details and for some free material that I have there. You can also join the mailing list to get a notification when the course is ready, and you'll also get a launch discount. And that is really all that I have for you today. If you have any questions, join me at the Q&A session after this talk. And if you can't join me, but you still have some questions, you can ping me on Twitter or send me an email to my website. You can see links at the bottom of those slides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. It was such a detailed talk. So please stay with us because we will start our Q&A panel very soon because we already have Miroslav with us. And I wanted to remind you all that if you missed some talks from the junior track, please, no worries. You can buy it on our website just for $14.90 and watch it as recordings. So please don't miss that chance. And yeah, because we all know that it's really hard to be 24 hours on the live stream. And I also wanted to ask you, while we are waiting for all of our speakers, I wanted to ask you about workshops. Would it be interesting for you to join workshops on Python, maybe in December? If yes, please write it in the chat and we will know and our team will prepare the best workshops for you. So, okay, I think it's time to start. We already have Sebastian, Miroslav, and we are waiting for Max. I would kindly ask my team to show all our speakers. Thank you so much. Oh, we have so many questions. I think we can start and Max will join us a little bit later. So I have questions for all of you. I will show it on the screen. I can read it or you can read it by yourself. For instance, our first question is, how are you displaying the results of the variable in your IDE? Are you debugging? And I didn't notice. So I believe that it's a question to Miroslav. Am I right?
I don't think so. I didn't live code and nobody saw my ID. I think it was Max.
I think it was me. I can quickly explain how that happens. Am I able to screen share?
Yeah, sure. You can do it right now.
Cool.
We will add it to the screen. Okay.
All right, so I know that people are moving more and more towards VS Code, but I am an Atom purist. Atom is the text editor that is provided by GitHub, which is coincidentally owned by Microsoft anyways. If you want what I was doing, you need to go to an install and search for a package called Hydrogen. Hydrogen allows you to write Python scripts in such a way that you can actually interact with them even though they're scripts, as though they were Jupyter notebooks. So let me show you that once more. Why you want this and why it's cool is you can highlight blocks of text and actually send them to run such that I'm just like continuing to send this to my Jupyter kernel. And then once it's complete, I can actually like peek inside and see what's happening at each of these moments. So I've got this coin flipper right here. I can actually build this function by pretty much sending it to a Jupyter kernel. And then I can actually access that function. Oops, if I call these bits in order. I can access the function like this. So it's like a really nice way to poke and prod and see what's going on. So this is with Atom and a plugin called Hydrogen. Both are free.
Okay, and we have another question. I think it's also for you. Is Hickory available on Windows?
Not yet. I haven't used a Windows machine in like a decade. I need some help. So it's an open source project. If you are a Windows expert and know how to work with the Windows scheduler, get in touch. I'd love to be able to support Windows. For now, it's just available on Mac OS and Linux.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Well, it's not a question, actually, it's like a will. I want to see what is possible with Python web tools. Is it possible for you to answer this kind of question?
I can answer it in like 20 seconds by showing my screen once more.
Okay, let's do it again.
Okay, so I've created this tool called Gazpacho. I wrote a dev post recently on why you should care. So if you look devto max Humber, you'll find an article about how beautiful soup is 2000 and late. So you can go through that, but what you might be interested in is I've made a website called scrape.world. So you can go to https://scrape.world, go to some of these challenges. All of these are like different endpoints. So if you click on one of them and go to challenge, you can actually have the challenge as well as the solution code on top of it. So this is supposed to teach you web scraping, and it's kind of a nice jump off point for that.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next question is for Miroslav. Do you have any tips for how to convince your team that spending time reworking how you handle names is time well spent?
That's necessary. If you don't want to lose customers, and if it is important to them, then you will have to spend the time.
Well, actually, I have nothing to add. It's really an important question, I guess. So let's go further. The next question is for Sebastian. How would you manage that sort of situation, pip installing in the wrong place and needing to clean up your versions?
It's actually quite common. First of all, there is a flag in pip that you can disable pip from running outside of the virtual environment. So if you want to make sure that you always run pip only in the virtual environment, there is a flag for that. So I started by enabling that, and now pip complains. So I had to create an alias to make pip actually run globally if I really want it. But then I usually, if I install something globally or with a wrong version, I just completely remove it and I try to keep them into virtual environments. And if something has to be installed globally, I use pipx. So currently, I don't think I have any pip packages installed on my computer, like in the default location.
Okay, next question. What's your experience with switching from version 2 to 3? Could you give some advices? Actually, it's such a common question, and I think it would be really great if all of you will add something from your personal experience. So we can start with Max and then go further.
Oh, I don't have anything to add. I've never programmed in Python 2, and I'm so glad that I haven't. It's nice to just start fresh. I'll defer to you two on this question.
Okay, Sebastian, what can you say about it?
Well, my first advice is to do this as soon as possible. I actually had a talk last year at Python Japan. If you go to my website, switowski.com, I had slides there, and I also linked to the talk where I talk about how you can actually migrate Python 2 projects to Python 3. But basically, you can do a lot of stuff with the automatic tool. So it really takes most of your work, and then you have to deal with the corner cases. And obviously, you really need to have tests, because without the tests, this is just not going to work.
Okay, Miroslav, maybe you could add something?
I hope you have done it already last year, because this year there is no Python 2 anymore.
Okay. And we have like a similar question a little bit, how to transfer Python packages when transferring from Python 3.8 to 3.9. We can start again with Max.
So I operate and maintain a bunch of different open source projects. I ensure that all those projects are going to be supported by at least 3.6 and up. I'm not ready to force the dependency of 3.9. I'm doing some things with like typed Python, and 3.9 and 3.8 have some really great new type features there. I just am not comfortable in bringing that into my code just yet, because a lot of people are still stuck on 3.6.
Okay, Miroslav, what can you say about it?
I didn't start using Python 3.9 until now, so I'm looking forward to it, but have no special experience. Would be probably similar to 3.7 to 3.8.
Okay, Sebastian, maybe you can share something with us?
Yeah, so if the question is about how to transfer Python packages installed on your computer, then what I usually do is I switch Python versions with pyenv, and then when I'm working on a project, I just create a new virtual environment and reinstall all packages. And that's kind of painless, it goes really fast.
Okay, thank you. The next question is actually, this question is from our team. What could you advise to those who are interested in ML? It's machine learning. So we can start with Sebastian.
I have absolutely no idea because this is not my area of expertise.
Okay, I see. Miroslav, maybe you can help us with this question.
Read a book, because just Googling randomly about some new stuff that you have no experience with, don't do that. If there is a software or some method that you are going to use for more than 1 hour a day, just read a book about that.
Okay, maybe you have some like specific books to advise
I have read the already book Hands-On. It starts with hands-on machine learning with and so on, but hands-on.
Okay, so please just look on the book Hands-On something. And next, maybe you can add something.
Yeah, I have a lot of expertise in ML, and I would echo what Miro has said. Read a couple books. The books that I can recommend are by Alan B. Downey. So he runs some website called Green Tea Press that also publishes his book through O'Reilly. Those are really great quality books that kind of get you up to speed. Another person to look at is Jake Vanderplas. He has a wonderful book about Python. And my more general advice is you've got to get comfortable with Python and not just the machine learning stuff. So this is obviously a Python conference. You're in the right place. I see that a lot of people are coming in from the analysis end and trying to work their way into ML versus from the Python language end and working it into ML. I think you're going to have an easier time if you go through the Python language way.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, what IDEs will require that we go through these steps? Because PyCharm makes it quite easier. I guess it's a question for Sebastian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Because as I remember, it appeared during your speech. So.
Okay. So, for example, I'm using VS Code. So I'm not using PyCharm, so I can't speak for PyCharm, although I have seen other people using it, and yeah, it makes a lot of things much easier. I just like VS Code. So with VS Code, when you create virtual environments with this .venv folder, then VS Code will automatically detect and start using it. Also, you can click in the lower left corner to change different Python version. And then finally, if you're installing global packages like I showed you with Black, you can also go to the settings and specify to use packages installed with pipx. So this can also all be done in VS Code, just requires a bit more configuration. And this is actually part of the thing that I'm talking in my course, upcoming course, how to set up VS Code for Python. So it can be done, it just requires a bit of more work.
Okay, thank you so much. The next question is, do astronauts use programming culture, or what transports use programming culture for open source? I think it's also for Sebastian, but maybe you all can answer it.
I have
a weird question.
I have absolutely no idea what this question is about.
Okay. Maybe something missing here. Okay, Max, maybe you can say something.
I have no idea what this is saying. Sorry.
We should go to another question. Well, what is the base language for Python's layout and libraries? We can start with Miroslav.
What is the base language? Like a programming language is Python, and human language it is somehow based on English, but I have no idea what the question is about.
Okay. And okay, let's go to another questions. We really have so many questions for you. Like for you, for Miro. Don't you feel that implementing a correct way to handle names is only important for people with ungeneric names and bad experiences with letters, mails, packages?
What is ungeneric name? There is no generic or not generic name. There are names of people. And I see that Robert Maxim, he looks like he also is beyond ASCII and probably also has got some troubles, issues with entering his name. So actually, it is important for everyone, because if you have a web app for your customers, then you don't know who is going to be your customer and who is going to use that form. So I wouldn't divide it.
Okay. Next question. Is it better to uppercase, lowercase the text with Python or with CSS? Pros and cons.
Why should you do that? No, I don't think that it's... Oh, okay, the question is whether to do it with Python or with CSS. With Python, you have the power to define the rules, how you want to do that. With CSS, I have no idea how CSS does it exactly. So I would not rely on CSS in this case. Because in Python, you have the libraries that allow you to use some rules well defined according to your language.
Max, maybe you can add something? No? Okay, let's go to another question. Okay, we have a question for everyone. In all of the versions, would updating the code makes your project seem old or not catching up? We can start with Max.
I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Like, should you be continuously updating your open source projects? I think so. If a project hasn't been updated in like a year's time, do people look at that and distrust it? Probably. I like to schedule updates to my open source projects kind of like every quarter. So I know that I'm just doing small bug fixes, making sure that it does run on the latest version of Python. If I see a project that hasn't had a commit in 2 years, yeah, I'm probably not going to use that project.
Okay. So Miroslav, Sebastian, do you have something to add to the answer of Max?
I can maybe speak from like not working on open source project, but from working with like standard commercial projects. So if I understood maybe I didn't understood the question correctly, but basically if you have a project, let's say written in Python 3.6 and you want to update it to 3.7, 3.8, most of the time it's going to work without any problems and you will actually get some speed improvements for free. So I think it's always worth updating if you're working on a specific project, it's always worth updating Python to the latest version, just for the tiny speed improvements, which are not really tiny, but yeah.
Okay.
Usually the changes from one version to the next one are not so important, so it's easier to go step by step. And if suddenly there is in Python 3.11 there is suddenly some breaking change, then it will be more complicated to upgrade from 3.6 than from 3.10.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also have a question from me. Like, you know that many juniors are watching us right now. Maybe you could give some advices to those who just start working with this technology. For instance, how to find your first job, your first project. Maybe you could share your personal experience and kind of how to say it, maybe impress others, to influence others in a good way, so our juniors won't be so scary of becoming professionals. We can start with Max. Please tell us a little bit more about your journey, your experience, your first projects.
I actually started programming in R. And so coming to Python was a necessity because of where I was working. I actually dipped my feet into Python and got started because of web scraping. So web scraping is a nice little first project that you can kind of sink your teeth in, build a portfolio on top of. If you don't have any inspiration and just want to get into the space and want to do something, scraping a website is maybe a great place to start.
Okay, so Sebastian, maybe you could tell us about your experience, your advices.
Yeah, so how my journey with programming started is, well, I will start with that. So do you know those kids that they start programming when they are like 9 years old and they program video games or something? I was never like that. My father had gaming consoles, but when I was a kid, I was always playing video games. Then I got to the university and there were like 2 years of programming. On the first year, I almost failed the C. Then I barely learned the C++, and I really hated programming. But then I discovered web development, and this really clicked with me because you could really see, you write some HTML code, which is not really programming, but you can see the changes in the browser. So it's really rewarding. And that's how I got into programming. And then from web development, from HTML, I learned a bit of JavaScript and Python, and I stayed with Python. So, and coming back to your question about some advice to to junior programmers who are looking for a job, one great place is open source projects. So if you do some open source project, people will see this. One crazy way to get a lot of, let's say, fame or something like that, it's to start blogging. It doesn't matter if you're bad at writing, just if you build something, just write a blog post about it. And you'll be surprised how many people will see it. And sometimes someone will come and tell, wait, we actually do the same thing. Maybe you can work with us. So this is another really good way to get into finding a surprising way to finding a customer. And I guess I will leave the rest to Miro because I started talking too long.
No, it's okay. Yeah, so Miro, you can go on.
So how it started? So actually, when we're speaking about the computers, the big computers in the 70s and 80s, they were just as big as the room where you are speaking about them. But now, currently, I am in a quite small room, so definitely the computer was much bigger than the room I am in. But let's fast forward. At the beginning of this century, I started with Perl and built some web scraping, but a big data science system with calculating a lot of stuff. And then I was asked by my company to port it to Python. And the first thing was, why should I import RE, so regular expressions module? Because in Perl, it's natural. In Perl, you use regular expressions for everything. And then there was a book, Python for Perl programmers, where all concepts were compared. And this is actually something that you have to get under your skin, the concepts of the language. Read a book, read an introductory book, and then understand how the concept of the language works. If you come from a different programming language, don't bring your knowledge or your way of thinking from the other programming language. If your only language is English or Russian, don't bring your English or Russian or other language concepts into your programming. Be open and just loosen your immunity to new things. Be open to learn a lot of new stuff, and it will be rewarding, amazing.
Okay, thank you. And maybe you all could tell us about challenges that you faced while you were starting learning Python, while you were working with this technology. Maybe you're still facing some challenges right now, because it's also possible. We can continue with Miro and then go to others.
A few minutes ago, we were discussing about the technical debt. That means that, do we have to update our library to the newest version or not? And this is a problem of every team where the money comes from exterior. We have to decide what are we going to concentrate to focus on. And there are piles of technical debts that just accumulate, and we have to decide, are we going to get off the fire that is still burning somewhere, or are we going to build new stuff? And this is actually one of the greatest challenges, to find time and to focus on the right things.
Okay, Max, which challenges have you faced?
I think a challenge that someone can encounter if they're just starting is being attracted to the shiniest new library. I think that there are a couple of tried and trues that you should just stick with. If you're learning ML for the first time, just learn scikit-learn. Don't get distracted by some of the new tools. You got to know your pandas, but more to the point, maybe don't fully rely on libraries. Sort of understand how they're being built up in the first place. Like get used to a couple of standard library imports, maybe like random or the email module. Like get familiar with the basics before you go out and play with all the shiny new tools.
Okay, Sebastian, what about your challenges?
I can't think of any challenges that I currently face. When I was starting with Python, my transition to Python was like really nice because I moved from PHP and Java to Python. So I was like super happy. And actually, when I was starting my first day in this company that was where I was supposed to use Python, I didn't know Python back then. And my supervisor picked me up from the reception and he had this t-shirt saying, "I enjoyed learning Python. It was a nice afternoon." And I laughed very hard and I realized it's actually not that far from the truth. So it was a nice transition and I can't really complain.
Okay, by the way, may I ask you, like, what is better to choose nowadays, Java or Python? Because these technologies, these languages, they are really so popular. And maybe some of our juniors are facing this question right now, like what to choose. Which benefits do Python has?
This is the question to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you can answer it and others. It's
Yeah.
something.
Well, since this is a Python conference, then I'm obviously gonna say Java, go for Java. But no, it really depends. I like Python more. I think a lot of people like Python more than Java, but there are still so many jobs in Java, so that really depends on the job market. I wouldn't get attached to a specific programming language if maybe there is this really great company where you want to work and they require a Java programmer. But I would say Python is better, no, honestly.
Are you saying that just because we are on the Python conference, or it's your honest opinion?
I haven't used Java in a long time. I saw it has changed a lot. It picked up some things from Python, like lambdas and stuff like that. And I mean, it's more ubiquitous. So you have mobile applications. It's easier to create some packages that you can distribute. But yeah, both have different use cases.
Okay, Miroslav, maybe you can add something from your experience.
I was also young. I also wrote Java. It's difficult to speak about Java in a remote conference because for Java you need lines that are like this, and my place is only like this. So an entire Java line doesn't fit on my screen. And what I like about Python is that it's readable, and that if you are reviewing your older code, you can tell about every line, why is it there, and you can remember when you wrote it. There is usually no auto-generated code in Python, and that's beautiful because it is there is no extra like cabbage next to your food that you have to provide in order to understand what you are writing.
Okay, Max, do you have something to add?
Yeah, JavaScript and Java are both languages that I am glad I don't have to play around with. I really don't have anything much more to say. Python is awesome, and I'm very privileged that I get to work in Python.
Okay, thank you. So I think our attendees now, they have more inspiration to keep learning Python because they see your experience, your cases. And I see that we have another question for Sebastian. Can I use for different versions of Python for Blender, Anaconda, Rose? Maybe here, use Python idle without having conflicts. Just using Banff has not been helpful so far. Yeah, so there are some mistakes in this question, but I hope that you understand it.
Yeah, I think you can, because venv is more for packages. Pyenv can be used for modifying Python globally on your computer. So you basically modify the path environment variable, and when your computer searches for Python executable, it's gonna find this one from pyenv. So if you're using a tool like Blender or Python idle, and it's looking for Python command, it's gonna pick up the one from pyenv. So I would say yes, it's going to be easier. I won't say it's going to be like super easy. Maybe you will have some issues, but I would say, yeah, go for it, and it should be possible to do this with different software.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to ask you like more common question about the future of the Python, because today we've talked a lot about how good this technology is. Maybe you can make some predictions. How do you think will it become more popular? Will it have more people who are working with this technology? Like, please simply say what do you feel about the nearest future of Python. We can start with Sebastian, I guess.
Sure. I don't follow the Python core developers mailing list, so I don't know what the future will bring. There are some challenges, like Python on mobile doesn't really exist. Packaging Python packages, it's also, well, we have those tools like Beware and Kiwi, but it's not yet there. So there are some challenges. I like to see how with each new Python version, we get some speed improvements, so that's also important. And as for the popularity, can Python actually be even more popular? I think it's one of the most popular languages, so it's probably gonna stay that way. I also like to see that Python is becoming quite often the introductory programming language at universities or even like in high schools, because when I was starting, I had to start with C. And C is not the language that you want to teach kids when you want to get them hooked up on programming. So you show them a turtle and they can move the turtle, and that's fun. You show them pointers and this void function, this is not fun.
Okay. So Max, what's your opinion on the future of Python?
I'm spending more and more time with Swift these days, and I really like the approach that Swift takes to protocol-oriented programming. I really hope that Python has a good story to that in the future. I'm not going to guarantee it. It would be awesome to see, but I'd love to see protocols come to Python in a real way.
Okay, Miroslav, can you add something?
In the nearest future, there will be Python 3.10, and there will be some code that will break on that, because there are people who compare the versions based on the text, and 3.10 comes before 3.9, and that's the problem. So check your code and fix it if possible.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also wanted to ask you about the diversity in Python community, because like here we have men on our Q&A panel. Maybe you can share your insights. Is it popular among women to use Python? Do you have really lots of women in the community? Because nowadays it's really like popular question, because IT sometimes IT as a field still being for men, like more popular among men. So maybe you can say, have you noticed that women are also started working with Python more frequently? We can start with Miroslav, I guess.
I'm involved in the organization of PyCon Germany, the largest German Python conference, EuroPython, meetups. I know a lot about PyLadies. There are many women in the community. So I don't find it a problem or some underrepresentation problem, because there are code of conducts that pay attention actually to avoid any discrimination or anything like that. So I'm happy to see that, and I don't think that that's an issue.
Okay, yeah, actually, that's right. Max, what can you add on this?
The only two communities I know about are R and Python, and for the longest time, I would say that R was a little bit more accepting with R ladies, but it's nice to see the work that PyLadies is doing to bring more people into the fold.
Okay, Sebastian?
I can't speak from a personal experience because I work remotely and I usually work with some small teams, so I haven't worked with many women. But I also see that like at conferences there are more male speakers. But as Miroslav said, there are those communities specific for women, and I see they are growing. There are a lot of those workshops like Django Girls. I actually was a mentor at Rails Girls, and it was really amazing experience because all those girls from different backgrounds, like lawyers, they had an idea for an app. They wanted to learn programming, so it was really amazing feeling to be part of this community. So I hope it's gonna change in the future, and I hope that I don't know if Python is an open and welcoming community. I'm not a girl, so I can't speak for them, but I hope it is, and I hope they will get more encouraged.
Okay, thank you so much. So we all hope to see more women on our next summit because we have some speakers already, but we hope that we will see more women next time. So we have another question. Hope you are not tired yet. So it's for Max. Can I use Hickory for other careers besides web scraping?
Oh, that's kind of a tough question to answer because it's like, can I use Python for more than web scraping? Absolutely. You could use scheduling for a lot of different things. I'm specifically using scheduling for some of my web scraping tasks, but it's certainly not limited to that.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, how do pinv and pip interact? I
I
guess
guess
it's for
it's for
everyone.
me.
Oh,
Or
okay.
everyone can answer, and I guess it was for me because it's related to my talk.
Okay.
So they are separate tools. So PyEnv, you use PyEnv to install Python version, and this Python version comes with pip. So you install different version of Python with PyEnv, and then it comes with pip, and then you use pip just to install packages.
Okay, thank you so much. So I see that it was the last question. So I think it's time to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoyed being with us, with our audience. So actually, you can share the links to your websites, to your social media in this chat so others can follow you and be inspired by you. Thank you so much. And maybe someone wants to tell something to our juniors. You have such possibility right now. Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. So thank you so much. So we really hope to see you next time on our next events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So now I wanted to say you all thank you for being with us today, and I wanted to invite you to our World Software Architectural Summit. It will be held on the January 26th, and now you can see a QR code on the screen. You can go to the website and get 20% off. So during this summit, you will learn what challenges leading architects face and how to overcome them. You will understand the difference between solutioning and solution architecture. You will find a way to build long-lasting solutions for the business. And also, you can plunge into the implementation of topic-related technologies based on live cases. So please, don't lose your chance. Go to our website and you can book your ticket right now. So I was today with you for these amazing 4 hours or so, and I'm happy to announce that right now we have a break. So you have time to make a cup of tea or coffee, whatever you prefer, to rest a little bit, and we will come back soon. And my colleague will introduce you our next speakers. So have a good day and hope to see you next time.
Hi everyone. My name is Victoria and I'm going to be your host for the next couple of hours. Please let me know if you can hear and see me well. In case you are facing any technical difficulties, let us know in the comments so we can fix them ASAP. So I hope everyone is in a great mood and staying safe and comfy in your homes. Hope you are ready for the next fresh and interesting information. Please don't forget to ask comments to our speakers, as we are going to have a giveaway between our participants who is asking the questions in for our next event for senior track. So don't miss your chance. And we actually are ready to present our first speaker, and it will be Tobias Günther. Tobias, hi.
Hello, hi.
How are you doing today? How is your mood?
Thank
Ready for your speech?
Absolutely, of course. Thanks for having me. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Okay. So while we connecting Tobias' presentation, I would like to first tell you a little bit about him. Tobias is the CEO and co-founder of Tower, a popular Git desktop GUI for Mac and Windows. During the last 10 years, Tobias has helped countless software developers become more productive with Git through blog posts, workshops, keynotes, and his book, Learning Version Control with Git. Great. So, Tobias, how do you feel about our event?
Oh, it's wonderful. And especially in these times with Corona keeping us all at home and making conferences so difficult. This is a welcome change of pace. Thank you. Yeah.
You already attended or maybe performed in some online conferences before?
Yes, especially in the last couple of months. If you want to attend a conference, you have to make it online or virtual. So I've been on some, and mostly it's a good experience because, well, it's better than nothing, of course. You can't go to normal conferences, but in general, it works quite well. I was surprised to see that it works so well. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So welcome Tobias with his topic, Undoing Mistakes with Git. I'm sharing your presentation right now.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And hi, everyone. You've already heard the introduction, so not too many words about me. We'll start with the topic right away. 17 ways to undo mistakes with Git. It's not going to be 17 because we don't have that much time. It's a little bit longer normally, but we'll have 10 or 12 of those problematic states, and I'll help you get out of those. So first of all, a couple of words on why I chose this very topic, speaking about undoing things, undoing mistakes with Git, because that's sometimes how I feel, that little man here in the middle of the lion cage. There is so many things to go wrong in a complex software project. So many things can break, and actually Git is our safety net. Git is there to save our necks, to help us. And not every developer knows what you can do, what you can undo with Git. Git has lots of different tools for undoing mistakes, and I think it's good to know that they are there, and of course how to use them, and that should help you sleep a little bit more easily at night. And a couple of more words about me. You heard it in the introduction already. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tower. It's a Git desktop GUI for Mac and Windows, and we've been around for almost 10 years now and have helped around 100,000 people all over the world work more easily with the Git version control system. This workshop, my session here, will not be about Tower, about using Tower. It will be about using Git on the command line, and in some cases I'll show you how to do it in a graphical user interfaces too, but you'll see everything on the command line. And I'd say let's get started and let's get our hands dirty. I'm wrapping up my sleeves. All right. Case number one, to start very, very simply and to warm up, discarding all local changes in a file. So for a couple of cases, we'll be looking at undoing local changes that we have not yet committed to the repository, right? And let's see how we can undo local changes in a file. So let's see what we have. Git status shows us, okay, we're in a very simple web project, of course. And let's take a closer look at what we did with imprint HTML. So git diff imprint HTML. And we'll see, okay, I did a couple of changes here. And let's say this wasn't my best work, and I want to undo those changes and get back the last committed version of that file. And to do that, I can simply use git restore and the name of the file, imprint HTML. In the past, you would have used git checkout to do that, and you can still use that, but there's a newish command called git restore that is more well, that is more clearly geared towards this use case. Git checkout has so many different meanings, and git restore is really only responsible for undoing things, for restoring changes. So I advise you to use this one. So let's do that. And if I hit git status once more, voila. Imprint HTML is not amongst the changed files anymore, so we undid all of the local changes in that file. Wonderful. So let's see what we have. Git restore and the file name. Along the course of my little workshop here, you'll see those yellow warning boxes. And first warning box, I'm very sorry, but that's life. So when we talk about discarding uncommitted local changes, you need to be a little bit careful because you can't undo that, right? They've never been stored and saved to the Git repository. So if you throw them away, if you discard them, they're really gone. So be a little bit careful with these commands. All right, let's get a little bit more interesting and more granular, let's say. Not always are all of our changes in the file bad, of course. Most of the days we have good changes and bad changes, and we sometimes don't want to undo all of them, right? We only want to undo parts of them. And so let's see how we can do that in Git, to undo only parts of the changes in a file. And this is case number 3. And again, let's have a look at what we have. And let's take a closer look at index.html. Git diff shows us the exact changes in index.html, and you'll see, okay, I have one chunk of changes up here. I manipulated a little list, and then if I hit space, I can see, okay, there's a second chunk of changes, a second area of changes. And let's just say the first one is genius work. We want to keep that, but the second one is really crap, and we want to get rid of that, right? Keep the first one, get rid of the second one. Okay, let's see how we can do that. Again, it's git restore, but this time with the -p flag, because we're going down on the patch level, right? We don't want to do that, don't want to erase all of the changes. We want to go down on the patch level and decide for each patch or chunk what we want to do. And we want to do this with index.html. All right. Okay. Git now steps through all of the chunks in that file and asks us what we want to do with that particular chunk. Don't ask me what all of the letters and the options below mean. I don't know. I want to sleep at night. But the question is pretty simple, right? Discard this hunk or chunk from the work tree. And we said, this is good work. So no, don't discard it. N. But for the second one, please throw that away. Discard this one. So yes, Y. And return it. All right, let's see what we've done. This is Tower, by the way, the graphical user interface that we make for Git. And we've worked on index.html, and you can see the second chunk is gone. We undid that, and the first one is still there. So if you want to do something like that in a graphical user interface, you can do that here too. Discard chunk. Voila, gone it is. And you can also go one level more granular. You could also say, well, this and this line, these two lines, I want to undo those, but keep the rest. This is also possible. In a very, very granular way, you could also say, this line should be part of the next commit, so I'm going to stage that, but the other line shouldn't. So the question you might have is isn't this a little bit over the top? And I would say no. I think it's really helpful to go about discarding and staging changes on such a granular level. Why? Because there's a golden rule in version control, and that says to create granular commits, to create semantic commits, commits that only wrap changes from a single topic. You shouldn't mix different topics in the same commit. And if you want to work with changes in such a way, then discarding and staging chunks of changes or even lines makes perfect sense. All right. So this is git restore -p and the file name to go down to the patch level. All right, we're leaving now the cases where we work with uncommitted local changes, and we now manipulate committed history, right? We're changing commit history from now on for the rest of the workshop, for the rest of the session. All right. And again, we'll start with something very easy and get more complicated towards the end. So the first one is fixing the very last commit. And because this is so common, everybody has either a typo in the last commit message, or they forgot to add a certain change that should have been part of that commit. We'll look at how to undo or correct, more aptly, these two things. All right. This is case number 5. And let's have a look at what the situation is. And you can see here, typos are so embarrassing. There are so many typos in that commit message that we have to correct it. And let's go and do that. Okay. So on the command line, you can just type git commit, and -- amend is the secret sauce. So if you're using amend, you can manipulate, you can fix the very last commit, only the very last one. And with -m, I can provide a better commit message. Typos are indeed embarrassing, very embarrassing. If you mistype, embarrassing. No, looks good. Okay. And if I do that, then let's see what happened. And voila, you might have seen it flicker. The commit message is now corrected and looks as it should look. Wonderful. The second use case or scenario that you have quite often with the very last commit is that you forgot to add a change, right? And you can do that very similarly. You can just add the change to the staging area, git add on the command line, and then again use git commit amend. I'm doing that here. Amend index.html, and you'll see index.html now is also part of that change set. It wasn't before, but now it's also part of that change set. So we added that to the last commit. So I think it's time for another yellow warning box. Yes, I'm right. So amend is one of these commands that rewrites history. I'll show you what I mean by rewriting history. But the one rule you should take away from this session, the one rule is you should never change history of commits that you have already pushed, that you have already shared on a remote repository with your team. That's the one important rule. Don't change committed history that you have already pushed. Why? Because people might have based their own work on that pushed commit. And if you change that, you're getting in trouble, right? And I'll show you what I mean by rewriting history. So let's take another look at the history here. So this very last commit, this one, at the moment it has a commit hash of DAAB4F10, something like that. If I amend once more, I can do that as long as I want to. Are indeed very embarrassing. Amend. And you'll see the commit hash has changed, right? So what this means is that Git has to exchange, to swap out the commit under the hood, the old one, and replace it with a newer one. So it's not possible to just open that up, make some corrections, and then close it again. It really throws away the old one and puts a new one in place of that one. So this is what I mean by rewriting history. It's really quite a destructive way to work with your history, but if you know how to use it, no problem. All right. Number 5, let's see. Number 6, okay. reverting a commit in the middle. So the good news is not everything is bad in this scenario, right? Everything that came after the bad guy, C2 is the bad guy, is fine. We want to keep that. And before is also okay. It's just this one that's the bad apple here, right? C2. And revert has quite a non-destructive way of correcting mistakes. Revert, it doesn't go and rip out C2 and throw it away. It doesn't do that. Instead, it creates a new commit, a reverting commit. This one here, the C4. And this commit automatically contains changes with the opposite effect, right? So if I did this here, about this project, changed into about, then Git is clever enough to understand, okay, if I reverse that change, then everything should be fine, right? And that's how revert works. See that in practice number 6. And again, let's have a look at what we have. We need to find something to revert. All right, let's pick this one. Let's say this is the bad apple, and we want to undo this one, right? So first step is I need to remember the commit hash of this bad commit. So I'll copy that to the clipboard. And then on the command line, I can just use git revert and the commit hash of the bad guy. And this is it. And I now get an editor window. Why am I getting an editor window? Because, as I said, we are about to create a new commit that corrects the mistakes in that previous commit. And this is the reverting commit. I will keep what Git proposes, because this makes quite a lot of sense. Revert this commit here with this commit hash. I'm good with that. So just save and close. And then we have to return to tower to see what changed. And voila, here is the new commit that contains, let's see, the opposite changes. And this, of course, makes this one undone, right? It corrects that mistake. All right, git revert and the revision hash of the commit you want to undo. Now, number 7, reset. Reset is a little bit, it's a different use case and a different scenario, because here we really want to turn back time. We want to go back to C2 and forget everything that came afterwards. So this here, any later commits should be gone, should be, air quotes, deleted, right? So let's see how we can use that. All right, case number 7. And let's see what we have. Okay. Okay, so let's say we'd like to return to this commit here and forget everything that came afterwards. These 2 newer commits should be gone, and we want to return to this revision here. All right. Again, we need to remember the commit hash of the revision we want to return to. So copy this. And on the command line, I'm going to use git reset. I'm using that with the -- hard option, and then the commit hash of the revision I want to return to. Let's take a look. And voila, you saw it flicker, the screen flickered, and we're now back at this revision, and everything that came afterwards seems undone, seems to have disappeared. Voila, wonderful. Now, you've seen me use -- hard, so there must be other versions or options too. And that's correct, of course. There is hard, there is soft, there is keep, and there is mixed. I can never remember what soft and keep do, so I'm living a happy life with -- hard and -- mixed. You've seen hard already. Hard means no local changes should survive. I want to have a clean working copy after working with hard. And mixed is a little bit different, so let's take a look at that, what that does. So again, we're going to return to this revision here and undo everything that came afterwards, right? But these later commits, of course, they had or have a change set, right? So this one contains this change set, and this one contains a couple of changes, and mixed preserves those changes as local changes in the working copy. That's the big difference. I'll show you what I mean. So let's again return to this one, reset. In Tower, we call it keep changes. On the command line, it would be -- mixed. That's the thing, the same thing. And voila. So we're again back at this revision. Anything that came afterwards is gone, but this time in the working copy, we have all of the contained changes in those erased or deleted commits here as local changes in the working copy. And I could say, well, let's discard this one. I don't want to have this. And let's hop into the editor and make some more changes. So you're a little bit more flexible with mixed if you want to use that. Reset -- hard and -- mixed. All right, for the next 1 or 2 cases, I can never remember, we're going to use a very special tool in Git, and that is called the reflog. You can think of the reflog kind of as Git's diary. It's a journal where Git logs or protocols every movement of the head pointer. And what's a movement of the head pointer? It's when you check out, when you commit, when you merge, when you rebase, when you cherry pick. Essentially, all of the more interesting actions are protocoled here in the reflog. And this, of course, makes it very valuable if you have a problem, of course. So what can you do with the reflog? For example, this here. Just in the case before, you remember that we used reset to undo everything that came after a certain commit, right? We returned to C2, and we really did that using git reset. And sometimes you have number 3 and number 4 follow. So you notice, oh, damn, I shouldn't have done that. And the panic emoji follows because you think, well, I just deleted valuable commits. I need to have those back. And this is possible using the reflog. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, this is case number 9. And let's have a look at the scenario. Well, let's break something first so we can undo things, right? So first of all, let's again return to this revision here, to this commit. And so I'm gonna right click and say reset. I don't need to keep changes. So on the command line, this would be git reset -- hard. And voila. So I'll give you a second or two to notice, oh, damn, this was bad. I shouldn't have done this. I want to have those commits back. And this is where the reflog comes in. So let's see. Git reflog is the command on the command line, nothing more. And now we see that journal that I just mentioned, that I just presented. And the journal, the items are sorted in chronologic order. So the topmost item is the newest item. And if you take a closer look, the topmost item says reset. All right, we just did that. So the good news is the journal is working. That's the action that we just did. And if we want to undo that, we can just return to the state before. So I'm going to copy this commit hash here to the clipboard. And then on the command line, I could just use git reset once more with the commit hash. That's totally possible. I prefer to go a different route, to use git branch, because I think it's a little bit more elegant, and let that new branch start at the revision that we think we've just lost. Okay? Let's see what happened. Okay, happy ending branch. And voila, it also contains the 2 commits that I think I had just lost or deleted. Very good. I think we saved the day. A little trick in Tower, if you want to do that in the graphical user interface here, let's again mess things up. Let's go to this branch here. So let's reset. Don't need to keep changes. Voila, bad situation. We shouldn't have done that. And in Tower, since a couple of versions, we've built something in that allows you to undo almost anything simply with Command Z. I can just use the keyboard shortcut Command Z like you would do in an editor, in a text editor, to undo what you just typed. And if I do Command Z, I undo the very last Git command. I can use that with merges that have gone wrong, with resets, with discarding changes, even with deleting branches. So very, very flexible, and you don't need to know the underlying Git command to undo that. Very practical. Okay, that was Git reflog. Now, this is also a true classic, moving a commit to a different branch. In many teams, there is a convention that says, don't directly commit onto master or develop or any other long-running branches you have. There are often these conventions that say, don't commit directly to a long-running branch. They should only receive commits by integration, right? By merging or rebasing, but not directly commits. And yet, sometimes we do commit on master directly, even if we shouldn't. And I want to show you how to undo that and how to move that over to the correct place. And let's say that in this scenario, we should have moved it to an existing feature branch and not on master. Let's see how we can do that. Okay, this is number 12. And again, let's look at the scenario. So master is our current head branch, and we have the very last commit that says newsletter sign up page. Well, we have a feature newsletter branch here. So I think this should have been there, right? This commit should have actually been here. So let's move it over, okay? First, we have to move to the feature branch. Just double click to check it out. And then use cherry pick. A very practical tool. Use cherry pick to pick just that single commit over. All right, let's take a look. All right, feature newsletter now contains the commit that it should have contained in the first place. And the second part of that cleanup solution is to make sure that master is clean, because master should not contain that commit, right? So we're going back to master, and we're using a simple reset. You've seen that already in the session. We're resetting and undoing the commit on master, right? So master is clean, and feature newsletter now contains that commit that we should have committed there in the first place. All right. On the command line, a little bit more work to do. Check out the feature branch, then get the commit that should have been there via git cherry pick, then go back to master and clean up using reset. You see, reset -- hard head tilde -1. Head tilde -1 means one commit behind the head, so you don't have to copy commit hashes all the time. It's a little bit more practical. All right. Interactive rebase. For the last couple of cases, I think we have 2 or 3 left, we're going to use interactive rebase. Some people call that the Swiss Army knife of Git tools. I think it's quite apt, quite fitting, because a Swiss Army knife has lots of different tools, right? But it's still a knife, so you can cut yourself. If you keep that one general rule in mind that I gave you, to not use these little tools that we're using now on commit history that you have already pushed, that you have already shared on a team branch, then you're fine. Most of these tools that I showed you and show you today, they are for cleaning up your, let's say, local commit history, your own commit history. So as an example, you have a feature branch that you've worked on for some time, and before you integrate that back into a team branch, you want to clean that up, right? You want to remove commits that shouldn't have been there. Maybe you want to combine multiple commits into one. All of that you can happily do with the tools I'm showing you. That's what they're there for. All right. So what can you do with interactive rebase? For example, edit an old commit message. Now, you might remember case number 5, I think, where we used git commit amend to undo or to edit an old commit message. That's true, but that only works for the very last commit. Anything older than that, you have to use interactive rebase for, right? Amend is only possible for the very last commit. Anything before, interactive rebase. So this is a pretty simple case, and so it's pretty good to show you or to help you understand how interactive rebase works in general, because no matter what you're doing with interactive rebase, there's a general structure to it, and I'll show you how to do that or what it is. So there are 3 general steps with every interactive rebase action. The first one is asking yourself, how far back in history do I need to go to manipulate some part of history that I want to change, right? That's a first step, how far back. And then number 2 is to actually start the interactive rebase session. And then you will see an editor window coming up. And we'll talk about that in detail just in a second when we do that in practice. Just 2 little notes. First, the commits here in that window will appear in reverse order. I'll explain why in a second. And the second thing is we don't perform the actual changes in that editor window. And I'll show you what I mean just right now. Okay, so this is number 13. And let's see what we can change. Okay, let's say we want to change the commit message of this one here, right? So step number 1 with interactive rebase is how far back in history do I need to go to manipulate this part of commit history? And the answer is at least to the parent commit. So I have to start my interactive rebase session at least here. I could either copy the commit hash, that's fine, or I could do a little bit of counting. So this is head -1, 2, head -3. So we'll start here. Git rebase -interactive head ~3. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is the editor window that I just mentioned. Let me just close something here. Okay. So the first thing that I mentioned is the order of commits is reversed. So if you take a look at this one, improve headline for imprint is here down at the bottom. It should be at the top, right? This is the most recent item, but here it's at the bottom. Don't worry, this is okay. Nothing's broken. From Git's perspective, this is correct because Git will reapply with an interactive rebase. It will reapply every old commit step by step, and it starts there. So, okay, so this is the first thing. The second thing that I mentioned is we do not make our changes right here, right? We don't do that. We only, let me undo that. We only mark up what we want to do with this commit. There are different action keywords that you can use, and you see them here documented down below. And we want to do a reword. We want to use the commit, but edit the commit's message. So we're just marking up that commit here with reword. We save and we close. And voila, I'm getting a new editor window. Why is that? Now, finally, now I can do my actual change. I can actually change the commit message. So what do we want to do? Optimize the markup structure. Very important change, I know. Save and close and take a look. Voila, here it is, optimize the markup structure. So we just used interactive rebase to manipulate very old, potentially, commits in the history. All right. Git rebase. Yeah, we have 2 more cases. So this is actually my favorite, to be honest. Why? Because it's so damn practical, very, very practical. So the problem is we made a mistake, right? Number 1 is we made a mistake, and it doesn't matter what we did. We might have forgotten to add a change. We made a typo. We should have deleted a file. We should have added a file. Doesn't matter what's wrong. We made a mistake. And the normal reaction is that we create a new commit that corrects that mistake that we did here, that we did earlier in C2, right? But the problem with this approach is if I do that a couple of times, original commit and the fixing commit, or the band-aid, right? The band-aid over the wound. Original band-aid, original band-aid. this is horrible to read. It's really complicated for other people to understand what you did there, because actually this here shouldn't be there. This shouldn't exist. It should be part of the original commit. And this is what we're going to do right now. Fixup, a tool in the interactive rebase tool belt, is doing exactly that. It takes that band-aid commit, that non-semantical commit that shouldn't be there. It applies it to the original and then throws it away. It disappears. Very beautiful solution. So let's see how we can do that. This is number 16. All right, okay, let's see. So, yeah, let's say this one needs fixing, right? We want to fix this one because it's broken. And let's also say that we already have the solution here in the working copy. I prepared a change in error HTML. Currently, this is not part of the change set, right? Only about and imprint HTML are in a change set. So this here makes the commit complete, right? Let's go. Okay, so on the command line, we're going to use git add error HTML. We're adding that to the next commit. And then we're going to commit that, git commit, but not a normal commit. We're going to use fixup. And we need the commit hash of the commit we want to fix, right? So I'm going to copy this one here. This is the one we want to correct. This is the one we want to fix. And you can read that line as follows. With this new commit here, I want to fix up this old commit here, right? That's the way to read this. All right. So you might have expected fireworks and magic, but I'm sorry. So far, there's a new commit. Okay, well, not very impressive, but it contains, there's something going on, right? There's a prefix, fix up, exclamation mark, so something's happening. Okay. The second step of this solution is to actually start the interactive rebase session. And first part or first step in interactive rebase, how far do we need to go back? At least, so this is the one we want to correct. So we need to start at least here. So head -1, 2, 3, 4. Git rebase dash interactive head tilde 4. Again, the editor window that we know. And wait a second. Well, my bad. I did a mistake. The second part of that secret sauce, that's good that I can show you that, is to use auto squash. Right? So the first part is using fixup when you make the commit, and the second part is using auto squash. And with auto squash, things look better. Yeah, wonderful. Very good. So Git did two things for us, and the short version is we don't have to do anything in this editor window at all. Git did everything for us, but I'm going to show you what it did for us. So the first thing is it marked up that ugly band-aid fix commit with the fixup keyword, right? You can see here line number 2 is marked up fixup. This is the band-aid commit. And the second thing that Git already did for us is it reordered the lines, right? So actually this one here, the fixup change headlines commit, this is actually the topmost. So actually it should be here at the bottom, but Git already reordered it. Why did it do that? Because fixup, the rule for fixup for that action keyword is this one is combined with the line above. So by marking up line number 2 here with fixup, we're going to combine with line number 1. And that's what we want, right? We want to apply this old or this fixup, this band-aid commit, and apply it to this commit here, right? So long story short, I'm sorry, you don't have to do anything in this window. Using -- auto squash does everything there is to do. Save and close. Save, close. And let's see. All right, so two things happen. First, that ugly band-aid commit, it's gone, right? It's not there anymore because it shouldn't be there, right? It's not clean. And let's look at this one here. Wonderful. So this is the broken commit, and we just fixed it by adding error HTML to its change set after the fact. Beautiful. If you want to do that in Tower, very, very easy. Instead of all the work on the command line, you can just drag a certain commit and hold the Option key pressed. Voila, that's going to be a fix-up. Very, very simple and very powerful. You can just use interactive rebase right in the commit history here by using drag and drop. I can reorder, combine, anything I want. All right. Commit fix-up for creating that Band-Aid commit, and then using git rebase interactive auto squash to start the interactive rebase. All right, last case. I think I'm just in time. It should work out. This one is to tell you what interactive rebase can do. Short answer is anything. In this case, we're going to open up an old commit and have it in the local working copy with all of the changes for editing again. Very flexible. So let's see how to do that. And this is number 17. I'm not going to show you how to do that on the command line. This involves quite some typing. I'm showing you this in Tower so you know it's possible. And you can do that later on. Let's take this one here. Let's edit this one. So we have a couple of changes here, 3 files. And if I right-click and say Edit, Tower is opening an interactive rebase session here, right? And all of the changes in that commit are now back in the local working copy, and I can work with those. So I could say, well, this here really didn't make sense, so discard this one, and I'm gonna commit this and this as commit number 1. And this here was a totally different topic, so I should have made 2 commits instead of 1. Commit number 2, and continue closes that. Let's take a look. Voila, we just split one old commit into 2 completely new ones. Very, very flexible and very powerful. All right, I think I have a minute left or something, close to the end. So again, let's say it again, caution when you use these tools to rewrite history. Don't rewrite commit history that you have already pushed or shared on a team remote repository. Don't use them for that. Amending, rebasing, interactive rebasing, even reset sometimes. Use it for your local, for cleaning up your local history. Then you can take out the screenshots if you want. I have made 17 videos. We don't have the time to show all of the cases. Here, you can download them here for free. You'll get 17 short videos with those cases and a cheat sheet. So if you want to dive into the cases a little bit more in depth, you can do that. It's free to download. And if you want to give Tower a try, so I think this recording or the slides will be available. We have a special at the moment for you guys, 50% off for the first year if you want to give Tower a try. I think it's a good way to get started until beginning of December. All right, I think I stayed within my time constraints. Am I right? I hope so.
Yes. You actually still have 4 minutes, so
I finished early. Okay, no problem. No, I'm fine. I think
great.
we're good.
Thank you so much, Tobias. Okay,
Thank
so we actually had a question here.
you.
I'll show it on a screen.
Yes.
Here it goes. Can we see it? Okay. You have commit C3 that is working on the same line of code as the change from C2, and then I rewrote C2. What happens to C3?
Okay, so in all of these tools that I've shown you, in interactive rebase, in even in amend, if you mess it up, there can be a merge conflict, right? You can produce a conflict because two changes are working on the same line and blocking themselves. So this can always happen in these cases. and then you would have to just solve the conflict manually, because the machine it just doesn't know what version you want, if you want A or B, so you have to tell it. So this is always possible, but it's not tragic. Don't panic. It's just a conflict.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tobias. We'll see you soon in Q&A panel. So everyone, please prepare your questions for Tobias. So we will have a lot to discuss on our Q&A. And Tobias, Günther, for you. Thank you, Tobias. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. See you later. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. So before I announce our next speaker, I would like to ask you, what is more convenient event format for you? 24 hours at a time or 3 days for 8 hours each? Send me your answers in the chat. I will be happy to see your opinion in our chat, whichever suits you best. And I also remind you that we have a giveaway for 2 tickets for our senior track of the next event, Java Case Study Festival and Solution Architect Summit. So don't forget, don't miss your chance, and leave your questions. And we're already ready to meet our next speaker. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Victoria. Great to see
It's
you.
Mark Smith. Nice to see you too. So, before we connect in Mark's presentation, I would like to tell you a few words about Mark. So, Mark is developer advocate for MongoDB, but the interesting things about him are that he makes an excellent old-fashioned cocktail. He likes to design custom useful things for 3D printing. He has a terrible mechanical keyboard habit, and he talks too much in the pub. That's a great beer, actually. And I also would like to ask you, what are those custom useful things for the 3D printing? Can you name
Oh, the
some of
useless things. So I have one behind me, actually. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Move the green screen out of the way. It's an illusion. So this is something I designed to go on the side of a mug. It holds a single biscuit on the top. Excuse me. So I designed that after my daughter tried to balance a biscuit on the side of a cup of tea and ruined it when it fell into the cup of tea. So yes, that's one of the examples.
That's great.
I don't like them to be too useful.
Yeah, it's still fine. So, Mark is going to present us his topic, which actually has quite intriguing name. Everything you know about MongoDB is wrong. So, please, Mark, I'm connecting your presentation.
Okay, thank you very
And the
much.
floor is yours.
Oh, hello everybody. Greetings from Edinburgh, Scotland. My name is Mark Smith, although I'm generally known as GD2K online for reasons that aren't as interesting or funny as you might imagine. And as Victoria said, I'm a developer advocate at MongoDB. I joined MongoDB in December last year, so I've nearly been there for a year. And before that, I'm relatively old. I've been working in software for quite a long time as a developer and administrator for many different products built on things like MySQL and Postgres. I've built a whole load of things on SQLite and on top of Redis, CouchDB, Solr, and various other databases that I've forgotten or don't want to mention. But weirdly, I had never actually used MongoDB much before. So a year ago, I had to go through a really intensive learning experience, both for the interview and then after I got the job at MongoDB, to learn really what MongoDB was and how to best use it. So among the many things that I learned about MongoDB, there were 2 principal things that I really learned. And the first, obviously, is that MongoDB is awesome. And the other, which is the subject of this talk, is that almost everything anyone says about MongoDB online is wrong. So over the next 35 minutes, I'm going to attempt to set some things straight about what MongoDB is, what it isn't, and how it works. So this talk is primarily aimed at people who don't currently use MongoDB. So either you've used a much older version of MongoDB, which is really quite a different product, or you've never used MongoDB at all and you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you use MongoDB regularly every day, you probably have a really good idea of what it is and how to use it. But there's a lot of detail to the talk, and perhaps you might learn something new anyway. But first, I want to just get this out of the way. There's this animation on YouTube where these two dogs, I think they're dogs, have a conversation where one dog tells the other how great MongoDB is using slogans and jargon and really very little link to reality. Or the other dog counteracts with some actual facts and some downsides to maybe using MongoDB and has a much better picture of what's really possible. And increasingly, the dog gets annoyed with the fanboy dog and its lack of understanding of what's really important. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is when I started at MongoDB, when I got the job, a friend of mine sent me a link to this video just in case I hadn't seen it already. Now, this video was published in 2010. It's 10 years old. And the myth here is that you all think that nobody at MongoDB has seen this video on YouTube. And nothing could be further from the truth. This is my colleague Max. Like me, and everyone else at MongoDB, he has seen the video on YouTube. He's wearing the t-shirt that we had made, that various people in my team have. If you were to go to our head office in New York, you would see more or less every laptop in there has a sticker of this character, and he's kind of the unofficial mascot of MongoDB. But for some reason, everybody outside of MongoDB thinks that we're not aware that this video exists. But we are, and we like it, and it's really funny, but it is really, really out of date. So if you're getting your understanding of what MongoDB is and isn't and what it's good for from that video, then it's definitely worth sticking around for the next half an hour or so to watch the rest of this talk. And if I can ask one thing of you, it's please stop posting links to this video to MongoDB employees on social media just in case they haven't seen it, because they have. So now that we've got that out of the way, I'll give you just a very brief overview of what MongoDB is at a high level, because it's worth knowing what MongoDB is before I start talking about the things that people think it is, that it isn't. So you probably already know that MongoDB is a database server, but you don't run it like this. MongoDB is a distributed database server. So you run it in a cluster of at least 3 machines. Now you always need an odd number to achieve quorum. The 3 machines, when they're all up together, they talk to each other and they have an election and they pick a machine to be the primary. The primary is the machine that your code will talk to. So whenever you ask say our Python driver, PyMongo, to talk to your cluster, it will talk to the cluster, find out which machine is primary and connect to that. That machine is responsible for answering any questions you have of the database, sort of responding to any queries, but also taking all the updates to the data. So any inserts or updates or deletes that you're making to the data go through the primary, are applied to the primary, and then streamed to the secondary servers after that. So it should be obvious just from that basic description, because you're always going through the primary, that this isn't for scalability. It's not for performance or scaling the number of requests. It's specifically for redundancy. The reason you have more than one machine is so that if any of these machines go down, the other machines can take over the responsibilities for handling the data. It also neatly allows things like zero downtime upgrades. So it's actually really straightforward to take one of these secondary machines out of the cluster, upgrade the software on it, and then put it back in the cluster again, and then take another machine out and put that back in until all the machines have been upgraded. Now, if you want to, you can override that feature of always connecting to the primary and talk to one of the secondaries as a read-only server and take advantage of the fact these machines aren't under any read load. You can use that for, say, analytics. But you have to understand that because the data is being streamed via the primary, that data might be slightly stale, which is, again, is usually okay with analytics workloads, but you just need to understand that that's a compromise that you're making by talking to the secondaries. So, what do we store in this database cluster? Well, we store collections of documents. Now, a collection is like a table in a relational database, but it doesn't impose any structure on the data that you're storing. There's no column definition for a collection. You can actually apply a JSON schema to the collection to enforce a structure on it if you want to, but generally a collection is actually just a bunch of, it's just a bucket that contains documents, and the documents can have no relationship to each other and not share the same structure if you want to. That's not necessarily a very good idea. We recommend that if you're storing documents in a collection, that they should all at least share a subset of similar structure. And a document looks like something like this document that I've got up here on the right. It's a map of keys and values, equivalent to a Python dict. This document here is from our sample movie database. It's a movie called Blacksmith Scene, and the entire plot is that a blacksmith is hammering on an anvil, and then he stops and he wipes the sweat off his brow, and then he takes a swig of beer, and then he goes back to hammering on the anvil again. It's 1 minute long, and it's from 1893. It's basically a TikTok movie from 1893, which I think is kind of cool. But specifically looking at this data, I just want to point out just a couple of things that maybe weren't immediately obvious when you looked at it. Now, the first is that it's hierarchical. So some of these values aren't scalar values, they are also compound values. So the value of cast is itself an array or a list. So it's a sequence of values. And IMDb is another dict, or another, in JSON or JavaScript you might call it an object. In MongoDB parlance we call it a subdocument. So you can go down, within reason, you can go down as deep as you want in terms of these sort of rich hierarchical document structures. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that this document has two values that aren't JSON types. And I'll cover that in a bit more detail in a second. But the first ID up here is an object ID. So that's a native MongoDB type that I'm not going to cover in any more detail. But it's not something you can store in JSON natively. And the released value is here is a Python datetime, native datetime object. But it was converted to that by the PyMongo driver, the Python driver that you use for talking to MongoDB. And what it really indicates is that MongoDB can store native timestamps or datetime types in the database, and the driver knows how to handle that with whichever language sort of ecosystem that you're working with. So, having just covered at a very high level that MongoDB is a database for storing documents, let's go ahead and bust some real myths. So the first myth is that MongoDB is at version 2.4. So if you were to install Debian Jessie on a Raspberry Pi and run apt install MongoDB, you might expect to get a reasonably up-to-date version of MongoDB, but you don't. You get version 2.4. On Ubuntu, you get 3.6, which is more up-to-date, but still quite old. There have been, since 2.4, there have been 8 major annual releases. We're on version 4.4 right now. In the last 8 years, the entire storage engine has been rewritten. Lots of issues have been fixed. Lots and lots of new features have been added. So it's really a very different product. It's equivalent to comparing Python 2 to Python 3. It's just, they're related, but it's a very different thing. Now, myth number 2, and I've already kind of referred to this, is that MongoDB is a JSON database. It's the most pervasive myth about MongoDB. In fact, even some of our documentation refers to it as a JSON database. And if you go to the MongoDB homepage right now, there's a heading that says that MongoDB stores rich JSON documents. But it's not true. MongoDB is a BSON database. Now, BSON is a binary format. It's kind of equivalent to JSON, but it's much more efficient to store and traverse than JSON. This isn't just a matter of storing text and then passing it in the database. Now, this may sound like a slightly niche point, but it's important because BSON is totally fundamental to MongoDB. Now, as well as including some of those extra data types that I mentioned before, and the ones you really care about are, there's a whole load of numeric types for accurately storing different types of numeric data. There's native dates and time types for storing timestamps and those kinds of things. There's also an efficient binary blob format for storing binary data, so we can efficiently store binary data inside a BSON document. But BSON is everywhere in MongoDB. The binary protocol used to talk to the server is BSON. Database queries are actually BSON structs. Now, in Python, you would build them up as a dict of keys and values with some of the extra types coming from either the BSON library or just native Python types that are automatically converted to BSON. But fundamentally, they're BSON structs that you're building that describe the query you want to run. Database results, because MongoDB stores BSON, database results are provided in BSON. MongoDB is a BSON database. And if you read about MongoDB online, especially in places like Hacker News, you will often hear that MongoDB doesn't support transactions, that it's a base database. Now, base stands for basic availability, soft state, and eventual consistency. Now, I've already covered that MongoDB is a high availability database. It runs in a cluster. It maintains availability, providing there's enough machines for a majority in the cluster that you've configured. Soft state refers to an idea that if you don't keep refreshing the data in the database, it will disappear. And this is very much not the case. MongoDB is not a cache, it's a database. It's a general purpose database, so it's not soft state. And finally, the E is eventual consistency. MongoDB isn't eventually consistent either. If you're talking to the primary, you will always be receiving completely consistent data because that's the authority on the data that the database is storing. Even if you talk to one of the secondaries, even if you override that detail and talk to the secondaries, data is streamed sequentially to the secondaries. So although it might be slightly behind the primary, it's never inconsistent. There's no merge step regarding data coming from different servers. MongoDB is in fact an ACID database. It hasn't always supported transactions explicitly, but it has supported explicit transactions for 3 years now. Transactions were added in 4.0. In 4.2, the year later, that feature was extended to support sharded clusters as well. So you get full, atomic, consistent, isolated, and durable transactions. But despite this, explicit transactions aren't so necessary in MongoDB. They're not used so much because updates to documents are atomic and always have been. So if you're storing your rich hierarchical data in a single document, even if you want to update that document in multiple places, those changes will be applied atomically. So just the ability to store rich data in a single document and those updates to be applied atomically means you don't usually, you try to avoid updates to multiple documents or across multiple collections if you can. But despite this, if you do need to run transactions across collections or across documents, that feature is there for you now if you need it. Now, related to the transaction myth is that MongoDB doesn't have relationships. In fact, I saw this on Twitter about 2 days ago. And this hasn't been true for quite some time. I can't tell you exactly when joins were added to MongoDB, but they have been in there for quite some time. There is a type of query called an aggregation pipeline that allows you to do queries across collections. And I'm going to show you an example in a moment because it's kind of cool. But again, because documents can already store rich hierarchical data within a document, if you're modeling your data the correct way for MongoDB, it's usually less necessary to pull data in across multiple collections because those relationships are already stored in a single document. If you're doing too many transactions or too many joins, it's a code smell, essentially, that the design of your database may be off. So it's worth having a look at some of our documentation on data architecture and anti-patterns to see if perhaps that there's an improved model for storing your data. Aggregation pipelines have been around forever. Even MongoDB 2.2 supported aggregation pipelines. They're a weirdly underused feature. For some reason, people don't seem to get to that point in the documentation, even though the method begins with A and is often at the top of the documentation for collections. Now, an aggregation pipeline allows you to specify a series of operations that are conducted on one or more collections. So there are a series of instructions that will be applied in theory to every document in a collection, although in practice it's usually not because they make use of indexes to optimize some of these features and the actual documents that you're applying things to. They're super powerful and they can get quite complex, but here's one with just one single stage called a lookup stage. Now, a lookup is an instruction to do a left outer join on another collection, and then it will embed the results in the returned data. This lookup joins orders to inventory where the item field matches the SKU field in inventory. And what it'll do is it'll add an array to the return document called inventory docs. Now, that first sentence on the right-hand side there is actually slightly wrong. It's actually connecting orders.item to inventory.sku. It's just a mistype that I forgot to correct. What you get from this is a document that looks something like this. So what we're looking at here is actually an order record, an order document, but at the end, it has this array added called inventory docs, which was described by the lookup state. So what it's done is it's gone off to the inventory collection. It's pulled in all the documents that match the query that was described in there. And you can describe more complex queries if you want to. And then it's embedded the resulting documents in this array. So here there was only one related document, but potentially you can have many in there. And I think it's particularly interesting that not only does MongoDB support joins, this ability to embed related documents rather than just repeating rows, which is what a relational database does with this kind of query. I just think it's really intuitive. Now, myth number 5, which is maybe a little bit more niche, is that MongoDB is about sharding. And you'll often hear people talk about sharding as a cool feature of MongoDB, and it totally is. It's a core and cool feature of MongoDB. Sharding, if you haven't come across it before, is when you divide your data and put each piece in a different cluster. So you run multiple clusters and each cluster holds a different subset of your database. It's a technique for dealing with huge data sets that you can't conceivably store on a single RAID array, a single disk array. But there's a fundamental issue with sharding, and it looks like this. This is just an illustration of it. If you divide your data in two, you now have 2 clusters. Now, I said before, a cluster is a minimum of 3 machines, so you need a minimum of 6 machines for your 2 clusters. But because now you're running queries across multiple clusters, and the queries need to be sent to the correct clusters for the query that you made, and possibly more than one cluster, and then the results need to be aggregated together. You need a special server to manage that called a shard server. We call it the daemon MongoS. And if you want high availability for MongoS, you need at least 2 of those. So as soon as you start sharding your data, you've gone from a minimum of 3 machines to a minimum of 8 and possibly more. So it gets quite expensive quite quickly. And in fact, this is horizontal scaling, adding more machines to your cluster. Clusters even also make your data slightly harder to manage, and they add some query limitations. And they're not optimal in all circumstances. So before you start jumping at sharding as a solution to your problem, it's definitely worth looking at vertical scaling instead. So as you've been building your data set and adding more data to it, hardware has been moving on at an incredible pace. And scaling is mostly about RAM. It's mostly about the amount of documents you can store in RAM. So potentially you can buy more RAM and put it in your machine, or pay for a larger instance, which may well be cheaper now than it was before. If you're CPU bound, if you're running the kind of queries that are highly computational, then you may need a faster processor, or potentially you just need a larger or faster disk. Check out what your bottlenecks are and potentially handle those in hardware before you start thinking about dividing up your data and running it in shards. Sharding is better. It's either better for these really huge data sets, which you can't store in a single machine, but that is a relatively niche problem, usually for very large companies with lots of money. One more interesting use for sharding is storing data more local to users. So if you have users in, say, Asia Pacific and some others in Europe, you can shard on the location of the user that owns that data. And then when they run queries against their local MongoS, it will usually pull back data from their local cluster because that's their local shard. And that means they get faster responses to their queries, which can be quite neat. But sharding well is really difficult. And again, before you start looking at any of this, you should be aware that MongoDB actually runs a platform, a database as a service platform these days, which will store your database on your favorite large cloud of choice, or potentially across multiple clouds if you want a multi-cloud solution. It will scale your database up and down as required, so you're only paying for the amount of the amount of storage and processing that you actually require. Backups and redundancy will just be handled for you. And there's some extra features like a charting product, free text search, serverless functions, and a bunch of other things that will just work seamlessly with your database. There's also, if you just want to try this out, there's a really generous free forever plan. So if you want to build something, if you want to just get started to try things out, or you want to build something that will only ever have a small amount of use, like hosting it on Atlas is going to be free for you, which I think is pretty awesome. So why do people talk about sharding so much, given that it is a relatively niche solution for incredibly large data sets? Well, first, sharding is cool. Like, having sharding as a built-in feature is genuinely a really cool thing. It's insurance against your data growing too big for a single machine. But the real reason people talk about sharding when talking about MongoDB is because before MongoDB 3.2, the database could only really use one core because it had a global lock in the database, a bit like the global interpreter lock in Python. Now, it was fine back in 2009 when it was released and your server didn't have very many spare cores. But obviously, as we reached the limit of Moore's law and they started making machines faster by adding more cores to them, this became a significant problem. And the way clever DBAs got around this was that they would shard their database for the number of cores that they had in each of their servers, and then they would run one of each shard on each machine, so one for each core. And that allowed them to get all the completely parallel usage of all the cores on their machine. This problem went away 5 years ago. So there was a new storage engine released for MongoDB called Wired Tiger that was released in 2015. And so this problem has completely gone away. So if people are talking about micro-sharding your MongoDB cluster, then you need to get them to go and read the documentation about how MongoDB actually works now. Another myth that really needs busting is myth number 6, which is that MongoDB is insecure. People will tell you this, especially on Hacker News. And I think it's one of the more unfair myths about MongoDB. And where it comes from is that the default in many Linux distributions used to be that MongoDB could be accessed, it would bind to the network without authentication set up. So you would get an empty database, there'd be no authentication, which meant that somebody could, as long as you can connect to the network socket, you can connect to the database. Now, this often wasn't a problem because there would be a firewall in place, either the Linux distribution's own firewall, or if you're running in a cloud, there would be the cloud that, say, AWS, the firewall that AWS sticks on top of you, in front of your machine, blocking all ports. And this is fine when these relatively inexperienced developers were working on a single machine, so they're building their app server and their database server on a single instance. But then they decide to move the app server to a new server, and suddenly it can't communicate to the database anymore. So they would Google for how to open that port up on the database server, open the port up to the internet, and then somebody would steal their data and publish it on the internet. Nowadays, so a bot would connect to your machine, encrypt all your data, and add an extra document to your collection telling you where to send Bitcoin to get your data unlocked. Now, I would argue that if you put an unprotected database server on the internet, then that's kind of your fault. But it's definitely true that this happened too many times and the defaults could be made better. So for quite a while now, MongoDB has refused to connect to the network unless authentication has been set up, or unless you provide a flag to MongoDB when you start it up to specifically say to override this security restriction. And so at least now, somebody wanting to make MongoDB insecure needs to go and read the documentation on how to do that and see all the warning flags about not doing this thing. Other than this, other than fixing these defaults for how MongoDB does authentication, MongoDB uses industry standards. It uses TLS for encrypting the connection, the socket to the database by default. Scram SHA-256, which is an industry standard for password exchange, hashed password exchange, is used for, well, exactly that, authenticating with the database. There are some extra interesting security features specifically about MongoDB that allow you to do things like encryption on disk or client-side field-level encryption, which encrypts your data before it even is sent to MongoDB, in some cases in ways that where it can still be queried if necessary. So you have a bunch of options also for compliance about keeping data secure. It feels related to the security thing, but another pervasive myth about MongoDB is that it loses data. And it's very difficult to argue this because there really aren't any evidence that we've received that MongoDB has ever lost data. We take durability incredibly seriously. If you ever lose any data at all, raise a ticket in our Jira instance. It doesn't matter if you're a paying customer or not. Like this is the highest priority type of bug that we would ever receive. And it's difficult to prove that MongoDB doesn't lose data, but it is durable. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be used by banks like Morgan Stanley and Barclays and others, or a bunch of other companies in other industries where data consistency is absolutely essential. Behind the scenes, we've paid for Jepsen to develop and run tests against MongoDB clusters, reproducing these difficult network conditions like network partitions in a reproducible way, and then testing to ensure that MongoDB does the right thing regarding committing transactions and things. And those tests have raised bugs. They were meant to, and those bugs have been fixed in patch releases later. So make sure you're up to date. Make sure you are keeping up to date with these things. These are very difficult problems to solve, but MongoDB is durable and it is trusted by companies that cannot afford to lose their data. One of the reasons that MongoDB has this reputation for losing data is you get to choose your durability level based on your requirements, and many developers aren't aware of this. I guess because they haven't read the docs. But you can make the trade-off between performance and durability with MongoDB. And I think in this case, perhaps our defaults could be better. And it is an ongoing conversation within MongoDB about whether we change this. So the default write concern for saving data in MongoDB is 1. And what this means is that when you send data to be saved to the primary, you will get, as soon as that is committed to a single database, which will be the primary, you get an acknowledgement that your data has been received. Now, the problem with the write concern of 1 is that if the primary, after sending you your acknowledgement, goes down with a fatal disk failure, that data record will be lost because it won't yet have been sent to the secondaries. Whereas what we recommend is that you use a write concern of majority. And what this means is if you've got a cluster of 3, it will be written to at least 2 machines before you get acknowledgement that your data is safely stored. If you've got a cluster of 5 machines, it will be stored on 3 of them before you get this acknowledgement. So that just means that a majority of your cluster or all of your cluster would have to go down for you to lose data. This is how you choose durability over performance. However, if you really, genuinely in certain situations, you can choose that you may want to lose data in these rare circumstances that one of your nodes goes down with a catastrophic failure, you can choose to do that if you wish. So the myth that really sums up everything I think I've said in this talk is that MongoDB, like any database, is a big and complex thing. And although it's really easy to get started, at some point you're going to want to take advantage of that power or optimize your database or scale it out in a way that's not straightforward. And at that point, you're going to want to know how to use MongoDB correctly. And you're going to want to know all of the features of MongoDB so that you can get the best use out of them. Now, we can help you with that. So MongoDB documentation, I genuinely think, as a relatively new MongoDB user, the documentation is excellent. It's constantly being expanded and revised, and you can comment on documents that you don't think solved your problem so that we can revise them again and make them solve your problem. On top of that, there's a lesser-known utility, which is MongoDB University, which is a series of online courses, free online courses, diving deeply into different areas of MongoDB development and administration to help you become a true expert in MongoDB. I highly recommend those. And finally, there's the MongoDB community forums, which is a set of forums that allow you to ask questions that can be answered by not only other MongoDB users like you, but also the people who develop MongoDB itself. That's a great resource for finding solutions to your problems and asking questions about MongoDB. So MongoDB, like any database, is a big and complex thing. Like any database, or indeed any tool, your use of MongoDB will be better if you learn what it is, what it isn't, and how to use it effectively. So hopefully this has helped to some degree, and I think we've got some time for questions, but you, unlike most people on the internet, will now mostly be right about MongoDB. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Okay.
It was really interesting and amazing presentation. So
Thank
we
you.
have a few questions here, and here comes the first one. So when starting to learn Python for backend web development, should a beginner learn to use MongoDB over MySQL?
Absolutely, definitely, without any hesitation. No, more seriously, I work for MongoDB. Of course, you should be using MongoDB, but it does depend on your use case. So MongoDB is a general purpose database, much like MySQL. And I started out with MySQL. That was the first sort of enterprise level database that I ever used. And there are certain things that aren't well modeled in a document database that can be better modeled in a relational database. Like if your data is sort of highly interconnected and there really aren't sort of pieces of data you can extract into a sensible document, then MySQL is probably going to be a better choice. But in the majority of modern web applications, like data is relatively self-contained. So you've got all the data related to, say, a user that actually you can store together. You've got all the data that could related to a product that can actually be stored together. And the way you can get around having like shared data that is repeated in those documents, you can actually repeat it in those documents. So disk space is cheap. So you don't necessarily need to have these sort of shared collections that you need to then join to every time you're trying to pull in an item of data. Unfortunately, I can't really genuinely say yes or no. It depends on the problem you're trying to solve. But you should definitely learn the characteristics of each of the systems that you're considering so that you can make the best choice.
Okay, thank you. Also, I can see in the comments that some people are saying that they don't know about MongoDB. So could you please tell, for example, what are the 3 or 5 main points what one person should know about MongoDB?
Okay, so one of the things, I don't know that I explicitly said this in the talk, but MongoDB is really easy to get started with. One of the sort of recurring things that's occurred to me over the last year is like, why didn't I use this before? There's so many problems that I've tried to solve with, let's say, I like relational databases. I've been using relational databases for years, but modeling in them is not trivial. It's not easy. So it's like you need to understand not just like how to write a query and how to join tables, but you also need to understand kind of how to structure your data correctly for the kind of queries that you're going to be running so that you can efficiently, in terms of duplicating data maybe into tables, denormalizing and those kinds of things, how you want to model that stuff. There's this sounds slightly trivial, but there's a personal project that I've had for years, which was to build a database of cocktails. And it's slightly non-trivial in that an ingredient in a cocktail is sometimes another cocktail, right? Or it's another recipe. And so you've got this sort of linked data. And I got a reasonable way into this project in Django a few years ago, like building everything as a model and having everything in as related in the database. But it took ages. And eventually after a few weekends, I just thought, this is too much effort. And I built the same thing in about half a day at MongoDB, just like, oh, this is the structure of the data that I have. It's like we've got these multiple ingredients, we've got the descriptions, which are multiple steps, and you just dump it in the database. So that's the first thing, is like it's really easy to get started. Adding, querying, updating documents is pretty simple. If you're coming from a relational background, it is different. So it is a different thing that you have to learn. As I also mentioned, it's like it gets harder. So it's like just because it's easy to get started doesn't mean there's not stuff to learn. It's like if you're not going to read the manual and you're just going to learn the basic CRUD operations and then think, right, I'm done now, then at some point you're a year down the line, you're going to go, I want relationships, and you're just going to quit the database. You move to MySQL and you're going to write a really angry post on Medium raging about how terrible MongoDB is. Because I've seen that before. I could point you at some posts. So it's definitely worth actually at least skimming the documentation to find out what the features of the database are. So the documents thing is cool. Like being able to store rich documents is cool. Another thing I really like, there's the ability to watch the database. So there's a call in the MongoDB driver that is literally just called watch, and it's an iterator over events in the database, and it just sits and blocks in PyMongo until somebody updates a record or something, and then at that point it just fires the data to you. So you can do these neat things where you can just like watch a document and potentially like push data up to the web browser via WebSocket instantly as soon as that data's changed, instead of having to continually poll the database or have a trigger that does something clever. It's just a way of writing triggers in essentially whatever language that you want to, and run them on whatever machine you want to with every library that's available in, say, Python. It's a neat feature. I don't think that was 3 or 5. That was just me waffling about MongoDB for a while, so I apologize.
It's completely fine. Okay, so we have here one more point or questions. What's good example where using MongoDB would bring more advantages than SQL databases? For maybe you have some specific examples.
Oh, that cocktail thing was actually a really good example. So it's really, as I mentioned before, like the main feature of MongoDB is this ability to store these rich hierarchical documents that aren't necessarily related to any other documents in your database. That is kind of your bread and butter of MongoDB. So if your data is primarily like siloed by user or siloed by product or something like that, then MongoDB is absolutely the first choice. It's really easy to use, and I would definitely start with that. Yeah, I mean, that would be my sort of core example.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mark. I think we should now start with our Q&A panel. So because Tobias is right here, I can see him, he is waiting. So everyone, I will ask you to leave your questions right in the comments again. So Tobias and Mark will be able to answer them. And before we start our Q&A panel, I would like to say a few words that I know that it's not always possible to stay awake and alert for the entire 24-hour stream. That's why we provided recordings for all of the speeches of Junior Track for you. You can buy a package with all Junior Track for $14.90 on our website. I will share it in the comments. And the earning from the fee we put back into the editing process to be able to provide you with the highest quality content. Okay, I think we can start now when we have a few questions here. Let's start with first one, and it will be on the screen right now. So, is Python helpful for someone who graduated with a master in software administration or of information systems? So
Who wants to go first?
Mark, that's a good question. I'm not a Python guy. I'm a Git guy. So,
oh, really?
Do you have a background in Python? Can you answer Python questions?
I can answer that question. Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead.
I always say you can't go wrong learning Python. Yeah. It is not the fastest language in the world, you know, when you run programs that are written in Python. But it's not just a good language for beginners. Like, it introduces you to the topics of development sort of slowly, or whatever speed you're comfortable. But it's also, you know, a fully featured industry standard language. Like, you can learn it. In some cases, like, people go to school and learn it at school. My daughter has had some classes, and she's 13. And then you can go and get a job writing Python code in production. At some point, maybe you need a language that's faster or runs in less memory or is maybe better at writing desktop software, and then you might want to look at a different language that's better for that. But I think you can't go wrong learning Python because it fits in so many domains. You can build web software. You can build data software, which I think is the thing that I think that's gradually becoming the majority market for Python developers, is just data science and data engineering. There, right? Absolutely. And so, yeah, and the other thing is, of course, it combines well with other languages. So it's relatively easy to write a Python wrapper around code that's written in C or written in Rust or a number of other languages. And so it grows with you well. It's always my default. I can program in quite a few programming languages, and Python is always my go-to, because even if what I write ends up being too slow, I can always rewrite it in another language later, having solved the problem in a language that doesn't get in my way. So...
Okay, Tobias, would you like to add something?
Well, I think, as I said, I'm unfortunately not a Python guy. I'm more of the Git version control expert here on the track. But adding maybe that machine learning is a big topic for Python. I think, Mark, you're nodding. Okay, so that's correct. So if you want to go into that field, which is very, very trendy and very hip at the moment, then I think Python is the best language probably to learn if that's what you're in for.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more question. I think this one will be for Mark.
Definitely.
Live that you'd like to recommend for someone who is totally new to the MongoDB.
Okay, so I was involved in a user group sort of meetup before MongoDB Live in Dublin a couple of weeks ago, and the two talks that really stood out for me was there was a talk on data architecture, which again I kind of touched on with this talk. It's that you can make a basic data structure in MongoDB and it will usually work for you until you have lots of data or lots of users, and at that point you need to start thinking about how you store your data efficiently for the kinds of queries you're going to be making. So I'd really recommend that if you're just, if you know how to use MongoDB but you're really looking to get beyond the basics, that talk will blow your mind. It's amazing. There was also, I didn't get to see this unfortunately, but there was a talk with somebody from Sainsbury's about how they use MongoDB and how they've got use out of it. And I really like those real world use cases where you find out, like, hopefully not just the things that went right for them, but also the things they struggled with and how they overcame those problems. Like that kind of learning is just priceless.
Okay, thank you. And our next question here, is there a good next step language if you know Python and JavaScript? Tobias, maybe.
Do you want me?
I think if you know these two, I think you're not limited in your next step. I mean, in our company, we're big with Ruby, which I think pairs well with Python, or is also a very beautiful language, and I think Python is also a beautiful one. But if you know Python and JavaScript, the sky is the limit. You can go anywhere. It depends on the project you want to build. So of course, if you want to have something that runs on these little devices, that's an Apple one. So go for Swift. If you want to build something for Android, then you're going with Java. So I don't think you're limited or you have to go into a specific direction. It's a project you want to build, and then the best language for that project, I think.
I think if you're looking to learn new language concepts, then pick a language that's completely different. So as Tobias said, is it Tobias or Tobias? Sorry.
Either works.
Okay. Python, JavaScript, and Ruby are quite similar language. They're dynamically typed languages. They're actually good in very similar spaces, except for the fact that JavaScript obviously runs in the web browser as well. But I think if you're looking to so I think Tobias is right in terms of if you have a project, pick the right language for that project. But if you're specifically looking to learn more programming skills, pick a language that's completely different. Pick something like Lisp, like a functional programming language, or something like Haskell, because it's just like you'll be exposed to concepts you've never considered in Python or JavaScript or Ruby or Java or any of those. Potentially like a statically typed language like Java or Swift actually is a really good example, because obviously then you can go and write iOS and Mac stuff, which is great. Rust, I've been learning Rust for a while now, and it's impossibly hard, so I don't recommend you pick that next. It is wonderful. The community is wonderful. It's incredibly powerful, but as I say, I can program in a lot of languages, and Rust has caused me more problems. More of a challenge than any of the others. I appreciate it. I feel like Rust is making me cleverer, but sometimes you don't necessarily want to be made smarter.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we have next question for Mark. Does MongoDB support advanced analytics?
It depends on what you mean by advanced analytics. There is a lot you can do in the database with the aggregation pipelines. You can write this series of operations that will group documents together, average values, or run various other statistical sort of calculations across values. So you can do calculations on the data that you have. But I wouldn't say like it's a full analytics engine built into the database. The kind of philosophy behind MongoDB generally, although it does provide some quite powerful tools within a database, the philosophy is really that your application should be written in code. You shouldn't be putting too much code in your database. And so your option would really probably be to stream the data out into your application and run the analytics there. Another use case, which is quite common, especially people using, say, Google's machine learning stuff, is to stream data from MongoDB into Bigtable, because everything in Google's analytics stuff runs off Bigtable anyway. And so, yeah, you use MongoDB as your source of truth. That's like where you store your data, but fundamentally the analytics is done from a sort of outdated copy of that, as it were.
Okay, and we have next question. I think it's for Tobias. Like, does a freelance developer need to know many Git commands? Do only developers working in large teams need to know all Git commands?
First of all, thank you, Anil, for finally bringing a good question where I can shine. Well, let's see. Yes and no. I think most developers tend to underestimate the value of Git and what you can do with Git. It's much more than Git status, Git commit, and Git push and pull. There's much more to it. And I think in general, there's a lot of potential to help you become a better programmer and to also improve code quality. I know that's not the answer you're looking for. Considering the different scenarios of a freelancer and a large team, I think both could use a lot of different Git commands, different tools in their tool belts. But as a freelancer, you will have simpler scenarios. You won't have the difficult scenarios with lots of long-running branches and then hundreds and thousands of tags and feature branches lying around, and you will have simpler workflows. I think that's the main difference between a solo or a very small team or a freelancer and the big teams. You have more complex scenarios, more branches, more conventions there. But I think both a freelancer and a large team benefits extremely from knowing Git reflog and know how to use submodules and interactive rebays. All of that is useful in both of those scenarios. They're more complex for Git for bigger teams, and they're more simple for freelancers and smaller teams.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I always find I have to Google the commands. I always can. I always find the answer I'm looking for, but it's that, especially when it gets around reflog. I had to undo some mistakes yesterday, and I was Googling reflog commands.
Were you successful? Did you save the day?
Yes. Okay. I beat myself against Git until it does what I want it to do. I know lots of people just delete their local copy and start again, but I can't do that. I will not let myself do that.
Don't give up. No.
Okay, and we have next question from Mark. What is the record minimum spec for a MongoDB production server?
Okay, I don't know. It depends on your definition of production server, but if it's just something that's doing something useful, we support Raspberry Pi as a platform. So it's like if you want to run a single node database, you totally can on Raspberry Pi. I have one here. I'm just on the end of my desk. And I wrote the blog post on how to do it. So Google, install MongoDB on a Raspberry Pi and read the blog post I wrote. But it runs on really low hardware. I've seen people claim that it's an enormous enterprise class database, which it's difficult to say anything against that. It's like, yes, it's a very powerful database, but it runs on a Raspberry Pi with no problems at all. It's great.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more question again about MongoDB. So, are MongoDB transaction ACID as relational engines like, let's say, SQL Server?
Yes, they are. Yes, we support transactions. They're enabled in the driver using context manager. That's how you code them. Also, as I said, within documents, implicitly, document updates are done atomically as well, and those will be the majority of updates you care about. But yes, if you want to use explicit transactions, they are fully ACID compliant, just like any relational database you might use.
Okay, thank you. And next question. Okay, is it possible to bring back a certain version of a specific file in Git? Not the whole project, just a specific file.
Yes, that smells like me. Yeah, okay, that's a good question. Yeah, it definitely is. So if you have watched my earlier session on doing mistakes with Git, you might have seen the git restore command. That's a little bit newer. You would have restored older versions with the git checkout command in the past, and since, I don't know, it's not very new, but it's pretty new. The git restore command is a little bit more clearly geared to that scenario. So you can use that, yes, you can use git restore and then use the -- source parameter to specify a specific revision from which you want to restore something, and then the file. So you can do that to a specific file, not the whole project. If you know that file at some point was good, it's not good anymore, then you can go git restore -- source the revision hash and the file name. And that should leave you with something good.
Okay, thank you. And we have next question. So what are the main advantages of Python over other coding languages?
This is me again, isn't it? It's pretty much what I said before. You can pick it up as a beginner language, but it will scale with you as you want to build more complex things and as you want to move from learning into building production products. It will scale with you. Although, I mean, so will Ruby and so will JavaScript. It's just, but Python is a particularly good language. I think Python's a particularly good language for it simply because there's such a large learning community based around it. You know, because so many people are taught it from scratch. If you want to learn Python, like, the materials are amazing out there. There's great books, there's great resources free online, and a great community of other learners that you can talk to. I think if that's probably it. Like, as a language, I don't know that it offers much more over JavaScript or Ruby, but as a sort of learning community, I think it's probably got the edge there.
Okay, thank you. And our next question. So, should developers start learning Git from console and only after be confident in what is going on switch to COM GUI apps, or it doesn't matter?
So Mark, this is beautiful. We don't have to fight over questions, right? Everything that is Git related goes to me. Everything else goes to you. That's good.
That's a really good question, though. I'm looking forward to you answering that one.
Okay, yeah. I'll try my best. So I think you don't have to start necessarily on the command line. What you have to understand are the basic concepts. You have to wrap your mind around the basic model in Git, around the staging area, for example, the index, the working copy, how that works, and of course branching. You need to understand at least, well, probably a couple more basic concepts. But off the top of my head, I think these three concepts: branching, the index, and how the staging area works in general, I would say. And I don't think you have to use Git on the command line to work productively or to start learning it. You can do that in a graphical user interface, but there's no way around getting to know these basic concepts. But you can read up, or you can watch videos on these concepts and then apply it either on the command line or in a graphical user interface. It's difficult. I think how far you want to go is also an important question. If you really want to go into the depth of Git, then you need to be careful. If you want to go there with the command line, you really have to dig deep. Then a command or a graphical user interface might be more productive for you, because if you've done an interactive rebase on the command line for a couple of times, then you know it's a lot of work, and graphical user interfaces can make that a lot easier, I would say.
I found Git so hard to learn, and it wasn't until I found some visualizations online showing what was happening to various changes when you sort of ran various commands. I can totally see how working in a more visual way can be a shortcut, because otherwise you're running these command line commands and then trying to work out what state you're in. It's like, okay, what did I do?
Yeah. How does this thing work? Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And we have next question. So, can I use MongoDB in Raspberry?
I can answer that, Mark. Should I?
Please, you go ahead.
3 questions before, I think you answered that, and it's possible. You really have that. You've done that, and you have a blog post on that. I will do the homework and read that. I promise.
So yes, you can run MongoDB on a Raspberry Pi. You wouldn't necessarily want to in a large production instance, but I mean, if it's a few users occasionally, it'll be absolutely fine.
Okay, great. And we have next question. So I'm Java Golang developer, and I wonder if Python supports concurrence.
Oh, that is a complex question to answer. Yes, but it's not as simple as in Go. And in fact, in many ways, it's not quite as simple as Java either. If you're talking about concurrency regarding threading, so Python, much like Ruby, has a global interpreter lock, which means that if you write concurrent code, for performance reasons, it will only it's restricted to one core on your processor. So you can use threads to become more responsive. So if you're writing an I/O application, like threads can be useful for that. But it's not going to make, if you're doing it for making use of multiple cores, that's not going to work very well. You need to go down the route of using processes explicitly and then passing them the data potentially via queues or whatever to make sure they have the data that they need to work with. It's just more complex. On the other hand, Python for various recent versions has supported async and await either as keywords or as kind of decorators and things. So if you're writing IO bound concurrent apps, you can do that relatively easily now. And there's a whole ecosystem of interesting web frameworks that work with the async frameworks in a kind of similar way to the way that Go does. But whereas Go, you can run those Go routines across multiple cores, like you can't do that with Python. It just can't move them off the main core. You need multiple processes for that. I think in terms of programming, if you're using threads, it's more equivalent to Java, but again, you actually have to use processes. It's not the best of all worlds, if I'm being honest, but it's getting better.
Okay, thank you. And our next question is this. So, how do you see the future of Python?
Oh, I don't know. I think Guido gets asked this at conferences, and I don't know that he knows what to say either. I think Python has quietly moved from being a web development language over the last 15 or so years to being primarily used for gluing together data and machine learning frameworks that are mostly written in C, or in some cases Fortran, because NumPy actually has a Fortran core, if I remember rightly. I think it will continue to exist in that kind of space as a glue language, but it's also, in my mind, it's not necessarily the perfect language for data data in production. So it's great for evaluating data and running ad hoc queries and things like that, but it's not great once you want to productionize it and you're dealing with vast amounts of data, because it's just not efficient at handling like calculations at speed. So again, you can then write your core like computational stuff in a faster language and use Python to make it easy to glue together. But is there a benefit to that? I don't know. So I think potentially it may lose out some of that space, and I'm not really sure what's going to take its place. I mean, there's been various contenders that don't really seem to have come through, at least yet. Like Julia was designed specifically for that purpose, and I don't know how much of a dent it's really made in that space. I mean, people like writing Python. It's the main thing that it's got going for it. So you have to persuade the programmers to want to move to another language, and I think that's probably the biggest challenge. But people are innovating all the time, so I think there's a chance that might happen. I think it will continue to work in the web space, but it is under lots of competition from JavaScript, which is just owning the whole stack. I mean, you don't even need to use Node these days, because you've got Deno, which is written in Rust and has some really cool features about it, and can interface with MongoDB because we have a Rust driver which is already integrated with Deno, just so you all know. So I don't know that I really sensibly answered that question. I don't know that I answered that question well, but I also don't think anybody really knows what's on the horizon right now. I can only really describe what's happening now that I see.
Okay, thank you. I would like to add something to this question, actually, like additional question. What do you think? What is the future of MongoDB? And again, for Tobias, what do you think? What is the future of Git?
Oh, I was first, wasn't I? Yeah.
Or do you want to? Or do you want to think about it?
It's always nice to have time to think. You go ahead. Actually, I would be very interested to hear your answer.
I go ahead. No problem. Take your time. You can use half your brain to process your own answer.
My brain does not work that way.
So I think that the future of Git, I don't think there is much missing from Git, to be honest. I don't think there's a huge pressure on the Git community to create any missing feature that's very important. I think on the performance side, there is something to do, but I know that I think especially Microsoft is working on that end. I think in cooperation with GitHub. I think that's right. To make it more performant on bigger repositories, because Microsoft has a big interest in making that fast, because they switched to Git. The whole company to Git a couple of years ago, 2 years maybe, I think so. And it's really important that they can support really big Git repositories. So that's the one thing I think that will come in the near future. And other than that, I think the innovation is not Git's problem, to be honest. I think it's the ecosystem around Git that brings that innovation, right? We have GitHub, GitLab, we have Bitbucket, and the other parts of the ecosystem. It's interesting to see how far Git has grown out of its own niche into different products and frameworks and ecosystems. And I think that's where the innovation happens. And I don't think we have to worry about that. And I think leave Git alone. It's fine. It's doing well. It just has to be a little bit more performant on very big repositories. And that's it, I think, from my perspective.
It's a nicely self-contained thing, Git.
Yeah.
Once you start to work out how it works, it's neat.
Yeah.
I really was concentrating on your answer and didn't come up with a solution, an answer to my question at all. There we go. What a waste of time. So MongoDB, the future of MongoDB, I think, is really, it's twofold. So firstly, a year ago or so, we acquired a company called Realm, which had a very popular open source database that ran on mobile phones. And we've since released a version of Realm called Realm Sync that automatically syncs from your mobile phone's database with a centralized MongoDB server. And I think a lot of the stuff around that, about being a platform for building mobile and web applications that are data-driven rather than necessarily just being a database anymore, is very much part of our future. I think that's relatively obvious when you just start to look at the suite of products that we're now promoting. And I also like that there's certain types of data. I mentioned that MongoDB is very good for sort of, although we have relations and transactions and all the rest of it, it is kind of geared towards discrete data atoms. And I think we will just be adding more operators to make us within the database to make us more suitable for certain areas. Like I'm making this up now, but perhaps like graph databases or time series databases and things like that, where there are already kind of very focused databases in this area, but maybe you want something a bit more general purpose that also has some or all of those operations that you can conduct within the database. So I think that's kind of where the database is going. But as a company, we're definitely diversifying around these sort of data toolkits for building certain types of application.
Okay, thank you. And we have next question. What do you recommend is first step, best way, best practice for some resource to learn and adapt Git?
I was going to ask this.
So maybe I can help everybody now. That's good. Let's try. The good news, I think, is today in 2020, there's so much learning content out there, and a lot of it is good. So think back 5 years, 10 years, or 5 is already enough. And it was really hard to find good learning content for Git. Now you can really pick and choose. I think that the more important question is what kind of a learner are you? Are you a visual learner? Then go ahead and hit YouTube and find something there, or purchase a little course that guides you through from beginner to master. There are lots of good books and ebooks. So it's more of a question, how do you want to learn? I can't help but plug our own learning content because it's free. We're not making money with it. So go check out git-tower.com/learn, gittower.com/learn. And there's all of these formats. We have lots of videos. We have an online book there. We have cheat sheets. So that should be a dream for you if you want to learn Git. And it's free, so advertisement is okay, I think.
It's good. I think that may have been where I was a couple of days ago when I was trying to undo my problem. I'm pretty
that
certain
could be.
That was one of your resources.
Yeah. I hope it was good. But you solved your problem, so yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, and next question. What Microsoft was using instead of Git a couple of years ago?
Not source safe.
Something with depot. Source depot? Was that a thing? It was something that Microsoft developed themselves. Source depot, I think. While not being able to answer that particular question, let me answer another one that I picked myself. It's really interesting to see how Microsoft moved to Git, and they really contributed a lot to Git. As I said, they're working hard on making it faster with large repositories because they need that for themselves. And I think as a byproduct or as a step between those two states towards the goal, they developed GVFS, the Git Virtual File System, and this helped make Git a little bit more performant on the Windows side. And I think it won't be necessary anymore in, I don't know when. Do you have somebody from Microsoft on the panel? I think you should ask them. I would be very interested. But it's gonna be in production, I think, soon.
Okay, great, thank you. And our next question. So what is the best way of developing your skills in Python, and what do you usually do for this?
Build things. Come up with something, either come up with something that you want to exist and build it. Especially big complex things. Start out simple, like build yourself a to-do list and start out with the simple stuff and then keep on adding features. There is absolutely no way to get better at debugging and learning, because it's all about learning to learn, than actually building your own project and solving the problems that come along with that. There are also, on the more sort of computer sciencey, sort of atomic problem kind of side, there are sites like HackerRank. I think HackerRank's one of them, but they're sort of, I always forget the name of that one. There are sites out there that will give you little coding tests. Like they'll give you either a program that doesn't work or some tests that need to run, and then you write the code that makes them run, and they'll run it in a container for you and things like that. I think those are a great way to learn. Work with other people is another way. Like everybody knows a different set of practices about coding and different ways to model data and different ways to solve problems, and it's just great to work alongside other people and see the ways that they tackle things compared to the way that you do. That's the biggest way that I've learned in my career. But yeah, I still think building things is probably the best answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. Tobias, maybe you have something to add?
I was nodding heavily when you said that, Mark. I have neck pain now. Building things, yeah, really not reading the books. You should do that too, yes, but use the main time to really build something. And as Mark said, I really can't add anything, but I want to stress it. Build something simple. Build something you want to use. To-do lists are perfect, or anything else that solves a problem for you, maybe that you're interested in, and build it in practice, build it in real code, and you'll learn quicker than with any book or video course that you ever could. Yeah.
Or copy something. Actually, I sort of an equivalent to the same thing. But if you like a site and you're just interested in how it works, build one.
Yeah. I've wasted so much time on copying things back in the day when I was doing that. It's crazy, but it was a great opportunity to learn. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. And okay, next one. File must know Git commands.
It depends a little bit if you're using the command line or not. So If you're using the command line and not a graphical user interface, I would say familiarize yourself with the git log command. As easy as it sounds, I know git log is very basic, but if you don't use a graphical user interface that takes that task totally away from you and you don't have to worry about visualizing the commit graph, then you should really know how to display log, the commit history, because there's lots of different parameters that can really help you understand or find what you're looking for. Git log is also helpful not only for showing the most recent commits, but also for finding stuff that you're looking for. That's also git log. In general, I would say familiarize yourself with the commands that can save your neck, right? That can help you undo mistakes. That's one of my biggest topics, but I really believe in that because you face problems all the time, and there's no way around that. So git restore is a good one. The reflog, git reflog is very helpful. So if you delete a branch and you shouldn't have, that's the one to go for. Then interactive rebase, it's pretty intimidating in the beginning, and I know that. But find a good resource and take baby steps towards that. It can really be very helpful to clean up your local commit history, let's say like that. Don't manipulate the things that your colleagues have worked on. Don't do that. You want to have friends, so don't do that. Work with that, with interactive rebase on your own commit history before you push that back or merge that back into a team branch. Clean up a little bit. That's interactive rebase, and that can really help. And after a couple of weeks, when you learn that, people will come and ask why the hell you have such a beautiful commit history all the time. Well, you're not producing anything that looks broken or superfluous, and that's interactive rebase. Oh, I think 4 or 5, something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great, thank you. And now this one. Okay, what's the best feature of MongoDB that you discovered while you've been learning it?
It's watch. I love watch. The ability to just kind of listen to the database for changes. You can listen to the whole database or just a collection or even a filter that you run over the collection. So I've built a chat application watching a document, and you just kind of say, I want to watch this document. And then every time something changes, it sends you the updates. And in this case, I was just building a web application. So I was just piping it up a WebSocket and then displaying it on the screen. Suddenly you've got a 2-person chat application. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I want to build with it. Sort of regarding sort of visualization of what's happening in a database and things like that. So,
okay, thank you. And this one now. Can you use git restore to undo all local changes?
Yes, but be careful because it restores all local changes, right? So normally you can use git restore and a file name to undo changes in a certain file that you have on disk. But if you replace the file name with just the dot operator, you're going to restore everything in that folder and subfolders. So if you had a really bad day or a couple of really bad days where you've programmed yourself into a dead end, then use git restore and the dot operator, and you're back at point 0. You undid all of your local changes. But I don't take guarantees on that. Your local changes are gone, so be careful with that.
I have never run git restore.
That's a pretty new command. You've probably used git checkout or git reset for that matter, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've used those.
And because there's so much ambiguity with checkout, especially because you're using it for so many things, right?
Yeah.
Switching branches, of course, and also undoing things. And I don't know, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, there was this new git command, git restore, and that does only what it says. It restores, right? So you don't have to worry you're doing something else.
I'm going to go and have to read your documentation on that so that I can learn what it does.
Very good.
Okay, and our next question. Does MongoDB push the writes to disk immediately or lazily?
That is a great question. So I mentioned the defaults in MongoDB that we have a write concern of 1, which is not ideal. Don't use it unless you've made the decision that if you get a disk failure, you're going to lose some of the data on there. If you use a write concern of 1, it doesn't journal to disk. before it sends you an acknowledgement. So it's still in memory. So potentially it's never touched a disk. So you don't even need a disk failure actually in that case. If you use majority, it automatically turns on journaling, which means that you won't get an acknowledgement until it's actually on disk, and therefore you would need a disk failure to lose it. And that's a separate flag as well. If you want to explicitly turn journaling on or off, you can do that. But the sort of general advice I would give is just use a right concern of majority, and also if you're going to use transactions, definitely read up on the flags that you pass to that so that you're doing it in the correct way, because there are ways for transactions to behave that aren't what you expect unless you've provided the right flags to it.
Okay. Thank you. And our next question. Are there good resources for large binary files in Git? Easy places to host the large files or procedures for keeping track of them?
I have something for you, Saluk. Yeah. It's a solved problem by now. And a couple of years ago, this was a really hairy problem because putting big binary files into version control where they probably should be, because you want to track the changes in those files. So it's a good place actually, but it bloated the Git repository immensely, and you just couldn't handle it anymore because it kept every version as it should. And the LFS extension, the large file storage extension for Git, solved that problem actually. So I don't think we have the time to go into details how it works, but the good news is every major Git hoster, being it GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, everybody has support for LFS. And the basic of how it works, let's get into the basics at least. You simply mark certain files or certain file extensions. So let's say you're working with movie files, and you're probably marking MP4s to be handled by LFS. And LFS then takes care of only downloading downloading those versions of that file that you actually need in the revision where you are. The other versions are safely stored on the LFS part of the hosting site, and they're not bloating your local repository. They're being fetched on demand only when you need them. And that's the beautiful aspect about LFS. So good news, that's solved by now.
Okay, great. And next question. In terms of functionality, what is the bigger difference, if exists, between Firebase and MongoDB?
I can't answer that question. I used Firebase very briefly a few years ago, so I've got no idea what the feature set is now, and I can't even really remember what it was like back then. So unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really answer that question.
Would be funny if I could skip in and tell you.
That would have been amazing,
right?
genuinely.
Oh, that's not happening. That's not happening, Mark. No.
The LFS answer was really useful. So that was.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think it was last questions for today's Q&A. Oh, let me just remove this one from the screen as well. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us today. I had a lot of fun, and thank you so much for such a useful information. Like, I think everyone liked it. I feel based on the activity of, I think there is also still coming some questions. So if you will have time, you can just, I think it's for, I can actually show this, and this will be the last one. Okay, so why sometimes git ignore is really ignored? A fix I use as code and GitHub desktop, then git ignore is not considered in commit into GitHub desktop. Any idea?
I'm not sure about the exact scenario we're looking here, to be honest. So git is not considered. Okay, it might be okay. I'm trying something. I'm not sure if that's the answer you're looking for, Alexander, but there's one important thing to know about git ignore. It only works for untracked files. So if that file is already tracked, if it's already been saved in the Git repository, and you say, oh damn, I didn't want that, let's put it into git ignore, then this won't work. You have to untrack it, and then it works again. Untrack it, you can simply move it out of the repository at some temporary place. You mark it as deleted, then commit that, and then bring it back, and then Git ignore will pick it up. I'm not sure if that's your question, but that's the best I can come up with. Mark, did you have a better idea of the scenario? Okay.
No,
Then
I've got nothing.
I'll
It's one of those times where I'd be elbowing somebody out of the way and taking over the keyboard. What's going on here then?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Tobias. It was such a pleasure having you here, and I hope to see you soon on some next events.
It was great chatting to you both.
Thank you.
Yes,
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Okay. I think we have 10 minutes before Mike will start. And so now I would like to, before we start with our next speaker, I would like to inform you about our upcoming events. So we'd love for you to join us at the Case Study Summit for Java developers on February 9. And it's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from world-class companies such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. You'll get 24 hours to learn practical Java tips using real-life examples from the world's best professionals via case studies. Concentrate on architectural solutions, microservices, object-oriented programming. Learn what challenges leading Java developers face and how to overcome them. Register now with early bird price. Dive deep into Java with Geekle. So, we actually have a 10 minutes break now, actually 7 minutes. So you have some time before we start with our next speaker, who will be Michael Driscoll. And for this, you have time to make a cup of coffee or tea and get your favorite snacks. See you soon! Hi again. So, hope everyone make your favorite cup of coffee or tea, and everyone is ready to get a new portion of a fresh information. And we are ready to greet our next speaker, and it will be Mike Driscoll. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And how are you doing? How is your mood before the presentation?
I'm doing well.
Oh, that's great. So, I think we're going to connect your presentation right now, and Mike is going to tell us all about logging with Python. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Okay, Mike, the floor is yours. You can start now.
Okie doke. Hi, I'm Mike, and I'm going to, as she just told you, I'm going to be talking about logging with Python. I've got my slides uploaded on GitHub at this address that I have up here on the screen. And if you're interested in checking out my website, that's there for you too. I write a lot about Python, both on my blog and in books. And if you're interested, you can check it out. All right, let's get started. We have a lot to cover. In this particular talk, I'm going to talk about creating logs. We'll talk about the different logging levels that you need to know about. I'm going to talk about logging handlers and how to create them. Then I'm going to talk about formatting your log messages, logging to multiple locations, and actually quite a bit more than I can fit on this slide. Let's get started by creating a log. So Python has lots of standard libraries. One of them is the logging module. To use it, you just import logging, and then you can do logging.warning, logging.critical, logging.log. There's a bunch of different ones you can use. And what this will do is it'll write a message out to standard out. This is the simplest way to write a log in Python. If we run this, you can kind of get an idea of what the output will look like in standard out. It'll show a warning message because we said to do warning, and it'll show a critical message because we said to do critical here. And then it has this funny word root, and then the message that we typed out. Root is actually the logging name or the logger name, and we'll learn more about that shortly. But first, let's find out what this warning and critical business is. Those are logging levels. There are 5 logging levels in Python's logging module. It supports debug, which is the lowest level, and you usually use that for displaying detailed information to the developer. It'll tell you what's going on with your program and help you diagnose problems later on. You can use info and warning. I almost never use info, but you're welcome to use it. Warning is the default level. Then there's error and critical for when errors or critical problems happen in your program, and you want to log it before your application closes. What this does is, if you have it set to like the warning level here, it will show warning, error, and critical. So what it does is it starts at the warning level, or whatever level you have it set to, and it will ignore any messages that you log that are underneath that level. So let's say that I have it set to warning, and I try to write out a message at the debug level. That would just get discarded. So you just have to kind of keep in mind that whichever level you have it on, it will do that level and anything above that level, but it won't do anything below it. Let's take a look at an example. So here, we're going to log to a test file. To do that, we do logging.basicconfig. A little bit bigger. Give it a file name. You could give it a fully qualified path here. I'm just going to make it easy and write to a local file called test.log. And then I set the logging level to info. The previous example that I showed didn't even set a level, so it just defaulted to logging.warning. Then I'm going to do 3 logging statements: logging.debug, logging.info, and logging.error. The first one won't log because info is a level above debug. So if I run this code, which I actually can't run in this, I'll switch to my IDE. Let's try running it here and see if it logs correctly. So we should have a file pop up over here called test.log, if it works correctly. And it shows that we have 2 messages in here. It doesn't have the debug message. So it's working the way I expect it to work. And just something I just wanted to demo so you can see how this all works. All right. Now, normally you don't log using just the logging module directly. So, we've been doing logging.debug, logging.info. That's not really the normal way to do it. The normal way to do it is to create a logger object. So to create a logger object, you import logging. You still do the basic config stuff, at least right now. And then you do logging.getLogger. This allows you to create logger objects with a name. So, if I had like multiple functions in my Python program, I might give each function its own logger name so that I know which function is making the log. Now, later on, we'll learn that you can actually have the logging module infer what the function name is. But, if you have like multiple programs logging to the same log or similarly named logs, you'll probably want to create a unique logger name just to be able to keep track of which log is writing to what. So we create our logger, doing the get logger, and then the logger object can set the level now. And so that's what I'm doing. Now, if we go ahead and switch back to my code, I have some extra code in here. Let's not run that right now. Let's just run this the way it is. And it'll create an xlogger file in here eventually. And this one doesn't have anything in it because I didn't do a log. Let's do log.warning. This is our warning. And make this a little bit bigger. And let's run this. Go back to this file, which hasn't updated yet. There we go. And it shows that it's still working the way we expect it to work. So warning is above info. So that's why this one says warning in it. All right, I think that all makes sense. Next, we can talk about logging exceptions. So one of the cool aspects of using the logging module is that it will log tracebacks for you. So let's say that we have some code that says like try 1 divided by 0, and we catch that error. We can do logger.exception, and it will log not only a custom message, but it'll also log the exception message, the exception itself. So you'll see something like this, where it'll log your code out, or log your message out, and then it'll log the traceback too. So that's really cool and really helpful because sometimes it's hard to get all that information into a log easily. All right, so let's go on and learn what logging handlers are. There are actually a bunch of different kinds of handler types. The stream handler for handling logging to standard out or standard error, or even file-like objects. The file handler for writing to disk. Then you have a couple of rotating file handlers that support log rotation. The regular one is the rotating file handler, which will rotate based on file size, and the timed version will rotate at timed intervals. So you can set it to rotate like every hour, every minute, every day, that sort of thing. We'll actually look at more examples of some of these and how they work. There's also socket handler if you want to log to a network socket for some reason, and SMTP handler for sending logging messages directly to an email address using SMTP. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at other logging handlers. You can go to Python's documentation and check these out yourself if you'd like. I just wanted to point out that if you're on Windows, you can log directly to like the NT event log handler. And if you're on Linux, you can log directly to the system log. And there's a bunch of other logs here that you can check out too. So let's take a look at some examples. So let's go ahead and create the stream handler and see how that works. So here we create our logger, we set its level, and now we create a stream handler. So you just do logging.streamHandler to create this one. And you don't need to pass anything in because it all does defaults to standard out or standard error. But to add the handler, you have to add it to your logger object. So first you create the logger, then you create the handler, and then you add the handler to the logger. All right, let's make sure this works the way that I'm talking about. So we have this code. If I run it, it's going to put its output here into this IDE that I'm using. I'm using Wing IDE, and it's going to spit out anything that goes to standard out or standard air into this debug area here. So if I run this, you can see that it outputs some text the way I'd expect it to. All right, let's look at another example. So I wanted to play around with the SMTP handler because I'd never done that before. So I went ahead and checked it out. Basically, SMTP handler isn't like a default handler, so you have to actually import an extra import here, login.handlers. And then you can access SMTP handler, and it takes at least 4 arguments: the email server name, the from address, and then a list of addresses that you want to send the logs to, and then the subject line. In much the same way as the stream handler, you create your handler object and then add it to the logger. I'm not going to run this code because this is kind of a dummy email name, but I do want to mention that if you do use this code, this handler, be careful, because if your code is very noisy and sends out a lot of log messages, you may irritate your IT team because they're going to be overloading their email server and probably filling up somebody's email box. But this could be really helpful if you only want to log critical errors and you need to let somebody know, so that your server app is failing and your customers need help. All right, let's talk about formatting our logs. So formatters allow you to add formatting to the log messages. So here's an example. Make this a little bit smaller. All right. So in this case, we're going to use logging.formatter. We're going to use this funny looking syntax. And what it's going to do is it's going to change your log messages so that it has a date timestamp that's kind of human readable, the logger name itself, and then the message that you put into it. These are known as log record attributes. Let's go ahead and take a look at those real quick. So log record attributes, there's actually quite a few of them, and you should definitely go read the documentation so you know what all you have available to you. So some ones I want to highlight. You could add the file name and the function name and the level name to get more verbose logs to say which file is this log coming from, which function name is it coming from. Level name just tells you if it's a debug info warning. You may not care about that as much. You can even get the line number from where the log is being called from. You get the full path name of the source file that the log is coming from. And then, of course, you have some process information. So if you're doing multi-processing or multi-threading, you can grab the thread name, or process and process name and log those as well. We'll actually look at a few of those later. All right. So here, we're going to create a log formatter. You start to notice that the more items that I add, the more boilerplate you have to do before you can start logging. I'll show you how to clean that up here in a moment. So first thing first, we create our logger object like we did before. We set its level, and then we create our stream handler. Now to add formatting to our handler, you create the formatter object, and we'll just use the formatting log record attributes that I showed you earlier. And you add this formatter object to your handler. So the handler adds the formatter, and then the logger object adds the handler. Make sure that you do it in the right order, and you'll be fine. Let's switch over here and make sure this works the way I'm talking about. Okay, let's run this. Still going to go to the stream. And now we can see that it's got the stream logger there. It's got my timestamp and my informational message. We could play with this and make it do other things. If we go back, let's say whoops. So you want to go back to those attributes. We could play with this a little bit and say, let's add the line number to it. Line number in here. Rerun this. Now it says 11. Now I'm not entirely sure how it's deciding that that's 11. Oh, here it is, logger.info. My bad. Okay, so it's giving you the line number that the log message itself is on. I was looking at the wrong line. Okay. Now I didn't write this very well, because I should probably say line number up here so that it's more obvious what's going on. We run that. Now we have line number 11 in there, like as it should be. Then I know where to look in my code for where the log message resides. Okay, let's switch back to the program. Well, the logging module is thread safe. That's really awesome because now you know you can use it safely in there. But I was doing some studying into this, and it may not work in asynchronous contexts, or at least it wasn't when I was first researching this back in a few months ago. The login module does provide the queue handler, which you could use as a workaround. And I noticed that you also use the queue handler when you're using the multiprocessing module. So I think you can use it in both of these. I'm providing some links that you can use to jump to those if you go get my slides. I also found this article that explains how this one fellow used, I believe, the queue handler to do async IO logging. So that might also help you if you're doing a lot with that library in Python. All right, so let's talk about logging to multiple handlers at once. So let's say that I want to log both to the screen, like standard out, and to a file at the same time. So to do that, you have a lot of extra boilerplate. So again, we'll create our logger, we'll set the level, then we'll add our file handler and tell it to use this formatter object. And then we add a stream handler and tell it to also use the same formatter. So at least we can reuse that code. And then we just start logging some stuff to it. And what this should do is it should log both to the file and to standard out. So if we flip on over here, we can give this a try and see if it works the way we expect it to. So what this is going to do is it will log to this path, sample.log, and it's going to log out here too. Let's just run this. And you got to kind of ignore that. There we go. So you can see that it has logged information to standard out. And I should also have a sample.log that it is logged to. Yep. So you can see that it does work to log to multiple things. So you could theoretically go in here and create a special formatter that is only used for logging to file and a separate formatter to log to stream. And you could even create a special formatter for like SMTP so that your emails would look different and maybe have more information than what you'd put out to standard out. All right, now I'm going to show you how to clean up some of that boilerplate that we've been seeing and that is making our code get kind of messy. There are two other ways to configure logging, file config and dict config. We'll look at both of them. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the file config. The file config looks kind of like an INI file, if you're familiar with those. At the top, you decide to create a logger. Actually, let's just switch over here. We'll go to our logging comp because I can make that one bigger. Let's see, make that a little bit bigger. There we go. So this logger configuration file sets up two different loggers, your root logger and your example app logger. Then you can set up two handlers under the handler key, one formatter, and then you get to actually setting up the different logger objects. So you have logger root, which you can set to the critical level, and we'll just have it logged to the console. Then we have the example app logger. We'll set its level to info, and we'll tell it to log to a file. Then down here under handler section, you can set up your handler. So the console handler should be a stream handler. That's what the logging module was looking for. You can like override the logging level here. Tell it to use my formatter, which is defined later on. And then to give it the arguments it needs. So for this case, we're going to log to standard out. You could change this to standard error if you wanted to. And then we have our file handler. Tell it what to do right here. Tell it which log file to log to, and tell it what formatter to use. Finally, here at the end, you have the my formatter object. And then you have the various bits of the log record settings that you want to set for your message. You can also set the date format here. I didn't do that. This is kind of a copy, paste, and edit from the logging cookbook that's on Python's documentation. But anyway, this is how you would do that. And then if you want to actually use this file, you would import a logging config. Then you do logging.config.fileconfig, and then the logging file, the logging conf file that we just created. And you note that after that, you just get the logger, and then you can start logging. You don't have to have all that code where you're writing, get formatter, modify your formatter, create your handlers. All that stuff is handled by the file config. Kind of gets you a little bit separation concerns there. So let's make sure this works. We'll just go up here to the config file one. We can run it. Now, one problem I have with this is, it works, but I can't tell just by looking at my code where it's logging to. You have to go to the config file to figure that out. So it's logging to a config.log. So I can go there and see that it is working the way I want it to. It's just not obvious in my code anymore. So, you kind of have to realize that not everything is going to be where you expect it to be necessarily anymore. All right, let's go ahead and try to do the same thing with a dictionary config. So the dictionary config, by definition, it's a dictionary. It's a Python dictionary with dictionaries inside of it. Interestingly, you can version this one. I believe you can version the file config too. Anyway, so handlers is a series of dictionaries. We'll create a file handler. It follows pretty much the same format as the other, as the file config does. But you note that instead of just saying file handler like we did in the file config, you actually have to do logging.filehandler or logging.streamhandler. Here we set up the file name. You have your loggers. I skipped creating a root logger and just went with the example app one. And then you have my formatter. And this basically works the same way. You still use logging.config, but this time you use .dictconfig instead of .fileconfig to load it up. Now, if you actually looked at this in the real code, you'll note that it's a little bit more verbose because you obviously have to have the dictionary right there, or you could, I guess, copy and paste this into its own file and then import, from my config, import dict log config. That would make it easier. But then you just have kind of a weird file with a dictionary in it that doesn't do anything. So I think if I was to do this myself, I would probably just go with the file config most of the time. Anyway, if you run this, it's going to work pretty much exactly the same way as the other example did. So moving on, let's talk about rotating logs. So a lot of system administrators will want to have a rotating log to kind of keep track of their application and how it's behaving. The rotating file handler lives in logging.handlers. So I'm just going to import it directly from logging handlers, import rotating file handler. And then down here is where the good stuff is. The rotating file handler takes your path, the number of bytes to write before it rotates, and then how many backups you want. So when you're using a rotating file handler, you would normally probably want to write out several megabytes worth of data before you rotate the log. In my case, because I'm writing a demo, I'm only writing 20 bytes so that I can show you how it creates backups. The backup count, I'm creating 5, which is a pretty standard number. And then down here, I have a for loop that will loop over it and take a nap of 1.5 seconds between each logging message that it creates. So if we jump over here, we can kind of see how this works. What it's going to do is it's going to create a file called rotated log. Bigger. And it's going to name it something slightly different as it creates them. So over here, I'll see rotated log. And you'll see that it's doing .1, .2, .3 as it rotates. .4, .5. And then a rotated log will eventually rotate over and start overwriting the original file, etc. So you always have kind of this rotated set of logs that you can go back through. And usually you'll have several days worth of logs that you can look at. So I think that completed. now we can see, yeah, so this one says it's on log line 9. Jump down to .log.5, you can see it's on line 4. So you can see that it already started to overwrite itself, which is normal in a rotating log. But as I said, normally you would set max bytes to like 5,000 or something, so you have several megabytes worth of data in your log files. All right. The timed rotating log is very similar, except that you're using a time interval instead of a file size amount. So you actually have a little bit different set of arguments to go to the timed rotating file handler. Once again, you're going to import it from logging.handlers, and then you're going to tell it when. So when uses seconds or hours. I think H for hours, S for seconds, D for days, M for minutes. I think it has a week parameter, so you could do it for weeks. I don't remember if it has month or not. You can go look up the documentation to find out. Then interval is 5. So what I'm saying here is every 5 seconds, rotate the file. This isn't a very realistic example, but it will show you how it works. So if we jump over here and go to our timed rotation, it's bigger. Run this code, and it will create a timed rotation log over here. And what's interesting is that when it rotates, it's going to add a timestamp instead of the .1, .2, .3. You'll see .2020 1119. So it's going to give you a log, just a nice little log timestamp as it goes along and rotates, which is kind of nice. So you know exactly when the log was rotated versus just looking at a number and you have to go look at the timestamp yourself. Other than that, it looks pretty much the same. In fact, this one's a little bit worse because we didn't add any formatting to this one. So you can't really, it's not a very informative log. All right. Logging with multiprocess. The logging cookbook has lots of interesting recipes in it. One of them is logging to a single file with multiprocesses. Their example is very verbose and has lots of comments in it. And it does more than my example well. But my example is pretty much the same overall. I just cut out a lot of this crap to make it easier to read. Let's go ahead and look at that. And I'll try to explain what's going on here. Okay, so we're going to import logging.handlers, login module, multiprocessing module, and time. Normally you have to read from the main and then scroll back up. So we're going to be bouncing around a little bit in this file. To make this work correctly, I recommend using a queue. We'll create a multiprocessing queue here. Then we'll create a listener object. And when you create a multiprocessing process, you pass it a couple of functions. So the target will be a function, and this particular function is going to take the queue object and another function. So we'll jump up here to our listener process. It's going to call configurer, which is somewhere else. Oh, it's the one that we passed in, which is this one up here. And that's going to configure a rotating file handler. This format should look pretty much the same as what you're used to seeing, except that we've added the process name to our formatter object. Interestingly, you can grab the record, which I think is actually the process, out of the queue. I don't know why they use this name. I probably should have updated it to say process. But anyway, I'm going to grab that. We're going to set the logger name to the process name, handle to it. Then we jump. Create these. We'll add it to the log. And then in the worker process, we'll grab the name process, print out the standard out with the name, what's going on, and then we'll log some messages. So we'll log that a test message and that the worker has finished. Note that we're using F strings here. Okay, so now we have 10 processes. We start each process. W.join means that we're going to wait until the processes finish, and then we'll print something else out. So let's see, where's the name of the files it's going to create? MP test log. All right, let's run this, and we should get an MP test log. All the processes have started. The demo finished. So if we go to the MP test log, you can see it's rotating. And if you jump into it, you can see that it's writing out different things to them. You can see that they have different amounts of text. The name of the process is different in these different files. And it kind of works the way we expect it to work. I would play around with that. But the main thing that I want to say is you need the queue handler so that it all writes to the file correctly without jumbling up the process names. So if you didn't use a queue handler, you'd probably have some jumbled messages in the log file, because sometimes you'll have two processes try to access the file at the same time, whereas a queue handler will prevent that, I believe. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is creating a logging decorator. So decorators in Python will accept a function as its primary argument. So it's basically a function that consumes another function and enhances that function. In this case, we're going to enhance that function by adding an exception handler that will log exceptions. I detail this on my blog at this link, but instead of looking at my blog, we'll just jump in here and look at the logging decorator. So the first step is to create our logger. It follows the same steps that we've been using: get logger, set the level, add a file handler, decorator.log, set up a format, add the formatter, and then in this case, we're going to return the logger because we want to create it at runtime. Then down here, we have our decorator. Let's make this a little bit bigger. The decorator takes in any function and its arguments and keyword arguments. Then we create our logger object by calling create logger up here. And then we run the function that's been passed in. If that function has any kind of error that isn't caught within the function, we'll catch it here, grab the function's name, and log out that it had an exception in this function name. And since we're using logger.exception, it's going to log the whole traceback as well. To actually use this exception decorator, we need to import it. So we import it here from exception decor, import exception. Then we just do add exception to add this exception decorator to our function. So when we run this, it's going to get mad and say that we have an exception. And then that's just the IDE catching that exception and showing it to me. But what you can't see here is that we've actually created a decorator log over here. Let's see if I can find it. Where did it go? There should be a decorator log on this side. Well, I think my IDE is capturing it somehow. It's like blocking it from getting logged. Anyway, what this will do is it will log directly to that file. And I seem to be having a technical difficulty here. It's not logging it like it's supposed to. But I've tested this in the past. It does work. It's just not working in this IDE right now. Anyway, give it a try. It's a handy way to capture logs of functions. Let's go ahead and jump to the next one. Redirecting logs in a DebX Python GUI. So DebX Python is a desktop user interface that works on Mac, Linux, Windows, and a couple of other operating systems, and lets you create a graphical user interface. Somebody asked me way back in the day, how would you redirect the logging module to like a text control widget? And I wrote this article in response to that. So we'll take a look at that really quickly. All right. So if you have DebX Python installed, you just import WX. If you don't have it installed, you can pip install DebX Python to get it. That's a little bit more complicated on Linux because sometimes you have to have other things installed. Anyway, we'll jump down here, make this a little bit bigger. I decided to use the dictionary config. We've already talked about how this works, so I won't go over that again. But let's create that, add our logger, and then we'll start up our DebX Python app. Now, to start up DebX Python, use wx.app, call myFrame, and then the main loop. Main loop just starts the event loop so that it can detect when the user is interacting with your GUI. Then we jump up here. This is probably the most important part, so that's what I'm going to focus on. This is our custom logger handler. So we're going to subclass stream handler and override its emit method. We'll pass in our text control, and then we'll tell it to write text and grab the log record attribute and just log that to the text control. Then down here, we actually set up our widgets, and we tell it to use that particular widget as our widget that we want to write to. So let's run this and see how it works. So what it should do when I press this button is it should log some messages. If we go back in here, you can see that when the button is pressed, it's going to log error Will Robinson informational message. So let's see, it should log to this, which it's doing. It's logging to standard out. And there should also be a file that it's logging to as well, which is what it's doing. So that works quite well. And it's really cool that I can log to 3 places at once using a custom custom log handler, and then of course the logging module's own messages or handlers. All right, I've got one more thing to talk about before I'm out of time, and that's the logging filter. The logging filter lets you do really cool things like modify the log record attributes in kind of real time. So to do that, I'm just going to look at this example really quickly. You subclass logging.filter, and then you override the filter here. I didn't expand the way I wanted it to. Anyway, then you can monkey patch it and make it do fun things like record.ip, record.user. And then what they end up doing is they jump through a bunch of messages and basically modify it in real time so that it can stick in, I'll update the format here. So you'll see that we've modified it so that you can actually use the IP and user items, which weren't part of the log record originally, but they're now a part of it because we modified them using the logging.filter. You could also use filter to filter out messages from particular functions or classes, because you could say in here, if the record.name equals your function name or whatever, just ignore them. So that's one way you could do that. Skip that one. I want to make a shout out to a couple of other logging packages. There's Loggeroo, which looks really cool. That's a third-party logging package that you could check out. And there's also struct.log. Both of these are really interesting looking projects. Loggeroo is slightly nicer to look at because they actually have a demo on their website. You can just zoom in and you can watch him code kind of in a live GIF and just see how that one works. To me, it looks really interesting. He calls it Python logging made stupidly simple. I would definitely check this one out. I think it's worth using because it doesn't have quite as much boilerplate as the Python logging module, but I really like the logging module that's in Python. So yeah, use it if you can. All right, that's it. Thanks for coming to my talk. Check out my slides. I'll also give them to Geekle, and they can have it on their site as well.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your amazing talk. We'll see you soon on our group Q&A session, right after the talks of our next two speakers. As I
Okay.
already see that we have a few questions. So I would ask everyone just a kind reminder to leave your questions right in a comment below. It will be not for you not only a possibility to get even more information about all the talks of our speakers, but also it will be your chance to win a ticket for the senior track of our next events, Java Case Study Festival and Solution Architecture Summit. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later.
Yep.
Bye. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Reuven Lerner. Hi, Reuven.
Hey there, how you doing?
I'm good, good. How are you doing?
Fine, doing great. Excited to be here.
Okay, while you're connecting your presentation, let me introduce you a little bit. So, Reuven Lerner teaches Python and data science to companies around the world. Over the last year, he has given corporate training to companies in the US, UK, Europe, Israel, India, and China. He also offers a variety of online courses, including a weekly Python exercise, a series of courses that help you improve your Python fluency. Reuven recently published Python Workout with Manning and is a co-founder and panelist on the Business of Freelancing podcast. His beta developers newsletters is read by 19,000 Python programmers each week. Oh wow, that sounds impressive. And Reuven is going to present us his topic, What's New in Python 3.9 and Beyond. So Reuven, how is your mood before your speech?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
How is your mood now before you start
Oh,
your
my mood. My mood now is great. No, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. What can I say?
Oh, that's great to hear. So, I actually read in your bio also that you created one of the first 100 websites in the world. Am I correct, right?
Uh, that is accurate. That is accurate, actually.
Can you please tell us shortly about it?
Sure. So I was at MIT for university, and I was the editor of the student newspaper there. And one day, a friend of mine comes back who worked on the newspaper. He said, came back to the newspaper office. He said, "Listen, I was just at this talk by this guy named Tim Berners-Lee. He's invented something he's calling the World Wide Web. This sounds really cool. We should get in on it." So we set up a server for the newspaper, sent an email, and he sent us email back saying, "Okay, I put you on the list of all the websites in the world." Strangely, he is not still in that business of putting together the list of all the sites. But yeah, and the newspaper is still up and running on the web there. It's pretty great.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. And I'm connecting your presentation right now. And
Fantastic.
you can start. The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks so much, Victoria. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Good evening from here in Israel. Good, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. So this talk is what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond. We'll talk a little bit more about the beyond thing. So, oops, let me just see if I can, there we go. So very, very good news. Python 3.9 is out. And it's been out for about a month now, as of October 5th, 2020. So I don't know about you, new versions of Python are always kind of interesting to look at. And the thing is, this version of Python might seem a little underwhelming, but there are a lot of processes going on behind the scenes that I think are kind of interesting and give us a sense not only of what's happening in the language and how it is evolving, but also how the community is working to improve all these processes, all the infrastructure for the governance of the language and how it works. Now, the fact is, I was speaking with a friend earlier today, and I told him I was going to be giving a talk about Python 3.9 and what's new in it. And he said, "Really? Is there that much to talk about?" And so this is not one of those, oh my God, it's amazing. There's so many things we're going to go wild about releases. It is a nice, solid good release that improves things, but it's not like you have to go out and upgrade. That said, if you do, and I think it's not a bad idea to do that, here's some things you can look for. So, as I said, this is not a showstopper release. The other thing is, if you do upgrade from 3.8 to 3.9, you're not going to see a lot of changes there. But if you don't upgrade from 3.8 to 3.9, that's okay also. You can wait. So what is this release schedule? Like, how do I know when the next version of Python is going to be coming out? And this has actually been something that I never really thought about. I've been using Python now for, close to 30 years. And I just sort of knew, okay, every so often a new version came out. And probably most people are like that also. In the last few years, of course, last number of years, as I've gotten more and more involved in sort of understanding how Python releases work, I've become more sensitive to it. And certainly if you work in an IT department, or if you work in a large company where they worry about these sorts of updates, you're going to think about it and worry about it. So how often do new Python releases come out? Well, it used to be about once every 18 months. And the idea was that you would have once every year and a half a big release. So it'd be a little rare, but at least it would be big and it would be worthwhile. And you would want to upgrade because it would be faster and because it would be bigger and it would be better and it would have all sorts of new functionality. And the core developers decided, you know what, maybe it's not such a good idea for us to be releasing on such a long schedule. And why? Well, they said, first of all, there's this tendency as soon as they announce a feature freeze for people to say, oh, feature freeze, quick, before the feature freeze happens, let's get in our bug fixes. And the reason people would do this is, of course, not only because we as humans, when we see a deadline, then we rush to try to beat it, but also because if you did not get your bug fix in, you'd have to wait an entire year and a half. So there was a sense of, we better do it now or we're going to be out of the game for quite some time. The other thing is that the upgrade costs are higher. If we have a big release every month, every year and a half, then the IT department, which never likes to do upgrades, is going to be a little more gun shy from doing that. Because if they do upgrade, well, a lot of things could break. And it means that every .0 release is going to be just a bit riskier, or even a lot riskier. And you might know that we've had big releases, right? 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, each of them introduced some really big things. And so now we're going to try to relax a little bit. We're going to try to have more frequent, smaller releases. Now, the new release should come out in October of each year. And there are a few other open source projects that similarly try to come out with an annual release. PostgreSQL, the database, they come out with annual release. The Ruby language comes out with an annual release. So having on an annual schedule is actually a reasonable thing to do, and it's done elsewhere in the open source world. Now, why October? Because it actually takes about 17, 18 months for each release to happen. And that means then that there's overlap between the releases. So when one release is coming out, the next one has already been under development for quite some time. So by having the beta come out and available for a few months, starting in May, it'll be just after the sprints. Those of you who have been to PyCon in the US might know that there are open source sprints that happen after the formal conference. So the conference consists of some tutorials and then a few days of talks and then sprints. Sprints on all sorts of things having to do with Python, including the language itself. So by having this beta come out after the sprints, it means that the sprints won't be affected by all this beta stuff and people upgrading, because these are the people who are going to upgrade and try it and then try to find problems with it. And that means that we'll have a bunch of months to work on it, to try it, to test this beta and make sure it's really good. And as soon as a version is being finalized, the next version is then going to start being developed, as I mentioned. Now, I'm not sure how much of a change this was, but they've now officially stated there will be general support for release for 1.5 years. That is very short. It means that if you don't upgrade your Python for 2 years in a row, there actually won't be any upgrades. There won't be any general support for your upgrade. However, security support, if there's security problems, that'll be around for about 3.5 years. So you might not get any bug fixes, but at least there won't be any security problems with the release for quite some time. And that's a relief for, again, the big corporations, that for them doing this sort of rollout and upgrade is a big deal. So, and I've even heard some pushback on this from people in large corporations. Wait a second, are you telling us that our IT department is going to have to upgrade us every 12 months? Are you kidding? And so there are two ways to look at this. One of them is to say, Okay, each upgrade is going to be so small, we don't have to worry so much. There's less of a risk of doing the upgrade. The other way to look at it is to say, well, if we skip every other upgrade, if we only upgrade every 2 years, we'll probably be fine anyway because we won't be missing that much. Either way is really fine, and depending on your company's policy, they might decide this way or that. Of course, individuals like me, freelancers, people who work in small companies, we throw caution to the wind and upgrade things all the time, so we don't really need to worry about it, right? Okay, the big news. The big news in this release is something that you will almost certainly not notice. And that is the PEG parser. And this is the big thing that people are talking about in this new version of Python 3.9. Python has a new parser called PEG, the Parsing Expression Grammar. Now, why should you care about this? It does not affect the performance of the system. If you're not a core developer, you will almost certainly never notice it. But it is a big change. I think it sort of provides us with some interesting insights into how the language is designed and how it works behind the scenes. So we can sort of open things up a little bit and try and look at it. So first of all, what's a parser, right? If we're going to be having a PEG parser, it'd be nice to know what a parser is. Well, you have to understand that we think of our Python program very typically as like this. I've got my source code, and then I run it, and I execute it. End of story. And traditionally, we think of programming languages as having sort of one of two different types. We can have compiled languages, sort of like C or C++, in which we have the source code and we compile into an executable, or we have interpreted languages. Think of like Tickle or Bash or ZSH, where it's read line by line, and each line is in turn, as we get to it, turned into executable code and run. And so where does Python fit on this? Actually, it's in neither of these camps. Python actually is similar in many ways to, say, Java and .NET in that it uses bytecodes. So really, our source code in Python is turned into bytecodes, and then the bytecodes, and that's compiled, and then the bytecodes are interpreted and then executed. And we see this all the time when we write Python code. And there are all sorts of hints as to this happening. For example, when you define a function, the function is compiled into bytecodes. And then when you execute it, those bytecodes are read and executed. When you import a model, then we import a module. So you import, abcd.py. There's actually a .pyc file that's then located on disk. And that pyc file contains, that's right, the bytecode. So it can be slurped up and read into the system. So this is the compiler, the thing that takes the source code and turns into bytecodes. Now, I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, a compiler expert, but we can take apart at least some, or we can all understand some parts of how the compiler works. And the compiler can basically be divided into two different parts, the front end and the back end, demonstrating that programmers are excellent at coming up with creative names. Front end and back end, who would have thought, right? So the front end of the Python compiler takes our source code and it outputs what's called an abstract source tree, an AST. This is the goal of the compiler, or of the front end at least. And there are three parts to the compiler. We'll talk about these in just a moment. There's the lexer, there's the parser, and then there's the AST generator. Now, the backend then takes this AST and it turns it into a code object. So if you go into your Python code, right, or if you go into, say, Jupyter or into the Python interactive shell, and you take a function and you look at its .dunder code attribute. That code attribute is what the backend has output. It's what it has created. Now, how does it create it? Well, let's talk about it. Let's assume I have this really ridiculously simple file written in Python. So the first line is, of course, the shebang line. That's just to sort of say, I want to run this with Python 3. And actually, this will come in handy in a moment. You'll see. And then I'm going to define my favorite demonstration function, def hello, takes one argument name. And then we're going to return an f string, hello, name. And you can see that name there is in the curly braces. That's because we want to evaluate its value inside of the f string. Finally, at the end of this program, which is oh so exciting, I think we can already go public on the stock market as a result of this great software, I can say print hello world. So we are passing world, the string, to hello, the function, and then we're passing the output from hello world to print the function. Now, some of the explanation might have seemed a little silly, like why am I breaking it down so much? You're going to see. So the first thing that needs to happen is this lexing, right? Is this taking or tokenizing. And that's taking our program. Let me just go back here. Taking our program, we as humans say, okay, well, I've got user bin n, I've got Python 3, I've got def, I've got hello, I've got name. But around name, I've got parentheses. We instinctively see this. In fact, we see it so instinctively in many cases, we can just sort of forget it. Oh yeah, I've got a function definition here, on. But of course, the computers are really stupid. They might be really fast, but they're really stupid. They can't just sort of take up this kind of information. They've got to go through our code as we've written and pick it apart. And that's exactly what the Lexer does. Picks apart the pieces of the program. Now, it does not guarantee the program is valid. That means you might have tons of bugs in your program, but it does ensure that the syntax is accurate. So if you've ever encountered a syntax error in Python, that's typically because the tokenizer is saying, hey, wait a second, something is wrong here, right? You should have a parenthesis here. You should not have a colon there, and so forth. And what I think of tokenizing is, let's say if you've ever gone to another country where you don't speak the language, and you don't, more importantly for our purposes, you can't read the language. But if you come from a place where they use Latin, the Latin alphabet, then you can go to another country where they use the Latin alphabet, and you can pretty easily pick apart what are the words and even what are the sentences. You might not know what those words are. You might not know what those sentences mean, but you can at least figure out what the words are. But if you go somewhere where you aren't familiar with the language and it's using a completely different script, let's say if you don't know Chinese and you go to China where they don't separate words with spaces, then you're going to be at a complete loss for how to tokenize things. So being able to tokenize is an important part of what the compiler is able to do. Now we can actually run Python with -m tokenize on any file. And -m is this great little thing. It loads a module. I always think of it as import, right? It's importing a module. And the tokenized module then will actually tokenize the file and show us its output. Let's take a look at what we got here. So if I run tokenize, Python 3 -m tokenize on that program that I showed you before, let's see what we've got here. Well, we see that it starts off. Well, first of all, you can see that I put this into 2 columns just so it'll be a little easier to fit on 1 page. You can see that the tokenizer output actually has 3 columns for each part. We first of all have the part where it's going to tell us what line and what character. Then it's going to classify what it sees, and then it's going to give us a little comment or indication. So from line 0, character 0, until line 0, character 0, which is basically the beginning of the file, we see that the tokenizer says, oh, this is in UTF-8 encoding. Python programs are assumed to be in UTF-8 encoding if we don't tell them otherwise. So say it's from 0000, basically says, well, we have to pretend it's somewhere, so we're going to pretend it's there. And then on line 1, remember, that's my shebang line. Shebang user bin at Python 3. That is seen from line 10 to line 122 as a comment. Right? This is why we can have that shebang line. It is seen by Unix. It is not seen by Python. That's why if you are on a Windows machine and you try to run this, it'll run just fine because Python's going to ignore that line. It's really a Unix thing. Then look, we have to get the new line, NL, and another new line. And then we're going to get a name that Python actually recognizes. That's def. And then we're going to get another name here. This is one that doesn't know, like hello. Actually, it doesn't even recognize what we've got here. All we're doing is we're picking apart. We've got a string, and another string. And then we have here the parentheses. And you see that we go through little by little by little getting each of these things, right, until we get to the end. Oh, I'm sorry, def and hello, those are names, right? That def is, of course, a keyword, and hello is going to be the name of your function. This is as opposed to the string world at the end. Okay, so. And finally, at the end of our tokenizing, it says end marker. On at the end, nothing more, end of file. So now this is obviously not exactly what, or I assume it's not exactly what the parser is going to get, but this is how the tokenizer works. It's going through our file. Then it comes into play. Then we have to worry about the parser. And the goal of the parser is to create an AST, this abstract source tree. Well, guess what? We can also say -m AST, and then we can see the source tree from our program. Let's take a look here. So if I run Python 3 -m AST on talkprog.py, this might seem super weird. First of all, it's a tree, right? It is actually a tree where it has a tree with nodes and nodes and nodes and nodes going in and going out. And it is, on the one hand, Python. On the other hand, it's a little weird. Like, it's not the syntax of Python, but it's the ideas of Python. You might say it's the abstract syntax of Python. And because it's in a tree, you might call it an abstract syntax tree. Okay, I'm going to stop with that. In any event, what do we see here? We see that it's in a module, right? Every file is a module. And the body of the module starts here. And then we have a function definition. And the function has its name is hello. And look, it has arguments. Now you might know that there are a bunch of different types of arguments that we can pass to our Python functions. And then when we define our functions, we can pick those up in different ways. So you can see here that our function is being defined with what are positional only arguments, what are regular arguments, what are keyword only arguments, what are keyword defaults, and what are default values. All of these things are going to be taken from this abstract source tree and turned into attributes on our code object. So if you look at the code object, dunder code, it's going to have CO, KW only args, and CO, or I guess it's actually dunder defaults, all sorts of different things there. So this is going to be turned into our different objects. Then we have the body of the actual function we're going to return, we're going to join a string, on and on. All of these things are then going to be turned into bytecodes. And you can see, almost see the bytecodes that are there. Join string? Sure. Constant. What is this constant? Well, there's a bytecode to load a constant. That constant is going to be needed to stuck in CO constants. So really we see here all the bits of Python just in a different format. So the parser reads the tokens and turns them into an AST. And the AST, as I said, mirrors our code object. Here's the thing. The old parser was old and hard to maintain, right? So this didn't affect those of us who are using Python day to day. But for the maintainers, it was becoming a real bear to deal with. Moreover, the way that old parser specified the language sometimes needed a bit of a nudge, a little bit of help, some hints. Otherwise, it wasn't going to work so well. And here's the biggest deal. Perhaps right now, the current parser was good enough. But there are all sorts of suggestions for what we can do with the language moving forward that weren't possible with this current parser. And so, PEP 617 talks about a new PEG parser for CPython. What does it say here? LL1 parsers, that's the current parser, the old parser. Saying grammar is usually efficient, simple to implement and generate. However, it's not possible under the restriction to express certain common constructs the way natural to the language designer and reader. This includes some of the Python language. So we are now dumping the old LL1 parser. Why? There were certain things they wanted to do and they couldn't. For example, you could often put parentheses around something and then split it across multiple lines. Normally, of course, the line ending in Python is the end of a statement or end of an expression. But you can put parentheses around it and then pretend that it's all part of one expression. So maybe you want to do that with with. You can't. It turns out that the parser is not smart enough or not powerful enough to be able to handle with and parentheses and multiple lines. The new parser should be able to do that. So maybe watch for this in a future version of Python. The other thing is that the current way that the parser works is it actually creates a second tree. We have the concrete syntax tree, which is then turned into an abstract syntax tree. The CST is only using compilation, apparently uses lots of memory. So the new parser will create an AST directly. It won't need to go through this intermediate step. So the thing is, this new PEG parser, no more CSTs, it's the standard 3.9. If for whatever reason you want, you can still use the old parser 3.9. And 3.10 though, it's only going to be PEG all the way. And the developers, and I heard an interview with, I forget exactly which podcast, but I heard an interview with some of the people who were working on this. And they basically said they did a ton of testing to make sure that the new parser works just as well as the old parser, as well as possible. So what? It's all for maintenance and evolution. But day to day, you can basically ignore this, unless, of course, you want to dive into all the innards of Python. Next up, time zones, right? Time zones are oh so much fun. Actually, they're terrible. They're terrible to deal with. They're okay to deal with in real life, and they're horrible to deal with in software. So the big deal with time zones in Python 3.9 is not the support for time zones. There's been support for time zones over the last few versions. The difference is that there's now built-in support for the official list of time zones and how they relate to one another. There's a database of time zones that's published by the IANA, the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. These are, I'm pretty sure, the people who distribute IP addresses. That's where you know them from, I'm pretty sure. And several times each year, they update it. Now, if you're on a Unix-type machine, like a Mac or Linux or Unix, this database is updated automatically all the time, right? It comes on your system. But if you're on Windows, not so much. But even more importantly, was there a way for Python to access this information in a standard way? The answer is no. So until now, the datetime class handled time zones, but you couldn't really grab the INA's official info. There was on PyPI the pytz package, which you could use, but you really want to download that just to do this. It would be nice if it were part of the standard library, and that is indeed what's going on now. So what's new? Well, we have this new module called Zone Info. And in Zone Info, the module, we have the Zone Info class. So for example, I'm in Israel, and our time zone is Asia/Jerusalem. So basically, I can now, with this new in 3.9 thing, I can say z equals zoneinfo.zoneinfo Asia/Jerusalem. And then I can say, hey, z.key, tell me what time zone am I in? And then I can even ask z.tzname, tell me what is the name of the time zone given the current time. Now, here's a funny thing. It returns IST. And living in Israel, we often refer to it as IST, Israel Standard Time, or during daylight savings, IDT, Israel Daylight Time. Well, over the last few days, I've actually been in touch with people in India about giving a talk for one of their conferences, and they gave me the times in, that's right, IST, which is India Standard Time. So that led to a little bit of confusion until I realized they are a slightly larger country than Israel, and probably we should just default to them being IST. In any event, what else can I do? Well, once I have a date time object, I can get the offset from UTC. So once again, I'm going to create my zone, zone info Asia/Jerusalem. And then I'm going to get the offset, z.utc offset, from the current date and time. And it shows me that we are 7,200 seconds off from UTC. And that is true. We are 2 hours off from UTC right now. But what if I ask about Chicago in the United States? All right. So it's going to say that we have an offset of 64,800 seconds and -1 days. Huh? Right? What does that mean? Well, think of it this way. They are behind me. So I guess that the way this standard works is that you can't show negative seconds, or maybe time deltas can't show negative seconds. However it is, I tried this in a bunch of different ways. And if it's before you rather than after you, then the time delta, the time delta is going to be days -1, and the seconds are going to be positive. I'm pretty positive. So where does this info come from? Well, PEP 615, which talks about this whole time zone thing, says, where should this data come from? It turns out that Python is not going to do this itself. Python is going to assume that your computer has the INA update. If it does, then Python will just use that. But if you're on Windows, then tough luck, sort of. First of all, there's going to be this new variable called tzpath. And you can set this and you can look at it to find out where the time zone data might be located. But on Windows, because the system doesn't use this time zone information, it's an empty tuple. So what do you do if, for whatever reason, your computer doesn't have it, or if you're on Windows? Then you can still download the TZ data package on PyPI. And TZ data has no functions or classes. It's only meant to be data that you can access. And it's funny, we talk about PyPI as having lots of third-party packages. This is what they call a first-party package because, well, it's actually from the CPython maintainers. All right, these are some big things. Some small things. If you have not paid attention to the warnings in the last 5, 6, 7 years, that a few names have changed and modules have been relocated since Python 2, wow, bad news. Because in Python 3.8, you get the warning saying you'd better upgrade because by Python 3.9, it will stop working. And sure enough, if I tried it in Python 3.9, what warning do I get? You'd better change it because in Python 3.10, it will stop working. So I assume that one of these days it will actually stop working. Next up, some small practical features. Merging dictionaries. We have 2 dictionaries. We have the update method. If I do d1.update d2, then this modifies d1. All the key value pairs from d2 are assigned into d1, and that means that here, notice it's C3 in d1 and C30 in d2, and in the resulting d1, we have C30. So the argument takes priority. It's merging them, but like sort of merging them. Now, we now have an operator that does this. So you don't have to use the .update method. And the operator has slightly different semantics. The dictionary merge operator, dictionary union operator, d1 pipe d2, it returns a new dictionary. It doesn't change d1 or d2. So that's nicer in many ways. I actually prefer that to update. But if you really want to have an operator for update, you can use pipe equals and that'll work. Next up, string methods. You've probably used stir strip all the time. For example, if I have spaces around my string, I can run strip and I get back a new string without the white space on the edge. But did you know that you can pass arguments to s.strip? So for example, if my file name equals important.txt and I say filename.strip t, it will actually return the T from either side, from the beginning or the end. And some people are like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to say file name equals important.txt. I'm going to do file name.strip of .txt, and that will remove the suffix. Well, it will, but it'll go a little further than that. When you use .strip with an argument, that argument of string, it's seen as a collection of characters that can be removed. So it's going to remove any dots, T's, X's, and T's that it finds on the edges until it cannot remove them any further. A little different than you might expect. So what if you need to remove a prefix or suffix? Guess what we now have? We now have remove prefix and remove suffix. So now if I have important.txt in file name, I can say file name.remove suffix.txt, and look what I get back, a new string. Of course, strings are immutable, so we're not going to be changing the original string. I get back the word important. What if I give it a suffix that's not there? Well, then it's just ignored. It's only going to remove the suffix that's there. Next up, some math functions, math.gcd and math.lcm. So you can get the greatest common divisor of several numbers, or you get the least common multiple of several numbers. I'm not really sure who needs to use this, quite frankly. I mean, I less use this in elementary school or maybe middle school, but I'm sure that there are actual real math needs for this, and I'm sure now people will tell me exactly what those are as well. Okay, type hinting. Type hinting has become super, super popular. So let's say, for example, I have this function, def my sum, total is 0, right? For one number of numbers, total plus equal one number, return total. And I can say here, print my sum of 10, 20, 30, print my sum 10.0, 20.5, 30.3. All good. Yay. But what if people on my team might accidentally call this function with not a list of numbers, but a list of something else? Wouldn't it be nice for me to add some type hints? And the answer is yes. The thing is, if I want to say that's a list of ints and floats, I can't just use, or couldn't just use the regular old list. It wasn't supported. So what I have to do is go to the typing module, and from typing, import list and unit. Notice, list with a capital L, not list with a lowercase l, which is what we're used to in Python. And then I could use this for type hints, and then, MyPy and so forth would be happy. Well, guess what? As of Python 3.9, we can use plain old list. We don't need to import list, capital L. We can use list lowercase l, and it will work. Sort of. The thing is, Python doesn't care about type hints. Python ignores them altogether, puts them into its annotations attribute, and otherwise doesn't care. It's the tools we use that care about the type hints. And I checked in MyPy. I'm sure this will change very soon, but the current version of MyPy does not support lowercase l list. It only supports uppercase L list. So you might not want to change over right away, but pretty soon I'm guessing that MyPy and the other checkers will actually be doing just fine. Here's another fun one, more flexible decorators. So what if I have here a decorator, stringify return value of f, and all it's going to do is take whatever function we're decorating and turn its output into a string. So whatever the function returns, we're going to just run stir on that thing. Super, super useful, right? Okay, maybe not. And so at the bottom here, if I say print type of add 2 and 3, I'm going to get stirred no matter what, even though add of 2 and 3 returns an integer. All right, what's not to like? Decorators are great. Well, the problem is that until version 3.9, until the current version, the decorator could not include square brackets. Now they can. Let me show you what this looks like. So I can have my same decorator as before, and then I'm going to assign to a new variable, decos equals, square brackets, stringify return value. Meaning decos is a list of decorators, a very short list of decorators, I should add. And now I can say at decos, square bracket 0. And now it will work exactly as before. Now you might be saying, who would want such a thing? Well, who doesn't, right? Job security folks. No. The real reason is that apparently people using GUIs were having lists of buttons and other such things, and lists of callbacks, lists of decorators, and they wanted to be able to use them this way. And there was never an explicit rule against this. It just wasn't supported. And, like Guido said, yeah, I think this is fine. So it is fine. Now, can we use any expression here? No, but pretty close to anything. The way that they say it in the PEP is anything that would be valid as a test of if, elif, and while blocks is acceptable. So it's pretty good. Last up, almost last up, graphlib. If you want to work with graphs, then there might be useful to use this. So the idea is basically you can say I have nodes in a graph. And so I say here, I'm going to create a topological sorter, TS, and I'm going to say 4 comes after 3, and 4 comes after 2, and 4 comes after 1, and 2 comes after 1. Now, the reason that you have to say 4 comes after 3 is because you can actually have multiple arguments there. And so the new thing comes before all the old things. And now we're going to say listed in the order, right? Now it's going to show us the order such that all of the rules we gave it are still accurate. So in this order, 3, 1, 2, 4, 3 is before 4, 2 is before 4, 1 is before 4, and 2 is before 4. Fantastic. And you might be thinking, where am I possibly going to use this? Well, it turns out, and it also notice that you can't have cycles, right? That's something I should mention. So basically, you're trying to say that 1 is before 4, and 1 is before 2, and 2 is before 1. Well, 1 can't be before 2 and 2 before 1. Like, you got to choose. And so it'll give us an error message here. It'll give us an exception. This is, this is a cycle. So where would we use this? The best use case that I can think of is actually what Reuven mentioned in his proposal for this, which is something graph describes the MRO, the method resolution order, when you have classes and inheritance trees. And you have to make sure that there's no cycle there. So he said that if you want to implement that in Python, this would be a good way to do it. He also indicated this is like a well-known algorithm people need, and other people pointed out this is good in job scheduling, right? If I have a whole bunch of tasks, and task A needs to come before task B, task B comes before task C, task B is also before E, then this way you can schedule that and figure it out. One last thing here, and this is not in 3.9. This is in 3.10, matching. We love to say that in Python there's one and only one way to do it. This is as opposed to those crazy Perl and Ruby people who say there's more than one way to do it. Python, no way. And one of the things that my students in my corporate training are constantly asking me is, what about switch case, right? Isn't there a switch case in Python? The answer is no. And I tell them, think of it. If is a savings of 2/3 off of switch. What a deal, right? We're so much more efficient. They don't like that so much. People really love switch case. But for years, the core developers have said, no way, switch case, just use if. But things seem to be changing. There originally was one PEP, 62, and now there are 3 of them, 64, 65, 66. And they've broken into specification, motivation, and the tutorial. And they're saying, yes, soon enough, possibly in Python 3.10, we're going to have something new, a match keyword and a case keyword. And what you'll do is give a subject to match. What are you matching on? What sort of pattern? Or I'm sorry, what are we matching on? And then one or more patterns and case statements. Now, it's not exactly switch case. It's not exactly if-then. It's sort of like matching a whole bunch of unpacking from split. And that's something they have in this tutorial. So some of these, some things from the PEP that they show. So if I say, I got a command from the user. So they seem to use an adventure game as their example. So I'm going to split command. Command is a string. I'm going to get back a list. So if I have 2 elements in a list, case, list, action, object, then it's going to assign action to the first thing, object to the second thing. I don't have to do action, comma, object equals command dot split. Right. And I can even have multiple case statements. So if there's one thing, if there are 2 things, I can even have a whole bunch of them. Right? 1 word, 2 words, and we can do a whole bunch of things inside of the case statement. We can even say it's this or this or this. Right, so we use pipes there between the possibilities, between the cases, to say, well, if this is this, that's all okay. Is this a good idea? I have to say it's starting to grow on me. It usually takes me some time to accept change. I'm that kind of guy. But this is likely to be in 3.10, and you should get ready for it. So what should we think about 3.9? This is an enormous amount of effort. Right? The people who are working on Python releases are volunteers, and they're working very hard to make sure we have a language that works and works well. So we should really thank them for all the work that they do. The next thing is, at the same time as they're doing a lot of work, they're keeping it relatively boring. They're making sure that each new upgrade is going to be small, is going to be manageable, and it means that if you miss a release, that's okay. You can get to the next release. Less pressure on all of us. And so, I'll see you next year in time for Python 3.10. If there are any questions, I would be very happy to entertain you. You can also contact me. Email, I'm on Twitter, I have a YouTube channel, and it would be delightful to hear from any of you who are watching right now.
Thank you, Reuven. Thank you so much for such a fascinating speech. So, actually, we are going to have a Q&A panel where you will be able to answer all of the questions. And guys, I will remind you that don't hesitate, don't wait, leave all of your questions right now. So Reuven will be able to answer them on our Q&A panel, which will be right in 40 minutes actually. So Reuven, see you soon.
See you soon then.
Thank you. Okay, and now we are already ready to welcome our next speaker, and this is Emanuil Tolev. Hi.
Hi, Victoria. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Well, London, UK is in lockdown, so not as fun as usual, but hanging in there. Up for some Python fun tonight.
Okay, so while Emanuil is connecting his presentation, I would like to just say a few words about him. So, Emanuil is a community engineer with Elastic, the company behind the open source Elastic Stack, Elasticsearch, APM, Kibana, Bits, etc. He's based in London. He ran a small open science web development consultancy with partners for several years. Interested in mentorship, inclusion, small businesses, archery, and always curious about how the world works in detail. And Emanuil is going to present us his topic, the gentle touch of APM, how code tracing works in Python. Oh, that sounds interesting, Emanuil. Okay, archery? Oh, how long you've been doing it?
Well, to be honest, not really very much for the last 6 or 8 months, but I'm just a beginner. Shot for a few years. It's very relaxing. It's nice to not be at the computer all the time.
Yes, that's definitely. Okay, I'm connecting your presentation right now, and you can start. The floor is yours.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. All right, so we've got a Q&A panel coming up, which I'm joining as well. So ask questions there. We have quite a lot today, but hopefully enjoy ourselves. So today I'll be going through how the Elastic Python code tracing agent works. So we'll look at the source code of the agent. My name is Emanuil, as Victoria really nicely introduced me. And yeah, let's jump in. And I'll give you a little bit of an intro to code tracing systems in general, just very quickly, in case you haven't used one before. So the point with them is that they're just a way to troubleshoot things. We started troubleshooting web applications as well as other types of code that we wanted to run. First with logs, I suppose first with the equivalent of print statements and more complicated ways of logging, and then centralizing logs, collecting them in one place. Actually, the Elastic Stack and the Elasticsearch are quite famous for storing logs. Then they have metrics, things like CPU, RAM, disk I/O, and they all of that together with exactly when things happened. We have timestamps on log messages, and we have a history of when the CPU was spiking, and help us debug problems. But these are more like black box methods, and they don't really show you what exactly is going on inside an application. So that's where APM, application performance monitoring, or code tracing comes in, which you can think of it more as a way to X-ray your app, so you can see exactly what's going on. And you'll see what I mean in a second. So I did the traditional route, like when I was in charge of managing some web apps. I started just with logging, and then when that wasn't enough, I tried to collect metrics and more metrics and different intervals of collecting them. But then when that wasn't enough, and I had a problem that lasted several days, I had to use a code tracing system. And then later on, I found out that Elastic had bought a company and made theirs free to use. So that's pretty cool, and I ended up working there. I really liked my experience with code tracing, and so I thought it'd be interesting to show you how they actually work. Like how do you collect all of that information? Like lines of code that are being executed, environment information, request information. Like how do they siphon all of that in? So we'll look at tech architecture, and then we'll look at some code. In case you haven't seen the rest of the Elastic Stack, it's typically used for web monitoring a lot, but, of course also for search. It powers like many commercial search applications and analytics. You know, NASA Mars rover is a pretty famous use case for us. But for the rest of it, there's Kibana, which is a graphical user interface. That's what we'll be looking at today. Elasticsearch is an open source analytics and search engine. That's where all the info gets stored. It's pretty good with numbers and with text, and also quite good if you store time series data in it. So hence code tracing data works quite well. And then Beats and Logstash, they're programs that basically help you collect logs and metrics. So we're not going to spend time on them today. So code tracing complements logging and metrics. If you ask me, like if I was setting up a totally new project, to be honest, nowadays I'd set up code tracing first, and I'll show you why in a bit on the UI. But the code tracing doesn't replace other methods of troubleshooting. Like they work together, and it's best if you have all of them set up. Really, so long as the tools, so long as you feel you're clear on the causes when problems do arise, and you are confident that you can troubleshoot things, then you're fine whatever tooling you're using. This is sort of the typical architecture of like a web app, and typically how data would get collected. So today we'll focus on this bit here, the Python agent. But there's also tons of other agents for other languages, like that's like a Node.js agent and a Go agent and so on and so forth. But there's also another type of agent, the real user monitoring agent. And that sits in the client side, and you can bring more of this information together. Anyway, all of that, including what we're looking at today, Python agent sends its information onto a server, which you can download and run yourself for free, or you can have us host it in case you don't want to end up in the who watches the watchers situation of having to monitor your infrastructure with more monitoring. Then you can run all the server-side components like the data store, the graphical user interface, and the code tracing collection, APM server. You can run that on Elastic Cloud. So let's have a look at the UI. And the kind of information that is being collected. This is how you would usually just get started. So once you've installed the agent into various parts of your app, like different services, then this is the screen you would see. And if I go and click in on Python, I would get a screen like this. So first off, I won't be looking at today, but in here, you can actually trace backend jobs as well. So if you're using Celery or Huey or some other batch processing framework, you can also track like which of those are slowest, how many failed versus how many successful jobs there have been over time, those sorts of things. But today we'll just look at web requests. But this is a typical UI for this kind of system. If you have not used one or used one recently, it'll break down how long you're spending. A big part of the point of these systems is performance monitoring. So here we can see that we're spending 5% of our time at this particular point in time in what the database is taking about 5% of the time to answer our queries. And there's application code, there's some custom code, and the framework is taking almost no time at all. And then there's talking to other HTTP services, and that's taking up a quarter of the time. Right, so then you can, that's transaction duration, and then you can go into specific transactions. And all kinds of systems like this one, or this class of system, will try to give you an overview of what's taking the most time, which is a function of how slow a transaction is and how many times it's being called. So if we'll dig into that shortly, into a specific one. But if you have a look at errors and metrics quickly, The one thing that a code tracing system can do is actually it will group errors for you. So here, for example, there's a particular kind of error, and that's occurred 1,600 times, or 1,600 times. So this is much better than if I read this in a log and I had the same stack trace, 30 lines times 1,600. There would be quite a lot of lines to scroll through. And so this tab, errors grouping, and the metrics, which gives you simple just CPU and memory use, the fact that you can already get those from an APM system, that's why, as I was saying earlier, that's why if I was starting a new project and I just needed to have something in there, that's why I would use, that's why I would install a code tracing first. Okay, so then going into a specific transaction, this is the kind of thing you would see. So at the top, you'd see very similar information. It's the breakdown of what is taking so long. For this transaction, over half the time is spent waiting on the database to answer our queries. And this is quite useful. So here we've got a distribution chart. So with most of the transactions, so like normal, regular, you got 27,000 of those and they're in the fast bucket. They all took less than 1 second. But here we've got some potential problems that you can immediately zero in on problems, which is why we usually look at monitoring. So, and that this even just a lot of the usefulness of this type of system is in just presenting the information to you and how that's done. Now, speaking of which, we get, this is the main part, the most interesting part, we get a breakdown of what code is being executed. And so here we've got different services. So the reason there's different colors is something called distributed tracing. If you install an APM agent, here in this case for Go and for Ruby and for Python, they all send their information to the APM server. And when you look at it here in Kibana, you'll be able to see the path a request took for a particular transaction, like through your entire system, which is really handy, of course, for seeing problems. But what I'm interested in is what types of information gets collected. Right. So I click on the transaction, you'll be able to see stuff like the environment, so environment variables, and just headers, HTTP information, like socket information, like the IP address, the user agent, even stuff about the host. So what we'll be looking at is how do we get this info, and if there's time, which might not be, we'll look at how do we get this kind of thing. So for any transaction, like for example, issuing a database query, or if there's an error, in the system itself, you'll be able to see the exact line of code that was responsible for that block, for that part of the transaction. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual instrumentation. I don't want to run out of time. We want to look at some code. This is how you would install the Python agent. And we're gonna try to see how does it collect all of that info. So this is just a really simple Flask application, a single file Flask app. And this is what you'd have to do. You install, of course, you put it in your requirements, txt or setup.py. You install it as dependency, the Python APM agent. You import it, and you set a bit of config. What's really necessary is where to send the information and some display name to show. Then what you do is just you call this constructor for the agent and you wrap the Flask app object in it, and then that's it. Your app is instrumented and you will get the info that I showed you in the UI. So let's delve into that and see what that's like. So for Flask, there there are integrations with various frameworks. So there's a Django specific integration. There will be Celery for background jobs. And of course, there is Flask. So in this case, that's the constructor that will get called, because we imported the Flask specific version of the agent. And so here's the class, Elastic APM, literally the class we call in our application. And this is its constructor. Okay, so we set some instance variables, and then we call init app. So let's go to init app and see what's happening. Okay, so first off, you remember how it was grouping those errors, 1,600 occurrences of an error. And the way it even knows that an error is happening is because it registers single signal handlers. And this is something that the various frameworks, they have different ways of doing this, but it's something that the framework, the web framework, will give you as a hook. And so, standing on the shoulders of giants and so on. Everything in the Python ecosystem is built so, well, the idea is that projects are built such that each project handles a particular part that it's responsible for, and then it provides all the necessary hooks to act on and all the necessary information for other projects to do whatever they need to do with it. So it's not that we're going and doing something extremely magical. We're just mostly relying on other lower level libraries, and then we do our thing. So in this case, we are registering a handler, handle exception, which is right here. And so the interesting part here is this get data from request. Remember that. We'll get back to that in a second. So after we register the exception handler here, then we, of course, besides errors, we want to track every transaction. So how do we do that? And there are just two more hooks, request started and request finished, provided by Flask. And we say to Flask, whenever a request started or finished, please execute this function. These two methods, our own request started and request finished. And there's a bit of extra instrumentation. If Celery is also being used, then we will start instrumenting that too. And these are the two functions. So what we do here is we will start a transaction, which is basically just a dict in memory. And again, we call get data from request, and we fill out that dict. Okay, so we see this for a second time now. And then for when the request is being finished, we call this get data from response. And we dump the information out into this dict that we hold in memory, and we send it off. We send off a piece of JSON to the APM server. Well, that's it. Then it all ends. So let's have a look at these get data from request and get data from response functions. I'm waiting for time. All right, please 12 minutes. Excellent. So get data from request. This is, if you remember the bit in here on the general transaction, like not the blocks that break it down in different parts, but just the overall transaction. So here you've got all of this information, environment variables, headers for the request, and eventually for the response. Okay, so this is where we get that information. We just use the OS module to obtain environment information. Request method like get or post we get from the framework. Similarly for IP address and so on, we get from the framework, which will get it from, if you're familiar with WSGI, we'll get it from the rest of the stack, basically. Like there will be an application server like Green Unicorn sitting somewhere further down the stack. And that's what will collect this info for us. If we are capturing headers, then we record those. Again, just obtaining them from the framework. And we basically build up a dict. In some cases, we can configure this to also capture the body of the request, although that could have sensitive data in there. So you would probably want to be careful like what you're logging and putting in your monitoring infrastructure if you're doing this, like, GDPR, data protection, and so on. But we can record the body as well. And then when the whole thing ends, we do the exact same thing for the response, because we are generating the response. So like the web framework is generating the response based on our application code. So in our application, we will say, render this template, and the web framework will take that and will make a response object out of it, and we'll set the appropriate headers. And we can also tell it a few headers to set. So this simply asks the web framework, okay, what did you do? And then that's how it gets displayed up here. So it's really, we just query. That's a very simple, just enumerating stuff from the OS module and from the web framework. And we end up with all of this detail. Right. So this is how we hook into something like Flask, or in this case, Flask enables us to get all this info. So how about when it's just like some third-party library, right? That it's not a web framework. It doesn't have request started, request finished hooks. How can we trace that? And what we do is we kind of we use just a part of the code tracing code. So we call into one of the lower levels of the Elastic API Python agent. Right, so then this is exactly what we do. So this is the requests library. Probably most people be familiar with it. It's a library that allows you to make a very, very Pythonic, very clean interface. Allows you to make HTTP requests, so gets, posts, and so on from your app. Right. So, but we're a code tracing library, so we want to show some extra information. When this library makes a request to somewhere, we want to show how long that request is taking, because we want to show that in those colorful blocks. We want to show, okay, 20% of this transaction was spent waiting on an external request to return. So in order to do that, we need to instrument the library. And what we do here is we wrap a function of our choice. In this case, it's session.send from the requests library. And so what we do here is we essentially call into the same get request information from get request info utility function that we just talked about, and get response info function. But instead of here, we don't have like a, we don't start a whole transaction. So if we look at the code tracing transactions here, here we don't do the whole, like with Flask, we would start a transaction, and then inside it, we would start marking off code blocks that are relevant, right? So here we don't have a whole transaction, so we just say capture a span. And in code tracing speak, a transaction is like, okay, that's a service responding to a request. You see these little two arrows pointing at each other? That's one transaction. That's another service being called, so it's another transaction. And here we've got another transaction. And then when you don't have that symbol, that's a span. Right? That's just a specific piece of the transaction. So what we do with the requests library is we say, we're going to start a span. So we're going to start one of those blocks. So, and that's what capture span does here. And so, in case you haven't seen that, so this is a custom context. So this is not something, because usually when you say with, it's a context like, with open, and then you open a file and you read it in. So here we've defined a context. So the way this, if you haven't seen the definition, that's quite cool. You can just define a class, and so long as you have call and you have enter and exit, you can put with in front of that class, and then that's now a Python context. So it basically means that it will ensure that the enter code gets executed in the middle, like the rest of the code gets executed, and no matter what happens in the middle, like even if it errors out or crashes or whatever, the Python interpreter will always try to ensure that the exit code gets executed and cleans up. And so here we go in and we capture information much the same way as we would do for a Flask web request. Okay, so all right, we got a bit of extra time. So what I really want to show you, because that's something that people usually find kind of interesting, or that's something that can make you feel like, okay, this is like there's magic in there, even though there really isn't. We're just bringing some other libraries together. Of course, it takes a lot of work to make this work in many different scenarios, and hence why you would want a separate agent library. But ultimately, we are relying on other libraries to do the job. So how do we get these stack traces? How do we get the actual code to display neatly up here? And the way we do that is we use the Python inspect module. So this gets a little bit abstract. So this is why instead of following through from the very beginning, like we did with the constructor for the Flask integration, that's why we're jumping right in here. But basically, we can at any point via the inspect module track which, we have access to the current execution trace, to the current stack trace, and we can ask for the frames inside the trace. So like think of it like each line, essentially. And the inspect module also gets us a line number and much of the information about the frame. So from then on, once we have a frame, or else we have all the frames of the current context, we can go over them. We can just iterate over them. And in order to get the source code, we do this little bit here, get lines from a file. And that's a utility function that we wrote. So in Python inspect module, we get the current execution context, we get the list of the frames, then we iterate over them, and we do this to each frame. So basically what we do here is we open the file from where the frame comes, the source file, and we just do a search for the code that's in this frame. So like, where is this coming from? And we read it in. So as simple as that. We rely on the inspect module to get us each frame, each line in the stack trace, to get us the line number. Then we seek for that line, literally as in the file function seek. We read it in, and then we put it in that dictionary that I was talking about to build in memory, send it off to the APM server, and finally display it here as text. Sometimes things go wrong and we can't capture the information, can't find the file. There's various layers of abstraction there. And in that case, you don't get a stack trace. But so this is it. This is how we get these stack traces. Let me back here. There you go. All right, so this is just to recap, because I just showed you a bunch of code, and I want you to be able, this is open source, so you can look at how this works if you're interested in how code tracing works. And you can see it's, well, it can be complicated to do this in production, but it's very well written. It's well modularized. If you wanted to understand how it works, you absolutely can. And I'm sure if you sat down and try to figure out okay, what does the inspect library in Python do, which is provided by core Python, by standard lib. You could write like bits yourself where you do your own code tracing and you get your own information. Now, if you are using Elastic APM, you can just call our functions. Like in the requests implementation, we call one of our lower level functions. You can do that too. So even if there's a part that doesn't, for some reason, isn't working too well, or you just want to track more detailed information, you can go and do that. You check the Python agent docs for exactly what you can call. And so anyway, to recap, we call the Flask integration. That's its constructor. Flask provides us with request started, finished, and error hooks. And we have a couple of utility functions to get environment, client, and other info. Build that dictionary in memory, convert it to JSON, send it off. The third-party libraries, we wrap the relevant function and we create what's called a span in code tracing speak. Capture timing information from that span, and we move on. That's pretty much it. So everything I showed you today is free to use. You could use it on Elastic Cloud. You could also download it and just use it as no time trial or similar restrictions. Now, in conclusion, like the core message that I wanted to take away is, okay, we walked through some code, but really it's just bringing some other stuff together. And I want you to take away that this is not some kind of black magic. Code tracing is not something that's inaccessible, and no matter your level, you'll be able to understand it. So I highly recommend, just type Elastic APM Python GitHub into your favorite search engine, and you will get to the source code. And to me, at least, it's really fascinating how we can siphon off so much information and build like such a useful tool. Because when I started just with logging and metrics, obviously it was a lot harder to diagnose problems. So the fact that we can now do this and that we can do it in such a clean way, just relying on some other libraries to help us out, I think is a testament to how well the Python ecosystem has developed and how well projects have collaborated over time. You got web frameworks, web servers like Werkzeug, the thing that goes with Flask. Like Green Unicorn, the application server, and they've all worked over time to be able to provide us with this information. And we just bring it together for you, and of course visualize it. And yeah, there's years of effort that's gone into that, and making that run quickly so it doesn't impact performance and production, and so on and so forth. But ultimately, you can read this, and even if you're a beginner, don't let that scare you. It's you learn a lot from looking at how a program hooks into a web app, and yeah, you probably have to search for a lot of stuff if you're a beginner, but you should totally take a walk through the code. Take my slides, especially the diagram that shows this function gets called and this one, and just have a go at checking it out yourself. So thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, well, we'll have a Q&A session in 5 minutes. So thank you very much for your attention, and stay safe and stay healthy.
Oh yeah, it's amazing nowadays. Actually, thank you, Emanuil. It was really interesting talk. Okay, I would like to remind everyone that now we are going to have our Q&A session. So please leave your questions in the comments, and as well, if you asked some questions previously and they were not answered, so you can also leave in the stream below, so we can start our discussions with our speakers. So before we start our Q&A panel, I would like to tell you and remind you that as we know that it's not convenient to spend 24 hours at live stream, and we prepared and provided recordings for all of the speeches for you. You can buy a package with all expected 25 junior track speech for $14.90 on our website. The earning from the fee we put back into the editing process to be able to provide you with the highest quality content. As I'm going to leave it the link in the comment right now. Okay, I see that all of our speakers are already prepared for the Q&A session. Okay, we will wait for some time for Emanuil. Oh, now he joined us. So hi everyone again.
Hello.
Hope all of you are ready for our Q&A session. So I'm going to ask some questions, so like it can be addressed to one of you, but of course you can add some information to each other and have some discussions maybe if you would like. And I think we can actually start even that it's 5 minutes before. So let's start, and our first question is this one. You can see it on the screen. How to log to database and how to retrieve logs from database. Okay, I think this question was addressed to Mike.
Yeah, so I think the best way to do that is to subclass logging.handler and then pass in your SQL cursor object to it.
Okay.
And then there's actually some good answers on Stack Overflow, but that'd be.
Mike, I think we are losing you. We can't hear you, unfortunately. If you can hear us, you maybe should reconnect or check your network connection. Is it only me? Or it's for everyone?
I also heard him sort of wink out a little bit, and then.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, for
Sorry about that. But yeah, what I was saying is after you subclass the handler, then inside of the emit, which I actually kind of covered a little bit when I subclassed for the DBX Python handler, you do something very similar to that, an override emit to make it write to the database. And then, of course, retrieving logs from the database is your normal SQL commands where you do a search and you just pull the data out. I mean, every SQL database is different, so I can't really say how to pull it, without knowing what database you want to talk about. So.
Okay, thank you. Emanuil, Reuven, maybe you have something to add?
No, sorry.
not really. I mean, it's a fairly that's fairly general. I don't know the details of the context of it. I mean, the stack that I was presenting about is actually used a lot for logs, but there's tons of ways to send data over. I see maybe look up structured logging. I guess that might be helpful. And yeah, retrieving logs. That's the general, really, for me to be able to say anything there.
Okay, we have one more question. I'm not sure to who it's addressed exactly. So, what's the objective of the tokenizer? Is it to analyze the code?
Would that be Reuven, I think?
Oh, there we go. There's the unmute button.
Yes.
So look, it's sort of to break it up. The tokenizer's job is to sort of say, okay, here I see a word, and here I see a parenthesis, and here I see white space. you can think of it as if you hold up, I don't know, a page of text, right? That if you hold a page of text, you can basically figure out where's their punctuation, where are their words, where's their space. But the computer is really dumb. So the tokenizer's job is to label each of these pieces so that then when the parser gets each of these pieces, it can say, oh, I get it, right? It sort of makes some semantic sense out of it.
Okay, thank you. And now these questions, I think it was for Emanuil during his talk. So how extensive will the graph library be?
Is it? I think that might be Reuven.
Yeah. So I actually got this question from him on Twitter as well already. So the answer is, otherwise, like I don't recognize the name. So I think that what I showed is basically all that you've got, or most of what you've got. You've got a little bit more in terms of adding nodes and removing nodes and freezing them. Now, I don't know if they're planning to turn it into a more extensive graph library in the standard library. But remember that the standard library is just the stuff that comes with Python. There's a whole ton of stuff on PyPI, and I haven't checked, but I've got to assume that there are dozens, hundreds of packages out there that have to do with graphs. So this is like getting an upgrade, as it were. This is getting special status in terms of being part of the standard library that comes with everyone's Python. But I would look on PyPI because you'll probably find what you're looking for there.
Okay, great, thank you. And next question to Mike. So can I create log file for every function on my Python script, or I can write my logs to the single file only?
I mean, technically you could write a log file for, create a separate log file for every function if you wanted to, but most of the time when I've written the logging module, I would log the function name, but it all end up going to a single file, because most of the time you're going to be analyzing one or maybe 2 or 3 log files for your program. You're not going to be analyzing, 10 different log files for your entire script, because if you have a really extensive code base, you could have 100 functions, and you're not going to want to open up 100 files just to look at the logs for that particular function.
Okay, and we have this question now. I think it should be for everyone. Which web framework is better? Okay, so Emanuil, maybe you will start.
Gosh, I mean, they just perform different functions, Let's take 2 really popular ones like Flask and Django. Well, like Flask is a framework that allows you a lot of control, and you do everything, a lot of things almost from scratch in it, and there's a lot of options for what you can do. Django also has a lot of options, but it's maybe a bit more batteries included. I guess a lot more batteries included. It will have an opinion about how you might want to talk to a database, for example, and will include functionality around that and a lot else besides. So Django, when you look at them, it feels like Django is just bigger. It covers more surface. It gives a structure to your project that has convention there. Whereas Flask, you could write a single file, and that's a valid application, and that there's nothing beyond a certain size and complexity. Obviously it will be bad, but there's nothing inherently wrong with doing that in Flask. And so they're for different use cases, even different ways of thinking as a developer, like different mental models and what makes you comfortable. So yeah, I wouldn't really say that one's better. There's also stuff like, which one's better for your team if you're working in a team. What do other people know and like? That can make a framework better in that context. Much more important than the technical features, to be honest. We're all working with people, not just a computer.
Okay, thank you. Reuven, maybe you would like to add something?
So first of all, I'm going to agree with Emanuil there on everything he said. especially on the thing of like, what do people know best? If you have a team where everyone knows, for example, Flask, coming in and saying, well, I think Django is like the most perfect thing for us, maybe, but that's going to be a lot of learning curve and difficulty and so forth. I mean, generally, I'd say the bigger the task, the more likely it is that Django is going to be appropriate. I know that I played a very, very, very tiny bit with Pyramid about a year and a half ago, and I didn't quite take to it, but I know that it also is meant for large scalable things. I'm pretty sure that PyPI is running on it. So, that's sort of as big as it gets. And sort of at the totally other end of the spectrum, a few months ago, I had to write a tiny application that would talk to a database to check coupon codes for a promotion I was doing, and then would return JSON. And I had it written within less than an hour or so in Flask. So thinking about the size, thinking about the needs, and there are plenty of other frameworks out there also that might be more appropriate. Try them, play with them. At the end of the day, it's just software. It's not a religion. Although some people might have you think otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
I don't really have an opinion on web frameworks because I don't really use them that much. So I'm going to pass on this one.
Okay, sure, it's completely fine. Okay, we have next question. Is this one? What is a use case where one could use switch case, but a match case statement wouldn't work?
Let's see. Well, switch case is like, basically you can think of it as an extensive if-then, right? So you can be checking also the match case. I would say match case is a narrower scope of checking. You're checking to see if this pattern matches that. So switch case, actually I haven't used switch case in many, many years because I haven't used C in many years, and the world is a better place for it. But basically, you can check all sorts of things having to do with attributes of your system and files and so on and so forth. And this is just matching. This is given these pieces of data, given these strings, given these integers, what types are they? What do they look like? How many did I get? You can't start saying, and if I have this attribute on this object, and if it's of this type. No. We're keeping it much simpler than that, at least for now. We'll see what happens with this. It's still a specification very much sort of in the draft stage that people are discussing.
Okay. Emanuil, Mike, if you have something to add?
Not really.
Okay. And let's have our next question then, this one. So, Elasticsearch code trace product, I'm working with native applications in K8, and we use Datadog centralized logs, looks very similar to code trace. Do you know any differences, user cases between them?
Yes, so it talk about native apps in Kubernetes. I wonder exactly what they mean by native, like cloud native apps in Kubernetes or like mobile code. But anyway, so I don't generally compare the competitor products directly because honestly, it's been a while since I've had to regularly monitor like a live app, and it would be unfair because obviously I know Elastic stuff best, and it just wouldn't be a fair engineering comparison to tell you, okay, well, like this is better than Datadog because I don't actually know that it is. So of course, I think our stuff's good, but I just don't use Datadog stuff. So at least Datadog's centralized logs looks very similar to code tracing. So centralized, just like on that, centralized logging is different to code tracing. I would say code tracing supplements it. Centralized logging is just where you take all the logs from your app, scripts, whatever you have, and you put them in one place so you can easily search and view them. So that's centralized logging. Code tracing is you get a lot deeper into exactly what's being executed, blocks of code, and so on. Differences in use cases? No, not really. Like you would use the Elastic Stack for centralizing your logs, and you would use Elastic APM, code tracing, to look into your app, and you would do the exact same thing with Datadog. Like fundamentally, on a very, very, very high level, they're just competing products. So they will both serve you for logs and for code tracing. And again, like I'm not going to get into like detailed comparisons. It's not fair.
Okay. And our next question is this one for Mike. Logging and multiprocessing with Python. Any insight or suggestion on how to do it properly?
Well, as I mentioned, my understanding is that you would use the queue handler to make it work properly. But I honestly don't use multiprocessing that often in my own code, so I can't speak beyond what I showed in the talk. There is some good examples in that logging cookbook that I linked to in my slides that I would definitely recommend checking out. I don't know if anyone else has anything else to say about it, but.
Okay, if Emanuil or Reuven, you would like to add something to this, maybe?
What was that?
I was just asking.
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
No, sorry, nothing specifically on how to do. It's an interesting question. I guess like how would multiprocessing affect logging? I haven't like when I've used multiprocessing, which hasn't been a lot, like just to spin off a thread or a different process. If you're centralizing your logs, the centralization bit, whatever you're using, if you're using Elasticsearch, for example, like when you view them, they'll be ordered by the timestamp there anyway. And that's the only thing I can think of as a possible problem. Like not exactly a race condition, but just you can, if you're having that, then maybe you will perceive the log messages to be out of order somehow. But if you're sending all of them to a central place, then you'll see them in the correct order. So that won't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's switch to next question. So I think it was a question for Reuven. Would you be able to set up cases in a more pragmatic fashion?
I don't know. Like basically, I don't even know if there's a working model of this yet, or if they've just sort of sketched out how it would look. I have to assume someone has tried the match and case system in at least like some sort of preliminary form. I have to assume. Well, on the one hand, if these are new keywords in the language, then it might be hard to do it programmatically because you can't just sort of swap things in there. Yeah, that actually might make it hard to do it programmatically, like to sort of automate, to say, I'm going to take all these different cases sort of described in a file and then load them up, slurp them into my program and use them. So my gut feeling is you won't be able to, but I trust that someone will find a way to do that.
Okay, thank you. And next question to everyone. What's your favorite Python version and or function? Okay, who would like to start? Mike? Emanuil? Reuven?
No, I don't know. I probably have the most experience with Python 2.7, but recently I've been able to start using 3.6, and so I'm going to go with that for now because that's the one I get to use the most right now, and I really like it. Works probably the best Python 3 version I've used so far.
Okay.
Favorite, use the latest one. Definitely use Python 3 for any projects. And yeah, I like the one. I don't like upgrading, but I guess that's true for everybody because it can be a pain. My favorite one is whatever it was initially written in, and then if there's little effort in upgrading, then that's lovely, and the various tools that help you with that are godsend. But other than that, I have an opinion.
Okay.
So I recently upgraded to 3.9, and it feels like, despite my whole talk, it's small upgrade over 3.8. 3.8 I really like a lot. I'm starting to actually grow fond of the whole walrus operator. And I really love in F strings that you can do curly braces with a variable and the equal sign after that. Oh my God, that's fantastic. And in terms of a favorite function, I was like, do I have a favorite function? Like everyone needs a favorite function, right? So I think vars is just amazing because you can, it's like, you know, it's the dirt topping and it's the floor wax. Like basically you can run vars on an object and it'll give you a dictionary back of its attributes, just the ones that are set on that object as opposed to the whole hierarchy, which you get from dir. Or you can run vars inside of a function and it gives you a dictionary of the local variables. Or you can run vars outside of a function and it gives you the global variables. It's like the do everything function. I use it all the time in like demonstrating things and teaching and even debugging.
Okay, thank you. And we have next question. Should logur preferred over inbuilt login?
I haven't used Loggeroo myself, but it depends on your organization. You know, I've worked for companies that won't let me install third-party packages without going through a bunch of red tape. So if you're working for someone who like that, you probably won't get to use Loggeroo. But, you know, for my own personal projects, I definitely check it out and give it a go and see, does it fit my brain better than Python's built-in logging module? If it does, I'd use it. If it doesn't, I'd stick with what I know.
Okay, thank you. And the next question then. So do you think typing features like MyPy will ever be integrated into Python now that the language can recognize some type structures?
I think the official line is no, never. And my impression is maybe someday. I mean, I think for now, there's enough support in the community for keeping it separate, in part because you have different typing checkers. I can't ever remember the names of them, but like besides MyPy, I know there's like one from Facebook and one from Google and so on and so forth. And they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. And I think people sort of like the fact that it's external to the language and that you can choose which one you want. That said, I keep thinking, I wonder if one day, maybe not like in Python 4, but maybe like Python 5 or 6, when our great-grandchildren are all programming in Python, maybe then it'll be there. So I'm keeping an open mind on that, but for now, don't expect it in the near future.
Okay, Emanuil, Mike, maybe you would like to say something about this as well? How do you think?
I like it being optional myself, but I don't. You know, I don't really like Python telling me what to do with my functions right now. But I like that dynamic nature of Python. That's what drew me to it in the first place. But I can also see, after working on a really large code base, where type hinting is actually quite valuable, especially when you have people that don't have a deep understanding of Python.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. I don't have a super specific opinion here. I did find it very freeing to work in Python when I moved to it from like the C++ and Java. So like for me, there's a feeling of just freedom, and I would like to keep that. But to be honest, I have really little experience with typing features anyway. So I can totally see them being useful for what Mike's saying when you're collaborating with people who don't know Python that well or in larger code bases. But I just haven't used them even. So.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just add, by the way. So I mean, I come from a dynamic language background. So for me, this idea of like typing hints and annotations is like, oh my God, what a burden! It's just chaining my hands to the keyboard. And I've been pleasantly surprised by how relatively sort of lightweight it is and how you can sort of choose the level you want. And I've been especially surprised to find how many of my students who come from Java, C#, C++ backgrounds are delighted to find the typing there. They really see it as, they're scared of the dynamic typing and they feel uncomfortable with it. And so having it there seems to be welcoming a whole lot of people coming from other languages who don't necessarily feel freer, they feel scareder.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can see that.
And we have our next question now. So, how do you decide to tackle an asynchronous process using Python async libraries or using an external queue like Celery? Okay, to whom this question is addressed? Maybe for all of you, probably?
I don't know exactly, but I mean, I've done this, like, I've gone through this decision. So, but what we actually did was, because we thought, okay, adding a whole library to the tech stack, like Celery, it's just a lot of extra complexity. So we tried just using the like the various async process features. Ended up with a memory leak that brought the app down several times. And so then we used we were just building a CSV actually, but I can't even remember exactly what we did wrong, but clearly we didn't understand it well enough. And so we moved not to Celery, moved to Huey, which is like a lighter weight version. I get this alternatives. But we ended up using a library, for the same reason you typically end up using a library, because it's tested by other people and they've worked out at least the basics. And how it will work out in your head and what it's actually in production are two different things. Like, I'm all for learning and experimenting, but just so long as you make sure you either have some experience with it or you're monitoring it closely, then that's fine. If it's very, very simple, I would consider it. As soon as it starts like writing to different data stores, more complicated writing to disk, anywhere there's the potential that the process will touch the same file, no, just use the library.
Okay, and Mike, maybe you would also like to add something?
I usually avoid async because every time I try to figure it out, I mess it up somehow. So I'm probably not the best person to ask this question of.
Okay, Reuven?
I mean, I've been playing with async more and more over the last 6 months or so, 8 months or so, and I think that like the implementation is getting better, the documentation is getting better, but I definitely don't know enough in order to decide whether you keep it inside or outside. I think what Emanuil said about adding an external library, a whole extra subprocess to your system, that adds a lot of complexity. I don't know. I don't know. I know. I mean, I had a client. This was a few years ago already, where they decided to use async, and they were really unhappy with it, and decided to end up going somewhere else. But that was when it was less mature. Nowadays, I think it's doing better. So pick your poison,
Okay, thank you. And now we have our next question. Are there any advantages of Python over other languages?
No.
I'm sure there are.
Look, what I always say is that Python is a language for an age in which computers are cheap and people are expensive. In other words, it is not a language for super crunching of data. It's a language for when the bottleneck, like what your biggest expense is the humans, the programmers, in terms of writing, in terms of maintaining code, and you want to optimize for that. And okay, if we have to buy some more servers or more memory, we can do that. And so I think that sort of cuts through a lot of the advantages that Python has, and why nowadays, when computers are cheap and when people are trying to crank out software and make it maintainable, we're seeing such a rise in Python's popularity.
Okay. Emanuil, maybe you would like to add something?
I'd say it's fully agree with Reuven, first of all. Yeah, I definitely perceive it like that. It's just very programmer oriented. Reminds me of Ruby in that way. Like Ruby optimized for programmer happiness. That's the idea anyway. Python feels very much like that. So for I'd say the ecosystem has very varied like in PyCon UK, there when it was happening in person, there were tracks on education, like how do we bring programming to kids, and it was well developed. Like it wasn't some theory about how we might want to teach children programming. Like there were projects, the cheap computers like the BBC Micro with stuff running on there, various projects, teachers coming in to speak about what they were doing. Like fun. There were actual children, I guess at least a couple of dozen of them at the conference. It's not really the case everywhere, and I guess that might be my local community, but I feel like it is quite a popular language for that. But then you have also tons of other stuff. You have web applications, you have data science, and even when there is a need for some fast number crunching, there is a way, I guess, just like other languages, to bind to languages like C. So NumPy in the data science field does that, and allows you to work with that, and that's really nicely packaged. So you don't have the usual problems of installing it and wandering. You just pip install and it'll figure itself out. So yeah, I'd say ecosystem, and just it's sort of more like socially is what I mean. There people have tried to do so many things with it, and there are active communities for so many different use cases that you're more likely to find somebody who's done at least something similar, at least on the low level. And to me, that's a great way to speed development up. So,
Okay, thank you. Mike, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, for me, I like Python because of the low barrier to entry. It's easy to read, easy to jump into. Documentation is pretty good overall. And if you don't know how to do something, you almost always find a project that someone else has done it for you. So you can at least look at it and then figure it out and decide if you want to rewrite it or not. A lot of people will tell you that the reason that they like Python is they came to it because it looked like awesome code, easy to read, but they stayed for the community because the community is so welcoming compared to some of the other communities out there. And I found that to be true for the most part, that I come, if I ask questions and I don't go, to like Reddit or something, I'll get really good answers. And usually I can even make friends with some of these people, which is really cool. I've done stuff with WX Python, and I kind of know the guy who created it. Or, I do stuff with the Pillow library, and I kind of know the guy who created that. And you don't get that in every community. And I think that's really cool that Python is so open that way. And you can talk to these people that are kind of like, they're like the super people. You can even talk to Guido if you go to PyCon, if you're brave enough to go talk to him,
Okay, thank you. And we are having our next question then. So how to find problems in web scraping project using Scrapy, login or unit testing? Okay, I'm not sure to whom exactly address this question.
Not me.
I probably use both, but
these are complementary approaches. I use some code tracing. I've just gone nowadays. I wanted answers quickly. So good logging, at least turn it on so that the various libraries you're using can say their piece. And the first step, and then just personally, but really, that's what I would do. I would slap some code tracing like from any vendor on it and just look at it, because it's easiest. It will group the errors, and I can just go and click show me errors. Great. And that's what I have to focus on.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Next question then. Can we detect fraudulent behavior by using logging?
I guess if you log the right stuff, you could. I think that better way to do that would be that tracing that Emanuil was talking about. You can set, I can't think what it's called now, but I think it was added in 3.7 where you could do like actual tracing in the code and have it. Technically, you could probably emit that into the logging and then trace whether the code has been infected with malware or tampered with in some way, I suppose.
I think it depends on what they mean or what Nuha means by fraudulent. So if it's just like using an app for fraudulent purposes, it could also mean compromised code base, absolutely. But like doing the wrong thing or like stealing and that sort of thing, that's a question that like a lot of Elastic customers actually want to answer. There, and like the same for, I'm sure, all monitoring and observability vendors. You can. It really depends exactly on what you log, but this really, people don't usually share a lot about it. Like if you're in a position, Nuha, where you have an industry group, like a meetup in your specific business area, where you can go and talk to people in a similar position to you, that's honestly, for what I've seen, is the fastest way to get to real experience. Like you can like search on the internet and you will get some basic stuff, but and you can like get started that way. But if you want to put something in production soon, that's more complicated and has to do with actual human behavior and what markers to look for, which then means what markers to log, then going and talking to people who are maybe done this before, or I don't know what industry you're in, but generally wherever like fintech developers hang out, or people who work in banks. It could be just like being in London. It's like we have meetups about that sort of thing. Then, like obviously they won't be able to tell you details about exactly what they do, but they'll be able to talk about methods in general, and that's the fastest. But then there is anomaly detection and machine learning stuff. That's what I'd recommend looking for. Actually, like Elastic, well, it bought a whole company partly for this reason, to try to make this easier. It's one of the ways, like, in addition to making stuff free, it also has to make money as a company, and this is like machine learning for us this is exactly one of the reasons for detecting anomalies. But it takes it takes a fair bit of work. You usually work with somebody like a consultant to figure out like what markers are you gonna use. But if you are strapped for budget, go for, if you can use a model in general that looks at transactions and just looks at any anomalies, so unsupervised learning, so it just like looks at influencing variables. It's a very, very basic first step. Try running that over your operational data. But first, make sure that you have some logs, and code traces would also be useful here for timing info and the more detailed information. Sorry to go for like the social answer, but to me that's really fastest.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you. And we have our next question. Okay. What are your recommendations about upgrading from Python 2 to 3? Where to start? Okay.
So start a few years ago. Look, Trey Hunter gave a talk about this, I think it was in 2018 at PyCon, about how to upgrade, and he talked about some of the different libraries you can use to help make it easier. Whether it's the 2 to 3 converter, whether it's the 6 library, there's another one also, I can't remember its name right now. So there are different tools, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a lot of work. I have one client where they're all on Python 2 still. And I told them for years in my training, you should really think about moving to 3. Yeah. Maybe we'll see one day. And now they're like, oh, we really should upgrade. And it wasn't because their code wasn't working. It was because they depend on a whole lot of packages And they don't want to be responsible for making sure those packages still work in Python 2 because the package maintainers have moved on to 3. But they do hardware and testing and Windows and like low-level C libraries that connect to Python and God knows what. And that's going to be a painful upgrade, no doubt about it. So compared to them, you're probably in great shape.
Okay, thank you. Emanuil, Mike, would you like to add something?
I did a Python 2 to 3 conversion this spring, and yeah, it was just a lot of work. You have to run 2 to 3 or 6 or whatever, and I would use that to kind of give me an idea of what I needed to do, and sometimes it was right, sometimes it was wrong, but you just have to put the time in, and you'll get it eventually.
Yeah, nothing to add really. I'd start with 6 and try to work it out from there. Try to solve each error one by one.
Okay, great. We have next question then. How to improve your skills in coding with Python? I think this question will be for everyone. Okay, who would like to start? Maybe Reuven?
Sure. So I'll start. So look, I always say that learning a programming language, including Python, is like learning a human language. That you need to just practice. You need to make mistakes. You need to laugh at your mistakes. You just need to keep going, keep going, keep going. And so the more you can expose yourself to the language, the better. Now, if you can do that at work, that's great, although your colleagues and boss might not be so excited about you cutting your teeth on the language with your work projects. So trying to find exercises, trying to find projects, whether it's an open source project. Look, I mean, shameless self-promotion. This is why I have a book of Python exercises and courses of Python exercises, because I really believe that this is the best way to improve. And there are others out there in the market as well. But just keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I also call exercises controlled frustration. That yes, you're going to be frustrated. Yes, it's going to be annoying, but at least it's not like in your work. At least it's not affecting your income. And you can always look the answers up in the back of the book.
Okay. Emanuil?
Oh, I agree. Using books and courses is definitely a good way to level up. There were some good projects online, good websites online, like the Euler, Project Euler is a good way to go and learn stuff. For more Python specific website, it'll be like PyBytes. I mean, it's paid, but they have beginner bytes, which are those little projects you have to code up, all the way to pretty advanced ones, and they can help you learn the syntax and all kinds of good stuff like that. And there's just so much material. If you go Googling for Python, you'll be overwhelmed with what you can learn. So
I'd say for me is pick, I agree with Reuven and Mike, but pick a project that you're actually interested in doing and make it less of an academic exercise and make it something that you care about, at least in some fashion. Could be a side interest for you. And then try to do it. You will, search for all of the relevant stuff, and it'll be a very organic way to learn. And when you've done multiple of, it's just practice from then on. When you've done multiple of them, you'll start to see some common patterns. Like if I wanted to make an HTTP request, I'll probably use request library. Okay, well, why? Well, people who often compare it to other options, and it's more Pythonic, whatever that means. Okay, so what does that mean? And so I go and try to look that up, and that one takes quite a while to understand, but you get it eventually. Like you get a feeling for it, and that's it. But to start with, make sure that you have everything. You have something you want to do on Python.
Great, thank you. And I think this will be our last question for today. So, what is the minimal recommended computer infrastructure if I want to have a Django app and login using code tracing?
The minimum recommended. I mean, you can. If you use like code tracing hosts in the cloud, like Elastic Cloud or Datadog, or Honeycomb or something like that, then you don't just whatever it would take to run your app. Really, the agents won't slow your app down, especially if you're talking about minimal recommended. Like if you're on a shoestring budget or something, yeah, it will pretty much have no impact. So whatever it would take to run a Django app would be my answer there. And then like if you wanted to run like what I guess with most vendors you can, but if you want to run the whole Elastic stack, I guess you'd probably at the very least you'd want something like 2 gigs of RAM overall, maybe 4, just because you were wanting to run Kibana and an APM server and Elasticsearch itself. And actually, I guess if you are on a shoestring budget and you're wondering between like using a vendor on the cloud and using something cheaper, then I could see how that would be a concern. If you had like really a small time app, yeah, let's start at a 4 gig RAM virtual server somewhere, anywhere, cloud provider, install those 3 pieces on their Kibana APM server, Elasticsearch. Put your app on a separate machine, definitely. There's not much point otherwise. I mean, if it goes down, then everything goes down. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Reuven, Mike, maybe you have something to add?
Not on this topic.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us today. I think we are done with questions for today.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. It was such a pleasure to speaking to you and to listening to your amazing talks. And I hope to see you soon on our next events. Stay
Yeah.
safe
Thanks very much.
and
Thank
have a
you.
good time.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Now we'd love to see you among us at the World Software Architecture Summit in January 26. Either you're considering architecture as a career move or have already started as an architect, the event will help you deal with concerns and master the solution architecture practices. You'll get 24 hours to learn what challenges leading architects face and how to overcome them. Understand the difference between solutioning and solution architecture. Find a way to build long-lasting solutions for the business. Plunge into the implementation of topic-related technologies based on live cases. Register now with the Python 20 to get 20% off from the full price admission. Deep dive into architecture with Geekle. Also, I would like to say goodbye as my shift is ending now and I'm going to pass the broadcast to my colleague. So thank you so much. It was such a pleasure being with this audience and thanks a lot to all the speakers with whom I had a pleasure to speak. Stay safe and have a great evening, good day, whatever time it is now. And we have a short break now, so you can make your favorite cup of tea or coffee and grab some snacks. See you soon. Done. Следующий. Уже спікер, до речі, тут чекає.
Hey everyone, this is Geekle Python Universe Web Edition, and I'm Charlie Johnson, not Victoria. That will be just changed in a minute. I'm happy to see you now here, as long as I attended a few previous conferences, and now I'm happy to see you right now on live. So we are starting a new section, and I would like to introduce you a really interesting story. Let's start with the topic. How Python changed my life and gave me a position at Google. Late trajectory of a woman into tech. And there's quite interesting story behind that. You know, I was surprised to hear that even nowadays, there are still people that can think so. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Debora O'Brien. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Would you tell us a few words about yourself? Where are you from, and like what's the condition there at your time?
Yeah, so I'm in Brazil right now, but I live in Dublin in Ireland. Yeah, so because of all the pandemic thing, I just came to my parents' house to get a warm. So here is now 8:43 the evening, and yeah, it's pretty good weather.
Nice. Yeah, I've been to Dublin for a while, so I really like that city. And I know that actually Dublin is like quite a quite polite city and has a lot of respect on human rights and even in different movements. So how would you describe a little, like I know you will describe much more in details in your story, but could you bring a few words about your first impression when you felt this kind of reaction? Like, how did you think?
What do you mean? What kind of reaction?
I mean, like in your story, you said that you've been told that probably math or science like is not for girl because they think different and so on. So when you heard this, how it affected you? What did you think? Like, it's not
Yeah,
right.
that was more when I was growing up. So it was in Brazil, and at the time, because that was the only thing I'd hear, I would just assume it was right, it was correct, you know? Oh yeah, maybe that's a thing. I am not going so well in math, so they say girls are not very good. Maybe they're right, so I better try something else. So yeah, for a kid, you know, in a kid's mind, that's a big impact.
I know something like that came to me as well. Like you'll never be able to draw or to paint and so on. So I spent like after 30 years, I only learned how to do this. So okay. You can share your screen, and I would be really happy to hear this story from the very beginning till the end.
Share screen. There you go.
There's one more rule at the end of your time slot. 5 minutes before I will just step into the presentation for a second. I will say 5 minutes left, and then 2 minutes left, then 1 minute left, and that's it.
No worries. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Can I go? Can we start? Yeah.
Yay! You're here. Good to go.
Let's go. So, hi everyone. As I said, and you can see in my first slide, my name is Debora Cornetta O'Brien as well. And I am at the moment a software engineer apprentice at Google. So before I go on and say anything, I just want to say that I first created this talk focusing on talking to women only, but with time, many male professionals also reached out to me interested in the fact that I changed careers. So I tried to adapt for this presentation a bit, like kind of broaden a bit more what I'm going to say, but because I know that there is like a more diverse crowd here, but in any case, like, know that I will be referencing a lot and the facts that happened to me because I'm a woman, because I am a woman, right? And then I hope that whoever is not a woman is able to pick from what I say, whatever speaks to you personally and whatever relates to you. So let's start. Let's go. Let me see here 1 second. Okay, so I divided my talk in 5 parts. So first, I'm going to talk really quick about me and where I came from and this kind of stuff. Then I'm going to talk about the process, like a timeline of the facts, so you can understand how was my background before I decided and how I ended up in tech. And then I'm going to tell the story how it actually happened, like just a bit more about how I decided to start studying Python. And then to finish, I will point out some elements of the journey. So from when I decided to study until I got the job. So what I took as lesson from it and what I think that made me learn and succeed. And to finish up, I am going to throw in some data. So sorry, I'm going to talk about the job, like getting the job itself, and I'm going to finish up throwing in some data to wrap up my thoughts. Okay, so when I created this talk, I added these slide, and for these I thought of deleting because again it was a different crowd, but at the end I didn't because I thought that we never know who needs to hear this, and even if one person like benefits from it, I will consider the job done. So I'm going to read here with you, and you can read as well, of course. So it seems impossible, but it's doable. Don't get me wrong. It's not easy, but it's doable. And it will demand effort, but it's doable. You will probably have to rearrange your priorities, but trust me, it's doable. So if you're thinking about making this change, this transition, I just want to tell you that it's doable and you can do it as well. So another very important thing is that if you're watching this, it's probably because you want to make a similar move, or you're interested, or you're considering. So remember that we are all different people, and I'm not going to tell you what to do and how to do it. Like it's not a recipe. And I'm just going to tell you how it happened to me. And then throughout the presentation, you can think what adjustments you can do to adapt that and make it work in your reality. Okay. So a bit about me. My name is Debora. I'm a woman. I'm 33, and I'm a Brazilian immigrant. I say I'm Brazilian immigrant because although I'm in Brazil right now, I live in Ireland since 2016. I was never unemployed, apart from a few months this year that I'm going to talk about it. What happened in my life is that I always wanted more from my job. So I thought I had a problem because of that. I thought like there was a genuine problem with me, that I was always unhappy. It started all good, and then I was like, oh my God, I'm not enjoying this anymore. But I found out that was just that I didn't find myself. I started studying Python on the 8th of July 2019, and I was working full-time as an office manager in a startup in Dublin when it happened. So this May this year, 10 months after I decided to study, I signed a contract with Google after being selected for their software engineer apprenticeship program. And let's go for the process. So this is a timeline. I'm going to give you an overview, so just so you to understand how it happened. So my professional life had taken a turn here in Brazil. I wasn't happy with something that happened, and I had to make a decision. I got the opportunity to go to Ireland, and I decided to take it. It was a very hard decision, but in 2016. The beginning of 2016, I decided to go leave home and start everything all over again. I was managing a school here in Brazil, and I just accepted the fact that I had to start all over, and I went to Dublin. So in April, 13th of April 2016, I arrived there. I landed there. When I got there, I worked first in an online course startup that didn't last much. And then I went to work in the Disney store, because when I was in college, I worked in the Walt Disney World. So I thought, okay, there is a good chance for them to hire me, because I've already worked at Disney. And I was right. It happened. I started working in retail in October 2016. And I left in December 2018 already as a manager, but I was like kind of like retail. You need to really love it because it's very, very tiring. So I had decided I wanted to work in an office. So I started applying, and then I started working at Pointy. And on the 3rd of December 2018. After like long nights, going like sending CVs, not getting calls, and trying. I finally got this job in an office as an office manager. And then some months after I was working there, I think about 7 months, I started learning Python. It was 4th of July 2019, as I've already mentioned. And on the 1st of May 2020, so this year, I signed the contract with Google, which I considered because it is my first job as a developer. Before I move on, I want to talk a little bit about this change. So when I say that I changed careers, some people just come to me and ask why, like, why did I want that? And basically it was because what I told you, I was tired of not being happy. And what happened was one of my roles as office manager was actually to organize company-wide events. And one of the dates that we would always have events in the company I worked was the 4th of July. Because their market was majority from the United States, and because the 4th of July is a holiday there, they decided to get this day that was not very important to business, because everyone was kind of crazy there in the United States to celebrate the 4th of July. And then they decided to make a thing that every 4th of July we would go out with the team, and because it was my role to organize that, I organized a day out with everyone. So one of the good things of being an office manager is that you are able to talk to everyone, and you know everyone in your company. And then after all the activities, everyone was chatting on the grass. It was a very nice and rare sunny day in Dublin. And I was going in like different circles talking to people, and I sat down by the group of the software engineers that they were constantly having a discussion about having women in their engineering team. And at that point there were 12 or 13 guys and 0 women in their team. They were all men. So 2 of the guys were having like different opinions in the process they have for hiring people, consequently hiring women. So one of them was saying that he wanted the women in the team, but it was not correct to lower the bar just to get a female candidate in. If it was a woman that would pass normal as a guy, he would take, of course, but that he thought that was not correct to lower the bar just to get a woman in. The other one had a different opinion. He said that, okay, we don't need to get any woman, but especially because there is less female applicants, we should kind of change the way we look and try to find potential instead of someone that is already ready and prepared to take the job. And then he completed saying that if the only thing that mattered for the other one was the person to pass the interview process, meaning being able to do all the tasks that was needed, to pass the interview, he said he would be able to train someone in just a few months, and that person wouldn't be able to do anything else, but that person would be able to pass the interview. So I just, my bell rang and I was like, ding, 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 that's my chance. I just looked at him and said, will you train me then? And then he said, yeah, of course, but it has to be every day after work. And I was like, yeah, of course, no problem. So in conclusion, I wanted to say this part of the story just to tell you that it wasn't something I researched or I thought, oh, I'm going to tech or I'm going to study Python or I'm going to do this because it's a good area or anything like this. It wasn't anything planned. It just happened with me. I saw an opportunity. I thought, why not? I'm 32 at the time. I was 32. And I've always spent a lot of time trying to find myself. I have many interests. I consider myself a generalist. So I like many things. I crochet. I went to law school. I did so many things that I thought, why not try this other thing if it's going to be beneficial and I'm going to learn something. So this picture, it's really important, and I'm really happy that I have it, because this picture is actually a few moments after this conversation that I just explained took place. So this is the day that we were all out with the company. This is Carlos, and this is the guy that said he would train someone to pass the interview, and he is my forever mentor and the one that I always annoy when I need anything, and he guided me throughout these months for me to learn everything I learned. So a few minutes after that conversation,
please, for a
sorry
moment. Can I attract your attention for a moment, please?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like there is a hiccup with your screen, right?
Oh,
It's
really?
fresh just right now. So in case if it happens one more time, I will step in again and I'll just put a quick note.
Let me know. Yeah, okay, thank you. But can you see the picture then?
Yeah, can you scroll please back and forth so that we can see that it is changing? Tell me when you change the picture.
I changed it back.
You changed back, but it's not refreshing yet.
Okay.
It takes some time for it to refresh. So in that case, I would probably ask you to, yeah, now it went back. So
now it changed?
Yeah, it took like 5
okay.
Can I ask
so
you
what I'm gonna
refresh maybe the page or restart it, the presentation? I will remove it from, I removed it from the stream for a while. So guys, sometimes it happens. You all know, as developers, you know that some things could happen on production, on live, and this is the worst thing, right? When it just crashes or there's a quick glitch. So never just give up, right? The main thing for any tech guy is to just or tech person, sorry, is really important to quickly understand what's going on and how to remediate it. Sometimes we just need to take a few steps. So now listening to Debora's story, I really like that's just how people should do when they want to achieve their dreams, as I think. You just want it and you do some actions to achieve it. You don't need to think of the fears of or how big is the risk of not achieving it. Usually, actually, we really mess a little bit between the risk and the risk probability and the impact. Okay.
You want to see if it's working now?
Sure. Let's try. One more time, and it's loading.
What I can do is a bit before the time to change, I press the button, and then when I get there, it's going to, people are probably going to see.
Sure. The thing is that it just doesn't upload to the screen yet.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And I have nothing else. Let me see.
Okay, now I can see. Now I can see your screen, and there's a.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just changing here now. Can you see now?
I still can see.
Can you see the picture?
I can see the picture of the paint bump, and it will take a few seconds to just change. Probably like around 10. Okay, probably give it a try. Like keeping telling your story, but and the picture is still there, still the same. So you have a quite interesting.
Can you see? Can you see the picture of the presentation?
I still can see the paint. So let's get back to your presentation completely. Keep talking.
Okay.
People just they understand the connection issue and they would like to listen to you. So
yeah. What if I just stop the share and then do it again? It's just because now it's okay, but in a few moments it would be nice for people to see.
Yeah,
what is on.
Yeah, give it a try one more time, and then we can go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing, and I'm gonna try again.
Give it one more time. Okay, now let's keep you with the story.
Okay, so as I said, Carlos helped me with almost everything, and a few books later, tons of hours of YouTube videos and kilos of help, and I was already in the office. Like, it was a thing in the office because I wouldn't go home after work. I not to waste those hours in the transport. I would stay in the office and study there, because I knew that if I would go home, I would lose 1 hour going, and then when I got there, take a shower, blah blah blah, I wouldn't be able to study. So I was studying every day after work. So everyone in the office was kind of involved in. I talk a lot, so I did talk to all the guys, and there was always a joke. I would go to them and say, "Oh, in a few moments, I'm going to. In a few moments, or in a few months, I'm gonna be in the dev team. I'm gonna join your team," and this kind of stuff. And although they were always laughing with me and giving me support and all those things, being realistic, I think I was never 100% taken serious, because I don't blame them. I think this thing of changing careers and this kind of stuff, it's relatively new, because nowadays we can actually learn stuff on YouTube. So you can do everything without going to a university if you want. So most of those guys were kind of, in their logic, it was I like math in school. I go to a computer science course. I graduate. Then I get a job in a dev team. So in their minds, that was the right way to go. So that's why I don't blame them, because they didn't think I was going to be able to go all the way through. Anyway, 6 months in this routine of everyday studying and all these things, one of the guys from the team, he came to me and he told me about these apprenticeship programs that big companies have, and he sent me a message with the website, and I just went in, and there was a position open for Google, and I applied. It was a quite long process. I applied, I think, in January or something, and the results were only in April. A lot of things happened in my life during this period. I'm going to let you know soon. We had, I think, 4 aptitude tests, 1 assignment project, and 5 or 6 interviews later. I kept studying throughout these months, but at the last days of April, fortunately, I received a call that I got in. It was a very, very pleasant moment. But I just want to point out that I think it was a very good moment for me, because I actually enjoyed the journey. So I enjoyed the learning and everything. And what I want to talk about right now, it's about this journey, because I think that's the crucial point. Like, some people look at the results and they think, oh, I want that, but they don't think the journey they have to go through to get there. So what I'm going to say right now is I broke this journey into 6 elements that I kind of took as lesson learned. So it's the 6 main points that I'm going to say as what I think that made the difference for me, and what I took, as I said, lesson learned. So as I took from the time that I was studying. Okay, so the first one is opinion. Don't listen to other people's opinions, or it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. I know it's a very hard thing to ask, because especially nowadays, and social media and all these things, you're reading and listening to comments all the time. But I want you to keep it in mind that if opinions were good, people wouldn't be giving them for free. They would definitely be charging for them. So if the intention of the person that is giving you opinion is actually to help you, they would not be giving you opinion. They would be giving you help. They would be giving you support. So just someone to look at you and say, oh, I don't think you're going to make it, or I don't think this, or don't do that. It's not a good thing for you to do. That's their opinion, and they're entitled to have one. But you also have your opinion. So don't listen to what they think, because they're not in your shoes. And if you ask me how many people in their opinions thought I was going to make it, I will tell you 100%, no one thought I was going to make it. Not even Carlos. I asked him when I was first preparing this talk, I asked him, did you really think I was going to make it? He was like, no, I thought you was going to learn a lot. I thought you were going to be able to do stuff. But I didn't think you were going to actually have a job, get a job in tech. So he never told me his opinion up to that day. And that's what I want to show you, that his intention was to help. So he never came to me and said, I don't think you're going to make it, So so this goes to our second topic. If people want to help, they're going to offer you help. And don't be afraid or embarrassed to ask and accept help. Okay, so as I said many times, this was focused on women, but I know there are lots of men here. And if you're a man, this part is for you, because I know how men have a hard time asking and accepting help. So that's a very good point to plant a seed in your brains. It's not a bad thing to ask and accept help. I don't even think I would have made it if I were by myself, or if I didn't get other people's help, you know. So a huge part of succeeding is actually of me succeeding was the guidance that I had, and I am 100% grateful for it. I could not have done without it, and that's why I want to emphasize that help is very, very important. Nowadays, especially with the pandemic, there are lots of platforms that you can find people, like groups of people that have the same interests that you do, so you can reach out to each other, and that's a very, very good help. And of course, people always ask about mentors and this kind of stuff. That's very good too, if you have a chance to have one and find one that is very good. But never think I have to make it on my own, because make it on your own, it doesn't exist. Even if you go to college, you're getting help of a professor. So just let it out of your mind. The third element is effort. Okay, so as I said, it's not easy. Effort, it's one of the most important elements that I thought when I was thinking about what to add in here. And as I said in my cheesy sentence in the beginning, although it's doable, it's not easy. So you do have to put in some extra effort, you know. Want it or not, it is a new skill. It is programming. It is, you know, there is logic involved. So you will have to go after the information, watch videos, explanations, exercise, challenges, practice. Those won't come to you. You know, it's not because you're saying that you want to learn that you are going to learn and internalize and settle all this content the first time you see. So remember, it's like learning a new language. So it's like learning Russian or Chinese. If you're not a Russian or Chinese, if you are Russian or Chinese, or this is similar to your language, is like learning Portuguese. So that's basically it. Just so you know, I don't know if you're seeing, but I changed the slide, and now there are the three last elements. If you're not seeing yet, you're probably going to see in a moment, but I'm going to continue talking, not to lose time. Okay, so the fourth one is respect yourself, respect your body. Okay, of course you do want to put effort, you have to actually, but it doesn't mean that the only thing that you have to do in your life is to study. You're not a robot, right? If you get home one day and you don't want to study, you just want to for one day watch TV, or I don't know, play Candy Crush or whatever you like to do, it's okay. It's like it's not a big deal. You can even use this as a thermometer for you to know how you are enjoying the journey. But if you look and see that every night you are choosing to do something else instead of studying, then you can see that as an alert that maybe something wrong. So maybe the subject is not that interesting to you. Make an auto reflection. Stop to see what's going on. The only thing I tell you is, like, don't think that you're lazy because you're choosing to watch TV instead of studying. This is not laziness. Laziness is if you hadn't even started and you did. So staying in your comfort zone is laziness, because you're not feeling well or joy in what you're doing. That's not laziness. You just need to stop and think a bit and find what's going on, why this is happening. So some suggestion that I could throw in is, like, if you're learning from books, maybe try videos. If you're studying by yourself, maybe find a partner to study with, or I don't know, if English is not your first language and you're studying from English material, try to find material in your own language. These are just some kind of suggestions that may be happening with you. And again, everyone is different. And maybe for you, it's not going to work the same way that it's going to work for someone else. Just don't be harsh, like too harsh on yourself, because things are not the way you wanted. Stop, breathe, analyze, and then see what you can do, to change this. The fifth one is priorities. So I put it in there because some people think that it's easy to manage life and study and work, and I don't know if you're married, but like a wife and husband and kids. But a good way to achieve this balance of respecting your body and putting some effort is to prioritize. So keep in mind that you will have to make some arrangements in your life for a while at least. But let's say that, I don't know, you love going out on Fridays. Instead of going out every Friday, just pick one Friday a month. It's okay. You're not going to not learn because you are going out one Friday a month. You just have to prioritize, and you'll be fine. It's like you have to think, what is more important for you at this moment, to go out and drink, or to watch for the fifth time a video explaining dictionaries or object-oriented programming or something like this, So always have in your mind a clear image of what you want to achieve and why you're doing that. That should help when you're struggling with a decision, should I stay or should I go? And the sixth one is connect. I'm sure you all here are very connected, or else you wouldn't even be here. You're all online and finding things and trying to find out what's going on. But I want to make these one of the elements, because I totally believe that like my full was the support that I got from like unbelievable women that I met throughout my journey in events, in meetups, conferences. So if you have a chance to show up, do it. Nowadays there's no showing up anymore because there's no in-person events, but it's like if you have a WhatsApp group or I don't know, anything that you can be be present, because these people are the ones that are going to show you a position in the future. They're going to tell you, keep going, that you're going to make it, and help you and show you how they did and these kind of things, okay? Now, to finish up, I am going to tell you just a bit like the stepping up. So if you're curious to know, I don't know, how do I go from learning to getting a job? So I'm going to tell you the mindset I had and the actions that I took. And then again, you're gonna take from it, and you're going to see what works for you. Okay, so mindset wise, keep studying. Have these in mind that you will have to keep studying. Okay, don't try to do the recruiter's job. I'm going to tell you why. I just 1 second. I have something here that I forgot to tell you. So when I thought, okay, I have to step up, to get a job, I thought about one thing. I thought that in IT there is always something else that needs to be learned. There is always something new coming, So I stopped and reflected about this for a while. It's like, oh my God, what am I going to learn now? So, okay, I know Python, and what now? So that's when I realized that there is always something new to learn. And I approached the sentence in two ways. So the first way is that I didn't let this suffocate me and overwhelm me, you know, in a sense that I didn't let these dictate when I was ready to start applying for a job. So if you actually want to know when I started applying for jobs, it was long before I knew what I was doing. And I did that with the support of my friend, my devs friends. They were like, oh yeah, you're good to apply. And I'm like, I'm not. I don't even know what I'm doing. And I was like, and what if they hire me? And their answer was like, well, that's their problem, not yours. You know, and that's funny because it is true, you know. Don't do the recruiter's job. You don't have to say if you're ready or not. You have to do your studies and look for positions and apply, right? And then the second way I approached this was that I repeated this sentence in my mind, you know, in the most literal way possible. I said, to me, in IT, there is always something else to learn. And I realized that it means if there is always something else for me to learn, there is always something else for other people to learn. And then I didn't, because of that, I didn't let myself to get dragged in the imposter syndrome, which I believe that all of you have heard before. But if you haven't, that this is basically a syndrome that is the fact that you think that other people know more than you, but you think that people know more than you, but in reality they know different things than you do, you know. So if you look here, I don't know if you're seeing the image, but it's basically you assume that you know the red circle and that people know the blue circle, but in reality you know the red circle and people know the blue circle. Here it means that you guys probably know the same amount. It's just that just because you hear someone else talking about something you never heard before, it doesn't mean that they know more than you. They know something different than you, and maybe you know something that they don't know. So that was just to sum up the imposter syndrome. And it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, it's really easy to get dragged into it. So I thought it was worth it to bring it up, especially for people that are trying to transition careers, because it's something that is not, because there's something that is not easy. In tech, there is this myth that is like, oh, programming. So we may just think, oh, I'm never going to be ready. But yes, you are going to be ready eventually. Just keep going. So yeah, I thought that was it, that I just had to not get caught in this syndrome, and remember that this is again for me a second or third new start, and for you it's going to be a new start. So actions, I repeated the keep studying one, because you have to have the mindset and you also have to have the action, and network, talk to people, hustle, start applying early, you know. So whenever you know what you're doing, kind of just to start applying, challenge yourself, learn real life working tools. That's a very good thing in practice, you know, like practically to do. And find mentors to guide you, and don't wait until you're 100% ready, because you're never ever going to be 100% ready. Okay, Okay, how much time do I have? I don't know. Can
It's
you tell
over
me?
already.
It's over. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it was really fast, but I tried to give you a few signals.
Oh my God. I wasn't seeing you at all.
Yeah, you
Okay.
were quite enthusiastic.
Yeah, I'm just going to read it then. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go really fast here. So the process of getting the job itself, people knew I was applying. So what happened is that they gave me tips and they sent me roles to apply. It wasn't my first and only possibility. I had other possibilities. Here I was just going to say that when I told you I was never unemployed, I actually was unemployed for a while because I made a decision to go for boot camp in Madrid. I asked to leave my company, and a week before I handed in my note, a week before it was to start the boot camp, the pandemic came and I got jobless. But at the time it was the right decision, and I'm happy that I made it, and thank God I got the Google apprenticeship after that. Get out of your comfort zone. Don't try to start from the top. You're starting again, so accept the fact. I was myself in the interview, so don't try to be anyone else. They're going to like you from where you are, and I had passion. And I was going to talk a bit about the diversity. Just so you know, in tech, we men are still majority. These are the countries. And yeah, that's me. I am a woman with a non-tech background. Oh, I'm not very young anymore. I'm not from Europe or United States or any of those things. And I don't live at home, but working hard, I made it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry for a fast finish, but we're almost 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so we have to quickly pass it.
No worries.
It was an amazing story, and I hope we'll shed a little bit more light on it during the Q&A session. Would you be able to join it?
Yeah.
Okay, then, parabéns, and
thank you. De nada.
Thank you too. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, now there is another speaker that would like to bring you an introduction to Python Django. Python Django is actually a framework, quite popular one. As a project manager, I used to work with it a lot. And now we have a young and effective software engineer that used to work at Splunk, which is a quite effective company, Amazon, then as software engineer intern, and then full-time at Magic Leap, and now works at TikTok. So how does it sound? Mr. Hooman, welcome to the stage. Could you how are you going? How did you actually come to this? So to this quick position and to such an amazing career growth? Just a few words and you're good to go while you are starting sharing your screen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. I guess the main motivation of me is determination. And I think everyone can achieve any goals in their career if they're determined of what they want to do. And with hard work, determination, putting in effort, you'll get there.
Sounds really great. Could you please share your screen so I can check it and add to the stream? Thank you. Where are you right now? Which city are you right now?
Currently, I'm in Miami with my family, kind of a vacation spot for getting away from COVID, but I'm working remotely for TikTok. So are you able to see this?
I can see your screen. Are you ready to share it?
Sure.
Let's bring it live. We are here. Okay, you're good to go. Good luck.
Perfect. So hello everyone. My name is Hooman Mohammadi. Thanks Charlie for the introduction. I'll be talking about Django framework today, and a bit about Python since it's a Python framework. Before I jump into the introduction, I'm gonna give you guys a quick background about myself, as Charlie also mentioned part of it. I am an alumni of class of 2018 from University of California, Davis. I graduated with a bachelor's in computer science with focus in software development. During my time from 2014 to 18, I interned at 3 different places. First one was Splunk. That's where I really learned Python, actually. Splunk uses a lot of data pipelines in both production and also testing pipelines using Python. I wrote a lot of unit tests, tests for tests, integration tests, black box testing, and other things, along with being a site reliability engineer as a part-time remote job during school, or more like not a job, more like a co-op. And then I went to Amazon in 2017 as a software engineer intern on AWS team. Over there, I used Java primarily, and also some Python for scripting and writing Lambda services. And next, I went to Moody's Analytics as a data science intern, which I again used a lot of Python for data modeling, machine learning, deep learning, and prediction on different financial metrics. And after I graduated, I started working at Magiclip right away, which is an augmented reality pioneer startup located in Florida and Bay Area, and also they have offices all around the world. So what I used at Magiclip was primarily focusing on computer vision problems as well as infrastructure for cloud. So you can imagine an augmented reality world that is shared among different devices, like your iPhone, your Android device, the Magiclip device, and any other form of digital device that can share 3D assets. And over there, a lot of work was also done using Python. I wrote a Django service, actually, Django web service, which allowed people to see their related information about their device so they can develop and debug, and also be able to, as a user, be able to see any related information to their device. And currently I'm working as a software engineer at TikTok or ByteDance, which is our parent company. We primarily do not use Python as much as the other companies that I mentioned, but we still use it in a lot of our web services. Without further ado, I'll jump to Django. So Django is high-level Python web framework as the documentation mentions it. So for example, when you want to do HTTP requests using a web service, if you have users sending requests to you, you can easily use this framework. It handles a lot of the configurations, settings, environments for HTTP for you. So you don't have to worry about all the gritty things that a web service requires. And also, besides HTTP, Django handles a lot of cross-origin access, or like HTTPS for additional security layer for developers and their users. So I'll jump into why we should use Django. There are 4 primary reasons. So first one is rapid and fast development. You can easily develop a project using Django with a few commands, which I'm going to show you after this slide. And also for Python itself is also very well known as a fast and rapid development language, where you can do a lot of quick prototypes. But also the other, in addition to that, having or using a free open source software is very, not only good practice, but also a great way for all sorts of developers to contribute to this platform. So you don't have to worry about paying additional costs. It's all free, and it's also open source. So if you ever hit a problem, you can open an issue on GitHub for Django and fix that along with other community developers, and there you go, you solve your problem very easily. And the other one is, which is related to open source, is the online community and updated documentation. The documentation on Django is very well designed and well written. You can easily look up any information that you might want to do. And also the online community is very active and very open people. So I highly recommend anyone to join this community and learn from each other. And finally, scalable web development is that Django is for not only after you prototype, but also you can easily scale your applications for users that you might get or traffic that you might get. So, and the scalability also comes to certain threshold or certain constraints. So first of all, since we are using Python, and Python is an interpreted language, the scale depends on your infrastructure, on how many machines you run, on how much CPU you have, whether you use concurrent Python or not. And as a lot of you might know, Python might not have really good concurrency libraries or support. So a lot of time on a scalable web development, you might not use Python if you know that your audience or your users is going to grow exponentially or a very big user base, but rather use languages such as Golang, for example, which claims that it's 40 times faster. However, if you insist on using Python, or if you are a really good developer of using Python and you still want to scale, then you want to use an infrastructure such as C++ or C that can run really fast and can handle your traffic as it grows. So for example, I'll talk about this later as well. And I have more examples, but one example that I want to mention is Facebook or YouTube. So YouTube uses Python Django framework actually, and Google infrastructure is based on a lot of different languages. I never worked at Google, so I don't know the exact details, but from the information that I've read online, that this infrastructure supports so that YouTube can handle all these large requests for their videos and for their users, even though they're using an interpreted language such as Python. So I'm going to jump into each of these categories and explain more about what you can do. So as I said, it's a very rapid and fast language for development. So all you have to do, if you use a MacBook Pro, for example, and it's already come with a Python, and you just install pip, which is a Python package manager, or if you use any other platform such as Windows or Linux, you can install pip on Python. And using pip, you can install Django as a framework. So you just do pip install Django just to make sure you have everything. You can check the Django version, which should be the updated one and second command. And then Django, once you install it, provides you with a lot of CLI, command line applications that allows you to develop things faster. So you can use Django admin, which is a keyword, and also start project, which is another command, and then put your project name, and then boom, right after that, you can go inside your project, run Python manage run server, and you can choose a port number. Here in this case, I choose 7000, and then you have a local host running with a 7000 port for your Django server. That's just fast as that. The other thing is that it's open source, as I mentioned. So go to GitHub, Django/Django, and then you see the online community and the whole project. And you can contribute, open any issues or any questions that you might have about a project can be found there. The online documentation is on djangoproject.com. This picture that I'm showing is when you run a Django web server, just like the local host that I showed you. And then once you have the debug on, there's link to tutorials, documentation, and also Django comments and contributions. So the online documentation, you can easily Google any problems that you might have. Google will link you to many of the important resources that can be found. Stack Overflow is another great tool. GitHub issues, as I mentioned, if you hit a bug in Django, you might be able to open the issue and have that fixed along even yourself or other developers in the community. And the last thing and a very important step that a lot of people don't do is read documentation. I had this problem myself. I would Google most of the problems rather than trying to read documentation. It is still good practice to Google problems or use the Stack Overflow. However, if you use Django, I highly recommend reading more documentation about it. The website, as I said, has a really great resources, and I highly recommend just reading the documentation before you forget something or before you understand the problem. On the scalability, I had some comments about YouTube, but you can also see these other services: Instagram, Mozilla, Washington Times, and Bitbucket, Nextdoor, and a lot of other companies and services use Django. It's very popular in the industry. However, it's very architectural dependent, as I mentioned. So it really depends on the infrastructure and resources that you have. So not just because you use Django, you're going to have a fast web service, but it's also because it's also dependent on how you architect your whole infrastructure on a bigger scale. If you run Django, say on a single machine on your personal laptop, it is relatively fast compared to other frameworks, but that's not enough for production usage. The other alternatives instead of Django are Flask, Web2Py, and a lot of other frameworks, but these two are very popular, just like Django. They have some similarities, pros and cons, but we are not going to get into that for today. So with that, I'm gonna end this part of the presentation with a quote from Scott Phillipson in the Wired.com magazine. He'd say that you'd be hard-pressed to find something in the world of web development that Django can make. And what I interpreted from that is the fact that it is very interesting that if you are a web developer and you want to make something, you're probably going to hear from Django or use it one way or the other. I actually, when I first started my own project using Python, my friend and I were using Flask because he decided that Flask was better suited for our needs. However, when I got into my job, and because of the hard requirements that we had, or because of the service that was already integrated at Magic Leap, I started using Django right away, and I really enjoyed it. So without that, I'm going to jump into a demo from my personal project and also an open source project, which I'm going to show you guys separately and explain more about Django framework. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to show you guys. So look at the bottom. Django Dashboard Black is an open source software using Django for providing matrix and dashboards for anything that you might be interested using a Django framework. So first of all, I'm going to just show you how it looks, and then I'm going to jump on the code and explain some of the ideas. So if we go on the localhost 8000, which is a default, this is how this kind of out of the box you can see this. So you can see your performance if you have some machine learning, if you have some infra running, and this is for like a shipment item. So for example, here you can see all the names and how much they were paid for. And here you can see their total count, your daily sale, your completed tasks. These are just all arbitrary, but it is very just kind of nice to see them. So this is very responsive UI as well. Of course, there's login and log out for your users or for your own admin to do this. Also, one thing that Django supports is the admin URL. So by default, any Django project has this. I'm not sure if I have login access. Okay. So what you can do is you can you can use Django, create super user, and then command. Okay, I'm gonna Google this very quickly. That's how we can learn about Django documentation too. It might be different commands. Oh, Python manage. So Python, the manage file is where all of your entry points are. You can free.
Hi, Hooman. Could you adjust, please, the font size on the console? Some guys are asking for that on YouTube.
Bigger?
I guess that should be perfect. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Oh, I didn't type in. Okay, so I'm going to use Hooman. Oh, I guess I didn't choose a strong password. Oops, sorry guys, just bear with me. Okay, we successfully created the admin. So once we jump here, we have to restart. Oh, I stopped. So you go ahead and run your project again on server. So here, after I log in, this is all the users and groups that can show me as an admin. So for example, I have my own username and I also have a staff access Hooman, which was for my admin group. And you can create groups based on your models, which in this case is empty currently. So that's all I wanted to show for this project. Kind of wanted to show you guys some smooth web service that you can start developing on top of. The only thing is the code that I'm going to explain if you are interested in this project. So we have a concept called Django app, which I'm going to show in my own personal project in more depth. But as you can see, for example, authentication here is a Django app that is created on top of your project. So the project here is the app itself. But here are the path to your own specific app. So let's jump into the my own project, which is called a poker cashier app. So let me bring it up. So let's see. Okay. Okay. I might change it later. But so there's no UI in this project yet. It's all backend code. So first of all, so I just ran the project and it's not working, and that's expected because this project has a lot of dependencies. So first thing that I do in these cases is to create a virtual environment. So I already have a virtual environment, so I'm going to use that. But if you don't, you can just create it very easily. So as you can see, that's the name of the virtual project if you haven't used it. And over here, my Python version, for example, is Python 3. So yeah, by default, it's just Python 3. And you can also change all of your other commands. So let's jump into the command that I used in the presentation and try to see if it works. See if we have a Django version. So yes, I don't have it. So the other way to check it is to import Django and then check Django version. I'm not sure what I have to update that. Let's see, check Django version. Oh, just connected that. So that's the possible, like this is from the old time when we were using Django. Now we have the new version. So now I have this environment where I can run all the dependencies, and if I run into something new, I can edit that. So let's run the server again. Okay, now we have this. So there's no fancy UI here. So again, you have login and log out. I have a friend of mine called Yusuf, who is one of the admins, or one of the users. So over here, what happens is that I did a login to a cashier app, and then the login was successful. So it posted that user when I logged in. And what happens in the code is that you have this poker project, and there's a poker app, player app, and then a cashier app. So over here, the very first thing that happens in the URL section is that it hits the home HTML page, and then from there I can route to any of my apps. So here I have, in the cashier app, I have login, I have logout, sign up, and a lot of different things that I do. For example, if someone adds a balance, I can see that. So this person hits a balance and it creates a post request to the balance URL, and it gets triggered by this URL pattern. And from this URL pattern, it calls a function in the view, which is called balance. And then if I look for balance, I can see that, you know, I'm saying if there's a post request to this call, check the user, and then confirm that it's a user, get the amount, and if not, have the person log in, and then you know, send a HTTP response back. So that's a very high level view of Django. These URL patterns are very unified in the Django environment, and this way you can do anything through this. You can set up get post requests for HTTP, and you can create your own functions as a class or as functions to respond to those URL patterns. The rest of it is very project dependent. So for example, here in the models, that's where you define your database models. So I have a user model, which I integrate the balance and the user to with their name, email, and their payment method. Let me see if I can show you part of the database. So by default, it comes with SQLite 3. You can change it to PostgreSQL or any database that you like. Sorry, I'm using SQL for this. So I think it is cashier customer user. Okay. So over here, this is, for example, my own admin. I'm not sure if this is the same. I have to check the models to see which one corresponds to. But this def string method is that so that you can see what you want to return in the admin page. So let's jump into the admin page for this. Sorry, I think I need to use my own username. My friend is not an admin. Okay, let's create a super user here as well. Okay, I think one of the modules that I used in this project is not installed. So I'm gonna go ahead and install it, or it might be deprecated. Okay. And then settings file is also something that shows you all of your configuration. So one thing that I did is set up a Twilio account connected so that, for example, my friend can see the messages for gets a text message anytime a user sends a. So let's see if we can create this. This dependency is a little old, so that's why it gives me this error. There we go. So oh my god, you guys are gonna hate me for this. Okay, so over here, those are the models for the cashier app again. So for example, for a balance, this is something that I had already in there. So that's why it was showing the balance for this. Let's see, the user. Yeah, so the user, if I click on Isa, for example, I can give him permission. This is for the permission side. But yeah, so I separated the user and balance model in the cashier. So this way it's associated, the balance amount of payment is associated with a certain user, which is myself. That's kind of all the things I wanted to cover for today. Thank you everyone for listening to my conversation. And oops. And I hope everyone has a great event today. I'm gonna stop sharing now.
Hey, you finished. Congratulations. Yep. You're just
thank you.
In time. I just wanted to step in and then right. So I really enjoyed this good introduction to Python Django, and there's a few questions that we would like to bring you to the Q&A panel so that you can probably get prepared and so on. One of the question was actually, can you tell us what is the best editor to use? And as far as we consider Sublime, would you consider something better like Atom and so on? The main idea, however, is, I'll bring it better again, but which editors and maybe IDEs and so on would you recommend?
Yeah.
So when we will bring this to the Q&A panel, I would like to ask you regarding like a tech stack around it. And first of all, like in terms of what is the best or even easier to learn?
Sure. Do you want me to answer that now? I can answer it if you want. If you have time.
If it's quick, why not? Sure. Let's do it.
Sure. So the reason I'm using Sublime right now is because I have Sublime CLI set up. So it's very easy from terminal to jump on CLI. I think the person mentioned that Atom is good. So Atom would be considered an IDE. Some people say it's a Sublime. It's a text editor, but I consider it more like IDE because you can add plugins and you can run code from it and all that. I'm not religious on text editors. I use everything. I used Atom before. I think for Python, you can use PyCharm if you want to use an IDE. But it really depends on your own preference. some old style or people from the old time use Vim. I respect them. Some people use Emacs. I don't like Emacs as much, but I can understand why some people like it. Yeah, so, and I don't jump on these online wars about whether you should Emacs or Vim. I think people can argue for fun, I think, but there's no reason to be religious about it. And yeah, Sublime has some nice features such as finding.
We'll talk a little bit more about that on a panel discussion.
Okay.
And for now, thank you for your time. I would really appreciate if you can join the Q&A panel discussion.
Yeah.
And
do you know which time part, which like section is going to be assigned to me?
There will be. It starts at 1:40 UTC time, and we'll be all the speakers will be there. All the 3 speakers will be there, and we will share questions between everyone.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
Now, I would like to remind you that we are live on Geekle Python Universe Web Edition on Junior Track, and our next speaker is a site reliability engineer from OLX Group. The topic is called Distributed Orchestration with Airflow, Architecture, DAGs, Best Practices, and more. And you have to know that Anmol is an international tech speaker, a distinguished guest lecturer, and has represented India at many reputed international hackathons. He's a deep learning researcher and has around 8+ publications. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Anmol, Krishan, Sachdeva.
Hello everyone. Thanks Charlie for the nice introduction. Let me share my screen.
Sure, bring it online.
Yeah, is it visible?
Not yet. Let's go. Yeah, I'm here to wait for you. Meanwhile, could you share please a few words about where are you from right now? Where are you from right now, city? And
yeah, I'm joining from India, and right now it's 6:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, quite early.
So yeah, it's quite early. I just finished one talk in the senior track regarding generative adversarial networks.
Can you imagine? We just had a speaker from 2 speakers actually from North and South America, and now you came from India. Actually, really, we're doing around the globe. Okay, I can see your screen. Are you ready to go live?
Great, I'm ready. Okay, so hello everyone. Today's talk is about Apache Airflow. We'll be learning about distributed orchestration using Apache Airflow. So before moving forward, I have already been introduced by Charlie, so I'll be skipping these things. Let me talk about OLX Group a bit. So OLX Group is an online buying, selling, and exchange platform catering to about 350 million people per month. And we are present in about 45 countries across the 5 continents. We have more than 10 million online listings every single month, and all of this is backed by hundreds of microservices, and we receive around billions of edge hits per day. So I'll be wrapping up the introduction part here only. Let's move on to the agenda of the talk. So the agenda of the talk is that we'll be first discussing about the basics of data pipelining. Then we'll be moving on to the comparison between crons and DAGs. Then we'll be having a look at the architecture of Apache Airflow, followed by a sneak peek into distributed workflow management using Celery and Kubernetes executors. After that, we'll be talking about the best practices for DAGs that one can start with, and then it will be followed by Q&A session. So let's get started. Basics of data pipelining. So just to first list down how data matters. So organizations are using really massive amounts of data these days for decision-making, business intelligence, analysis purposes, anomaly detection, process improvisation, visualization purposes. They do some analysis, and based on that, They do some visualizations also, and they then do some predictive decision making also, and a bunch of things out there. So how does data come into picture? So data is actually generated at some source, say backend servers, I'll be calling it here. Then data is stored in some place, maybe data warehouse, maybe some data store, maybe your database, say MySQL or Postgre, or anything like that. And then the data is analyzed and processed by someone, and that happens on a separate fleet of machines altogether. And the reason for the data getting analyzed and processed on a separate fleet of machines is because the data is basically hard to, you can say, compute. It's when processing the data, it's very hard. It takes a lot of resources. It may acquire a lot of CPU. Maybe if your logic is complex or CPU intensive, it may take a lot of memory, and the aggregations are also compute intensive. So movement of data happens between these three phases, P1, P2, P3, as I pointed out them, and this is multi-step activity. The phases can occur in any order. So you may have data getting generated, then getting stored, then again getting generated and getting stored, and it is like a continuous process, and it is a multi-step activity. So that brings down to another angle from which we can view the data, and that is ETL. So basically, when talking about data pipelines, people usually talk about extract, transform, and load sort of data pipeline, in which the data is first extracted from some system, then it is transferred to a system where the transformation or the processing happens, and then it is loaded to another system from which the analysis gets triggered, and people actually queries these systems and then do some sort of analysis. Say maybe some people may be triggering SQL queries, some people may be using Tableau for visualization or Power BI and sort of things. So what exactly is data pipeline? So data pipeline is essentially the flow of data between different systems and different components. And it is essentially the combination of the three stages or the phases that I talked about earlier, P1, P2, P3. And it actually has a lot to do with transformations happening on the way, and storage of data is also happening. Different data stores may be getting used, some data warehouses, some queuing systems, some streaming systems, some message brokers may be getting used, some event messaging buses may be used. And then data analysis is also part of data pipeline, and then predictions, making predictions, and then acting on those predictions to perform some tasks. All of this comes into data pipelines, and there are essentially two parts of data pipelines. So two types are batch processing and stream processing. Batch processing basically means that the data is collected over some specific period of time, and then it is sequentially processed, and that processing happens in form of batches. While there's another type of data pipeline, which is known as the streaming pipeline. And the stream processing actually has the processing and analyzing done on the fly. That is kind of near real-time processing of data. But we'll not be touching much on stream processing and batch processing in this talk. There are pros and cons of both the processing techniques, and that discussion is beyond the scope of this talk. So I'll be focusing more on why Airflow is there, and why the need of Airflow is there, and how to actually have Airflow working, and how to solve problems using Airflow. So let's come down to the next section, which is about crons and the comparison with DAGs. So before moving on to crons and directed acyclic graphs, I'll be talking about the computational workflows. So in production environments, many a times there are some tasks that are to be run in some particular fashion. There are some conditions that should be met so that the tasks can be considered as successful. So it may happen that some tasks have to run in some particular sequence only. You cannot actually disturb the sequence. It may happen that some tasks are to be run at some particular time or some particular interval or as per some schedule. So task 1 has to run at 1 o'clock, task 2 has to run on 2 o'clock, and likewise. And there may be some dependencies also between these tasks. So it may be that task 1 was actually pushing some data to S3 bucket, and task 2 was actually utilizing data from S3 bucket. So if task 1 has not pushed data to S3 bucket, how can task 2 actually work? So there may be dependencies between the tasks, and all these actions and the execution order of the tasks, all these tasks, when expressed in form of graphs, is referred to as a computational workflow. So basically, what a task does and what should be the order of execution of task when it is represented in form of a graph is known as a computational workflow. So coming to crons, you can actually imagine like big companies are running hundreds or thousands of crons that are very critical to run, and that is all for the data pipelining thing or ETL thing. The traditional way to schedule ETL jobs was through crons, and recently it got changed when people started adapting to workflow management systems. So crons basically can fail. It is hard to debug cron failures. It may happen that due to resource starvation, some cron schedules are missed, or it may be that some processes are actually occupying the resources, or say process table entries, and that is why some cron schedules are getting missed. Or it may be that you have some difference in the time zones of your system and the system with which you are interacting, due to which some errors have come, and because of which the cron schedules have missed. There can be overlapping cron schedules also. And resource starvation I have already talked about, and there may be some case when a task is expected to complete in X amount of time, but it is taking much more than that, because of which race conditions also occur. And all of this actually incurs huge operational costs, and that is why these days people are not in favor of choosing the traditional approach of scheduling ETL jobs, that is through crons. So that's something that gives a hard time to the infrastructure management team also. So Apache Airflow comes to the rescue. It is a workflow management system. It is basically a platform for developing, scheduling, and monitoring your computational workflows, also known as tasks, programmatically and using Python. And these tasks or the pipelines that are there should be batch data pipelines only. Airflow only supports batch data pipelines and not streaming pipelines. The computational workflows after using Airflow becomes more maintainable because it is driven through code. It is versionable. Again, you can use some version control system, and your code will be committed. So it is versionable, and you can see at what time what change went live. Then it is testable because Airflow offers its own test suites also, and you can actually write some test cases in Python also. Then it is collaborative because since it has offered a place to actually collaborate through code, so that makes the platform more collaborative and working more easier. And it's a Python-based framework, as I told you earlier, and it is composed of different components, and these components actually support the development of data pipelines of varied technologies. You can interact with MySQL, you can interact with Redis, you can interact with BigQuery, you can interact with Presto, a lot of data components you can interact with, and there's a huge support out there for these components. And these pipelines, since they are written in Python, we call them as configuration as code. So we actually maintain the configuration of these tasks through code, that is through Python. And that is why we call these pipelines as dynamic pipelines. So there are some more features that makes Airflow a tool to go with, because we have something that we are not getting in crons and we are getting in one system. So It is easier for us to track the schedule of the tasks. Airflow does it for us. It has a dedicated scheduler which performs this activity. Then dependency management is also taken care by the configuration scripts that we write. And all of that is orchestrated using the Airflow components that we'll be touching in a bit. Then parallel execution of tasks is also taken care by Airflow, and we will see in a bit later stage how this happens when we will dive deep into coding stuff. Then also we have functionality of retrying the failed jobs, which is not present with crons, or else if we have to do it with crons, we need to write some wrapper on top of them, and we need to actually provision a script through which this retrying mechanisms can be triggered. Then monitoring, alerting, and reporting support is native to Airflow, and we will see how this happens. So let's enter Apache Airflow DAGs. DAGs are short form for directed acyclic graphs. As I told you earlier, computational workflows constitute of tasks. So basically, those are collections of tasks. And this computational workflow, when represented in form of a graph, it's called as directed acyclic graph. And in short, we call it as DAGs. So directed acyclic graph is basically having two characteristics. One is that it should be directed. That is, the graph should be directed. By directed, I mean that the graph should tell the direction or the direction of interaction of different tasks. So dependency tracking can be done through the direction. And the graph should be acyclic. That means the graph doesn't have any loops or cycles. That means if a task has started from a point, it should never come back to that point again. And talking in terms of a schematic representation, a sample DAG could look like this. So we have task 1, 2, 3, and 4, where task 1, 2, and 4, basically you can see that 2 is dependent on 1, 3 is dependent on 1, 4 can only execute if 2 has been executed. So likewise, we can actually form complex structures also. And all the production, you can say, pipelines these days are being formed using these DAGs only in the big companies. So each node here represents a task, as I mentioned earlier also, and each edge basically represents the execution order or the task dependencies. All of this is managed through Python, so we will be actually coding this DAG that you see on the right pane using Python. So just putting a more focus on what tasks are. So task basically defines some work that is to be performed. It may be that you have to push your files to Amazon AWS S3. It may be that you have to actually load data from the Redshift cluster. It can be that you have to update entries in your BigQuery table. It can be just that you have to clean your CSV files. And likewise, you can have many other tasks. So that's sort of a repetition here of task. What is task and what is what are the edges representing? So DAGs can have multiple tasks, as we saw. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have 4 tasks in this DAG, and tasks are written in Python. And each task is defined through an Airflow operator. When talking about how to represent task in Python code, it is represented through an operator. So whenever I talk about task, you can actually think it of as an operator in Python. An operator is nothing but just a function that is getting, you can say, initialized, and then it is just denoting that this is the task that you are about to run. And we have different kinds of operators, which we'll be touching in short time. And for example, here are 2 operators. One is Python operator that is there to execute some sort of Python functions or scripts. And then there's a bash operator, which is there to execute some bash command. So just giving you a look of how Airflow Web UI looks like. So this is a dashboard. We'll also be seeing it in the browser. We'll be doing a demo also. So this is the web UI, and I'll be explaining each component in detail of how this UI can be used. So this is basically list of tags along with their schedules. You can consider these as cron schedules because these are written in cron format. Then you have the task owner defined, then you have task status defined, and you have a bunch of features that you can use to actually stop the DAG, start the DAG, view the statistics, and then duration and all. Apart from that, just zooming inside a DAG. So a DAG has a graph view where you have these nodes as the tasks. So run me 0, run me 1, run me 2, run after loop, also run this, and run this last. All these are basically nodes, and this is the dependency which you can see. And we'll be actually seeing how to run these through a demo. Then you have tree view also. That is some more minute, you can say, pointing out some more minute details, wherein you can actually see status of each task. And the status we will be discussing in a bit. So you have different colored boxes. So green represents success, then light green is for running. Likewise, we have these mentioned here. And then there's a minor difference between the tasks that are getting run on their own, that are the scheduled tasks. So those are highlighted by the black boundary, and the ones that are triggered manually are not highlighted. Coming to Airflow operators, so Airflow operators basically defines what a task has to do, and it is represented by a node in a DAG, and each task is implemented through an operator. So this is a fundamental thing that you should take note of, that each task is actually implemented through an operator. An operator is basically a node that you see in your DAG. And usually the operators are implemented in an atomic fashion. That means a task is independent of the other task. So for any task that is there, a task should be independent of any other task. And a task should be self-contained. That is, that it should be it should have defined, you can say, boundaries as to what the task has to do. And usually the tasks don't share resources among themselves. And these dependencies are managed by DAG, as we saw that this constitutes the DAG basically. And the operators forming the DAGs may run on different machines or may run on the same machine but on different processes. It doesn't really matter a lot. The communication between different operators can also be achieved through using cross-communication operator function, and this is called as XCOM in Airflow. We'll not be discussing much on this because this is a sort of advanced, you can say, feature, but we'll be touching on the basics of the same. So there are different types of operators that, as I told you earlier, one is action operator that actually that is responsible for performing some action. So if you have to perform some task, you can use the action operator. Then there's a transfer operator, which can be used to move or transfer data between the systems. Then the third type of operator is a sensor operator. And sensor operator can be used as a sensor to keep on poking something or polling something, and then until some condition is met, it will not pass the task and it will keep on running. So these are the three categories, you can say, of operators. And some common operators that we see are Python operator, as I told you earlier, then bash operator, then simple HTTP operator is also there, that is used for sending HTTP requests. Then we have dedicated email operator for sending out emails. We have Docker operator, which is an advanced operator which can be used to actually execute some commands inside a Docker container, or even actually configure a Docker container. Then we have MySQL operator to use some SQL commands in MySQL. Likewise, we have for MS SQL, we have for Postgre, we have for different databases, and a lot of them are there. You have Hive operator, Pig operator, Presto. Limitless possibilities are there when you use Airflow, and you can actually build your own operators also using hooks and custom functions. So more information about operators and the ones that are supported and provided natively can be found on this URL. So that covers basically the concepts regarding Airflow, and we'll be jumping on to the architecture related details of Apache Airflow. So major components of Apache Airflow are basically some daemons that work together to provide the whole of the functionality that you are about to see. And these are web server, scheduler, executor, or workers, and metadata database. So these are the 4 primary components, and we'll be diving into each of them separately. A basic schematic diagram for Airflow architecture looks like this. So a user is there who can interact with the web server through a web UI. Then you have an Airflow scheduler, which is responsible for scheduling the jobs. You have its interactivity with database folder, with DAGs folder and the metadata database. That can be any database, say MySQL or Postgre. And then you have a set of workers that are there to execute the jobs. So coming to the details of web server forms part of master plane. Master plane means the one that is actually responsible for orchestrating everything. So Airflow web server is part of the master plane and not the main brain of the master plane. It's a Python Flask web application, and it can be run as a daemon. It is not necessary to run it as a daemon, but it can be. And people usually run Airflow web server using Supervisor D or some system manager like that. It accepts HTTP requests and allows users to interact with Airflow through the web UI. I showed you a few screenshots of the same also. And soon we'll be seeing a hands-on demo also. This web UI can be used to get overview of the overall health and state of different DAGs that are there. We can get the configuration related information. We can check whether the DAG was triggered, which task is actually running, whether the task has failed, has paused, or we can do some sort of analysis, whatever we want to do regarding the same, how much time the task has taken. We can view through Gantt charts. Then we can also view the code of the DAG that is actually running, and we can also see the logs pertaining to the DAG runs and the tasks. We can have user management done. Role-based access control is also possible. We have configuration management, connection management, and variable management also done through web UI. Also, Airflow web server offers REST APIs through which we can achieve the same if we don't want to go through the route of web UI. So Airflow web server essentially runs GUnicorn workers to handle the requests that are coming to it. And these GUnicorn workers work parallelly. And these can be scaled to handle more load. It's up to you how to provision the web server instance and the resources that you want to have. And you can actually run multiple web servers in a load balanced fashion by putting a load balancer in front of the web server instances. Coming to the Airflow web scheduler, it is the main component or the main brain of Airflow, and it is responsible for scheduling the tasks and DAGs. It is the main orchestrator, and it is a multi-threaded Python application, a process that is running, and it is responsible for passing the DAGs also. DAGs, basically, what I mean is the code that you have written and the things that you have specified through code that you want to run this task and in this sequence. So that DAG parsing is done by a scheduler, and basically the code resides in the DAGs folder as highlighted here. This also determines the tasks that are to be executed in, say, if some task is to be executed at some particular interval or after some particular time, then this also manages that and also looks after that. Then this is also responsible for sending tasks to the workers, basically. So workers in a production environment usually live outside on a different fleet of nodes. So Airflow scheduler is responsible for sending the tasks to the worker instances so that the workers can actually grab those tasks and start acting upon them. Then also there's something called as SLAs. So SLA stands for service level agreements. So in production systems, specifically for SaaS companies and the companies which are offering software as a service, SLAs are really important, and it is really important to meet the customers' expectations. So if you have scheduler in place, then you have some record related to SLAs, and you can actually define like how should your SLAs look like, whether your service is actually dying most of the times and not able to complete some task, or whether it is running 99.999% of times, whether the errors are coming or not. You can actually have some functionality coupled with all this, and using SLAs you can actually monitor like how much of SLA percentage you are hitting. Then Airflow Scheduler was not highly available in Apache Airflow 1.x versions. Recently Apache Airflow 2 has been announced, and a lot of things have changed, and also Airflow Scheduler has now become HA, that's highly available. So we saw that web server was already HA, since there's a provision to actually run web servers in a load balance fashion, but scheduler earlier used to be run in a non-HA mode. That is, only one scheduler can be run in the entire system. But now, starting with Apache Airflow 2, which has been recently announced in this month only, we have support for Airflow schedulers HA. Coming to Airflow Executor, we have this as part of the worker plane, and this is responsible for executing the tasks. There are different types of Airflow executors that are supported, and these are sequential, local executor, celery executor, Kubernetes executor, and there are many more. Dask executor is there, Mesos is there, and a bunch of others are also there and are under development. Coming to the main place where the data related to the things and events happening in Airflow are maintained. So metadata database is the place. It stores the metadata of all the relevant information about DAGs, the instances, the task runs, which task ran at what time, whether it got completed or it got failed or it got retried. It got retried by some other task, or like what all dependencies those tasks share. Everything is maintained as part of metadata database, and this database can be also used to store connection related information, the cross communication related information, variables, then RBAC related information, schedules, and a lot of more stuff. Schedule related information, as I told you, is already being maintained in metadata database by default. And Airflow uses SQL Alchemy and ORMs written in Python to connect with the metadata database. SQLite, MySQL, PostgreSQL, and a bunch of other databases are supported as backend. Coming to a bigger picture of how a single node Airflow architecture looks like. So if you have just one instance and you want to run Airflow in that, it is actually not recommended for production, but just for testing purposes or evaluation purposes, you can actually try this out. So all those components that I mentioned earlier, executor, web server, scheduler, metadata database, all form the part of this single node architecture. In single node architecture, we have restriction in terms of the executor that can be used, and there are two executors that can be used. One is sequential executor and one is local executor. We'll be coming on to the details of both of them in a while. Local executor basically enables running of parallel tasks, and that is something that can be achieved on even a single machine using local executor. There's an inter-process communication queue through which the messages are being exchanged in the system, and the local workers receive the task-related information and the tasks through this inter-process communication queue only, which is established between a scheduler and a worker. This setup is not scalable, as I told you earlier, and this is certainly not reliable, since this is a single node architecture, and a single node may any day become single point of failure. If any machine goes down, then all DAGs would fail to run and your system will go down. So that is not a recommended architecture to follow. Coming to the details of how a single node architecture looks like. So you have a user who can interact with Airflow web server. Then you have this inter-process communication queue. You have Airflow scheduler, you have the worker, and the Airflow scheduler actually checks for the schedule and then pushes the task. The task gets onto the queue. After that, the Airflow worker is there and it is listening for the tasks that are being published on the queue, and it receives the tasks and then it runs the tasks. Coming to multi-node Airflow architecture, it is basically divided into several components. So Airflow web server and scheduler form part of the master plane, as I told you earlier, whereas the executor and worker forms the part of the worker node. Both can be placed on same node also. Airflow web scheduler and web server, both of them can be placed on same node also, but it is not mandatory. Through multi-node architecture, we have the capability of scaling horizontally as well as vertically depending on the need. So Airflow workers, the main, you can say, workhorses that are there, can be horizontally or vertically scaled if needed. These multiple Airflow web servers, which we can run in load balance fashion, can be utilized in the multi-node Airflow architecture. And primarily, we have Celery executor and Kubernetes executors for the multi-node Airflow architecture. There are Dask and Mesos also, but those are under development, so we'll not be covering details of them. And Celery executor, since it is a pretty mature one, it is there in the system since long. It is used generally, and it is preferred over Kubernetes these days. But Kubernetes is also progressing fast, and we have support for pod executors and Kubernetes-related executors. So yeah, Kubernetes is catching fast. Celery executor or Kubernetes executor, whichever is there, they require some additional queue or task broker to be running. In case of Celery executor, we have Redis or RabbitMQ as the supported ones. You have support coming for Zookeeper and SQS also, but those are under development. Talking about Kubernetes executor, it has its own queuing mechanism, so we'll touch on that in a bit. Coming to first type of multi-node Airflow architecture, it is basically an architecture where Airflow scheduler and Airflow web server reside on one node only, and you have multiple workers. You have a separate queue, as I told you, and then scheduler actually pushes the task to the queue, and the workers listen to the queue, and then they execute the task. And every component is actually interacting for state management with the metadata database. There's this second architecture where you have multiple masters, as in multiple web servers, and one node has Airflow scheduler as well as web server. This is the load balanced architecture that I talked about earlier. So before jumping on to the distributed workflow management with Celery and Kubernetes, let me talk about sequential and local executors, followed by a demo. So sequential executor is basically capable of running only one task at a time, and the tasks that are there are run in a sequential manner. And there's no parallelism, there's no concurrency, and this is just suitable for testing purposes only, and it is supported for single node Airflow architecture only. Since no parallelism and no concurrency is there, and the tasks are to be executed in a sequential manner, the database backend also is a pretty, you can say, simple one, and it's SQLite, which comes by default. And SQLite doesn't either support parallelism or multiple write connections or anything like that. Coming to local executor is capable of running tasks in parallel. It is suitable for single node Airflow architecture, so it is something it can be considered as an improvised version of the sequential executor, and it requires a database which supports parallelism and which supports multiple writes at the same time. And MySQL and Postgre are two of the top choices that we can have. Local executor can act like a sequential executor also if we specify the parallelism to be one that is disabled, and it is not suitable for production. So let me quickly jump on to the demo of sequential executor, and then we will jump on to details of Celery and Kubernetes executor. So this is the Airflow UI, the web UI that gets served from the web server, and currently this is being served from my local machine. We have few tabs here. Firstly, we will go through the DAG view. So here you have list of the DAGs that are present. This is the state of DAG, whether it is running, as in whether the DAG can run or not. And if I turn on any DAG, say I turn on the tutorial DAG, it will start following the schedule, and as per the schedule, it will start running. So for now, I'll keep it as off. You have status of tasks shown here, as in like which task succeeded, whether it failed, how many times it failed, like 2 times the tasks has failed, or two tasks have failed, 3 tasks here have succeeded, 1 is running. You have the details related to this. Then coming to what you can see by clicking on the DAGs. So you have a graph view where you have a kind of expanded view. You have the task dependency being shown here, and also the boundaries of these boxes define the state in which the task is currently in. So these are the colors, and the respective like colors show which state the task is in. So if the task is in a failed state, it will show red color on the task instance. Then a detailed view of this is found in the tree view, and you have information regarding like if I choose this one, so this whole column is regarding 1 run, the second column is regarding second, and likewise third is for third. I can see the by clicking on this, I can actually see some details. So if I click on some task, so I can view the logs of the same. I'll have a log view. I can actually see what variables are being shared between tasks by XCOM tab. I can also actually have some Jinja templates rendered here, and we have some task instance related details, which are really system related details and other details that can be used for debugging purposes. Then also we have a functionality for viewing the task instances related details from here itself by not going into different tabs. And we can actually also modify the state of task by clicking on different tabs that we have. So if you want to actually mark the job run as failed, so we will mark it as failed, and then we can actually change the status of jobs also. And there's task duration related information, which is a chart which is of less use.
Please.
Yeah.
Can you repeat, please? Our time is over, so
okay.
Yes. We need to go now to the Q&A sessions, and the 7 additional minutes that we gave you are over as well. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Hey everyone, we are first of all, let's thank Anmol for the amazing presentation. I was listening to that, and for example, I never got an introduction to such technologies before. However, like I really understand how important it is to orchestrate the tasks and to understand how different approaches can be used for this technology. Now we are starting our Q&A session. Before that, I would like to remind you, everyone, that our videos are being recorded and they will be available just immediately after the presentation. We definitely need some small time in order to render them, but they are there. You can visit our website and purchase the full video pack for junior track for just $15. Now I would like to bring back our speakers to the Q&A panel. We already have Anmol here. I'm adding Hooman at the moment. Hi Hooman, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
And one more speaker, Debora. Hi, Debora. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
How's it going?
Oh, good.
Okay, we have all good, very well, all good on our side. So we are now on Q&A session on Universe Python Web Edition. So now we would like to bring a few questions to the stage, and I will probably start in order of appearance. So the first question is addressed to Debora. It sounds like this. Debora, can you please share with us some info on how satisfied are you with the management structure at Google and how smooth your onboarding was?
Actually, I don't know if I can talk about those things, to be honest. Yeah, because it's like I'm not here on behalf of Google or anything, but with all this pandemic and everything, I'd say, yeah, it's been all good. I just started with them in August, and yeah, I honestly don't know if I feel comfortable, yeah, talking about those things. Yeah.
Let's change this question then.
Yeah.
In that case.
Thank you.
Okay, so going from the other side, you've been talking about your path going to achieving this job at Google, and also your path achieving actually your involvement into Python and into software development. So in that case, let's say, could you just say how smooth your introduction into technology was? We are not talking about company, and we are not talking about the process and tools there, but we are talking just about the technology. How difficult it was, or maybe it was fast, or something helped you to faster get into the technology itself and start building your own apps.
It is an apprenticeship position, so they have all the steps that you have to go through before you actually get immersed into, like the day-to-day work. So we are still in training for the first 6 months. It's all theory, and they are just taking care of our introduction to everything, and that's how the program works with them. It's like divided in 24 months, and then the first 6 months it's just training.
All right. Okay, thank you. It actually answers the question, because it's really important for juniors to understand that, first of all, like, you cannot achieve anything without a lot of practice. So that's probably the key. Thank you. My next question would be addressed to Hooman. It's a question from Anil Kumar. So how would an intermediate developer understand Django source code?
How an intern? Okay, so when I talked about like the open source stuff, I didn't mean that you're gonna jump into Django framework and make changes on the Django framework. What I mean is that you can look at the code. I mean, you don't have to understand everything about it, but if you run into a problem, if you look into the source code, it might give you some idea and some insights on how things are done, how the code is structured, and like when I started learning about Django, I wasn't an advanced Django developer, but then slowly I was able to grasp different things from the structure, from the architecture, and from the code base to understand Django better. And there's always room to grow. So I'd say the truth, the main truth, the source of truth in in the software development is code base. So whether you are beginner, advanced, intermediate developer, you need to learn how to read code from the code base, and you might as well get started now.
All right, thank you. That's a good question and a good answer, actually. So let's move on, and I would address next question to Anmol. This would be, so you've been talking about orchestration and different approaches. Now, it would be great to describe a quite simple and maybe popular, one of the most popular use cases for juniors in order for them to understand where exactly they can apply the knowledge that they just have got.
All right. So just to give an example, you may consider that you are an e-commerce platform, suppose, and you are into, say, a sale and purchase of some goods, or you are just giving, you are having some sale-related e-commerce website only, suppose a grocery website or something like that, and you have some inventory getting created on daily basis, and then you have a data analysis team that is sitting in your office, and that team wants to actually analyze the trends of market. So whatever sale related data is there related to items, related to at what time the item was in demand, all that data which is stored in a database table now needs to go to the data team and for processing. So bridging the gap between this you can say thing. So from the database table where the data is getting stored, or say even one step behind, if we go from where the data is getting originated to keeping it on database table, then from database table to cleaning the data to making it available to the analysis team. It's kind of a use case that you can think of. And again, I'm just talking about batch pipelines only, since my talk was oriented towards batch data pipelines only. This can be like taken as a simple example of the same. Another example could be that you have a simple CSV file that is very large, and you want to actually clean that file, and then you have to move that file to some place from where you can actually pick, and you can actually run some ML model, or you can say run some any like predictive model. In that case also this use case can be like referred to. So yeah, these are two simple use cases which people can actually draw lines to.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I hope our audience really liked these cases and they could be useful for you guys, because that's really one of the these are the scenarios that happen the most. Now, I would address next question to Debora, and then I will get back to Hooman. So next question for you, Debora, is could you please tell more about how you got your job at Google? I'm pretty sure this question becomes quite popular.
So they have these apprenticeship programs. It's not only in Ireland, they are in different places that they have these apprenticeship programs. You just have to keep an eye, like always checking when those positions are open. And I just applied, and then there is all the interview process normal as for any position. Of course, what they expect from the candidates is different, but it's still they do coding interviews. They give you a project for you to do at home and all these things. And that was it. You just have to keep checking. And it's not only Google that does this, at least not in Ireland. There are many other big companies. IBM does, Microsoft does. So if you just keep looking in the company's websites, you can find many of those opportunities for people that are starting.
Okay, thank you. That's really good answer, because what you actually are saying is that you guys have to be proactive, right? And just monitor and look for opportunities and so on. That's first thing. And second, you already, I think, mentioned it quite well, is that don't be afraid. Just if you already applied, don't be afraid. Just move on, keep calm, pass the interviews, get prepared, and so on. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. There's one more question for Hooman. So getting back to Python Django. Again, this is a question quite similar to the one that asked Anmol. Is where Django is most applicable. For example, I used to work with a few different projects were based on Django, and I was really satisfied with that. Could you bring a few most popular, let's say, business cases or types of projects where Django suits the best, in your opinion?
Sure. So I think there's two parts to this answer. One is, let's say you are a developer, you are in college, you're like self-learning, and you have an idea and you just want to bring it to reality through a web app. I think Django would be like your ideal choice, because it handles a lot of different things that you have to worry about in other frameworks or in general. For example, there's a very famous like SQL injection problem, where when you have a web service, if someone write a SQL query and insert it as part of your request, they can basically hack your database or delete some users or add some data to your database that you don't want that. So it's a very like popular problem from like I think 1980s or maybe earlier. But so what it does, like you can easily like handle this using Django with like few lines of code. And again, if you just read the documentation, it is very useful. And the other use case would be like when you are a developer who is working in production environment, working for a company, and you wanna use a framework for your web services within that company, whether internally or externally. The reason you might want to use Django is, first you need to like convince people whether you should use Django over other frameworks, or whether the language is the right one. For example, for one project in my company, I was not able to convince them that we should use Python, because we knew that this project is going to utilize a lot of CPU and needs to be parallelized in some way. And since we knew that Python is not great at that, we didn't choose that. So first you need to be sure that you want to use Python. But when you use Python, then it comes to a question, which framework? And I think in many cases in the industry, Django wins as the solid framework for anything related to the web framework. I think if you want to do some lightweighted work, or if you know that your user base is not that large, you can use Flask, for example, the one that I mentioned, and you wouldn't run into any issues. It's lightweight framework, and it gives you like it is easier even to like set a Flask project. But if you want like a real app, a real web app that includes many different apps within that and does a lot of different things like authentication, networking, other things, then you might want to use Django.
Okay, thank you. I hope it helped. It helped you, you guys, just to better choose and to understand why you are using Django and so on. Next question would be addressed to Anmol. So, talking
Sorry,
again.
before you move in, was that the last question for me you said?
Well, it depends on your availability. If you're available to stay more here, we can keep going. Otherwise, if you're for sure free, and we can continue the discussion. So it's completely up to you. We still have 15 minutes for the Q&A panel.
Okay, because yeah, like I can answer maybe one more question, but I have to go for another meeting.
Okay, I got you. Then, then let me address you the next question, if you guys don't mind. Debora, Anmol, how are you doing?
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Then, one more question. So, Python Django. Now, imagine that a question that is asked quite often in the juniors community. So, which, let's say, is there any happy, or is there any most effective path in of getting faster into Django and into understanding it? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you can recommend some approaches to learning it, or maybe to use it, or maybe to grow up a pet project. It depends. Different platforms have their own learning path. So what would you recommend for Django specifically?
Sure. I think in general, like you don't wanna basically, even though Django is a great framework and you should learn it if you're using Python, or you use it at least in one project. Overall, all frameworks pretty much do a similar, achieve similar goals. So for example, for web frameworks, the goal is that they want to handle HTTP for you. Like you don't have to write it from scratch. And a way to learn it is to create a web service that handles some HTTP requests, maybe for a school project, maybe for your own project, or maybe for production usage. So it's really, I'd say the best way to learn things is to try them out. So just set up a cool project if you have any idea. Maybe it doesn't even get to any success, but even if you start something, it is a sign of success. Like even if it fails completely, that way you can learn and develop on top of.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's true. Everything comes from the practice. That's what Debora said, and that's what you confirm, and that's really true. Thank you, Hooman, so much for your presentation and for your time and answers now. See you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, we are back here. So let's see, what do we have? Our next question, okay, in this case is addressed to Anmol. So getting back to our automation and orchestration. So you mentioned some use cases of using Redis cache and RabbitMQ in order to manage the communication between a few microservices. Can you just describe a quick use case just for this particular thing? And if you can mention a platform, for example, AWS or Google Cloud, where it is used the most.
Okay, so coming to Redis and RabbitMQ. So RabbitMQ is essentially, you can say, a message broker. It is there for queuing purposes, but Redis can be used as a cache system or a queuing system, both. So there's a bit of difference between both of the systems. And just talking about some use cases where both Redis and RabbitMQ can be a good fit. So you can consider that when you are having some pipeline, some data pipeline, in that you may not find maybe not just let me change the example. Talking from a general use case perspective, if you are having some session IDs being stored in your system, and you have a good amount of references being made to the session ID, In that case, it would be better to actually store the session IDs in a cache so that the call to database is actually removed and the data is directly fetched from cache. It can be a case. Or if you want to actually have some live data sort of thing, or say you have to have some recent data being maintained to be maintained in a system, in that case a cache can be used. So any data which is getting frequently used can be stored in cache, and Redis is a good cache system that can be used. Coming to usage of a queuing system, so suppose you have a publisher subscriber problem wherein you are producing some messages or you are producing some events, and at the other end you have a system that needs to consume those messages or events. In that case, the bridge can be formed using queuing systems, and RabbitMQ is one of the queuing systems. Here, in terms of Airflow, RabbitMQ is being used to actually pass on the tasks from the scheduler to the workers, basically. So what if you have some task that is to be scheduled at 3 o'clock, and you have a task that is to be triggered at 3:15 also. In that case, you will be pushing both of the tasks to the queue, and you'll not be putting tasks which has to be executed at 6 o'clock, because that will block the cycle and will take on resources. So you can actually organize that in terms of usage, depending on the usage. And Airflow inherently does this you can say binding with queue and then pushing the task on queue, and on the other end we have the executors or the workers that are listening to the queue. They actually are listening on the queue. So whatever message gets produced, they actually poll that message and then they work on that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
perfect. Thanks. Both cases are quite clear, and again, they are very, very popular. It like happens in almost every project.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We are moving now to Debora, and there is a question from, let me see, from Italo Ribeiro. Debora, your lecture was so motivating. I'm a Brazilian too, and I would like to know what was your Python knowledge when you enter at Google, just basic, or you know any ML or web applications with Python, etc. And I remember you said that it was like you started from the very beginning. So probably you could extend this question to also explanation of what was your overall technical expertise in general. Did you have any understanding or knowledge on web structure at all before that, or on some coding, or you started everything from scratch? Because it really sounds like a lot of learning at the same time, like a lot of different things, you know, getting in many contexts.
Yeah, that's the day that I mentioned that I started studying Python. It was actually the first day I heard the word Python. So I didn't know anything. I didn't even know that Python was a language before that day. Yes. It is crazy. Like now looking back, and I was like, oh my God, how could? But yes, it was. And I started from the beginning, like I didn't even know what programming logic was. And I learned with the syntax of Python. When I started applying or looking for positions to apply, I'd say it was when I could say, well, I know the logic and I can program. Like I was doing challenges and all these things for some months, kind of timing how long it would take me to solve challenges and all, but I didn't have any idea of frameworks and applications and webs, like how to deal with it. Then I started doing and learning a bit about Flask and then Django as well, and then I kind of insisted with Django because I was a beginner, and it seemed to me that I would have to have a way to do some kind of small project to get in a company, and that's actually what happened. One of the things was to do a small project, and I used the Django, but it was like watching the videos and doing at the same time, like how to do this, and I was like doing. So that was my knowledge when I passed in, when I got accepted. I had a bit, but not to do it by myself, for example.
Oh Lord, thank you. Wow, that's really impressive. Yeah, I understand how many things you had to learn at the same time. Not only the language itself, but also the technology approaches. You had to learn what the protocol means, what
Yeah.
the type stack means, what the I don't know, communication repository and unit tests and so on. Plenty of things. Brave one.
Thanks.
All right. 2 more questions and we are good to go. So one more use case that I would like to bring. So in terms of orchestration in general. So in most cases, orchestration, as I understand, is required to manage the data flow or to manage the tasks themselves, like the task implementation and so on. Could you describe a case when this system was broken and what kind of issue it brought? What kind of issue it caused to the system? What was the impact, and how did you manage to fix it?
Okay, so yeah, as you rightly said, orchestration is meant for tasks. It is also meant for, say, data pipelines and a bunch of other things also. So talking specifically about Airflow data pipeline related issue, I can recall that there was some issue with the RabbitMQ getting down, as it was not running in the HA mode. And because of that, we had the messages not getting pushed to the workers. So the workers were actually not polling the messages, were not able to poll because nothing was getting pushed to the queue. The main component, the bridge, was down. So because of that, the DAGs were not running, and they were failing, and some of them had also passed the retry limit. So in that case, but that is not specific to the current company. It is a use case which I have, at the time of benchmarking the product I have produced. Like in production, we cannot go without HA, so that's not the case. As in, we got this issue at the time of, say, real or live, you can say, working hours, or say in the live production system. But this is something that I actually saw during the benchmarking thing. Talking in terms of other orchestration related issues, so if we talk about process or container orchestration instead of data pipeline related orchestration, so there are many issues which come on day-to-day basis on production systems, and those are related to the containers getting out of memory, or they getting or landing up into some segmentation faults due to some memory address issue, or some service communication is lacking, or some bridge has broken. So all these things are really common in production, and for all the engineers, they actually, whoever use, say, Kubernetes or Docker Swarm or any other orchestrator like Mesos or something like that, these are pretty common issues. So juniors should actually drill down into these sort of issues, and these can be replicated on your local environments pretty quickly and easy manner. So you can actually intentionally specify less resources when you are deploying your container, and your container would eventually end up in some out of memory issue. So yeah, that's pretty much related to some issues that one can face in orchestrators.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I've got one more last question for Deborah. And first of all, thank you very much, Deborah. It was really very enlightening. This is from Italo Ribeira that asked you the previous question. So, last question. There's a few like really large movements in IT that support women in IT. For example, the international organization Women in Tech, and these kind of movements and social events are moving around the globe. So, how would you define the, maybe you could recommend something, or how would you define your own interest into sharing like more support to women from different countries that would like to also join the tech community? And first of all, I'm asking for those countries or cultures where, for example, women has less possibility, or they are just joining these communities. What would you recommend them? What would you say them?
Yeah, that was actually the final part of my talk that I didn't have time to finish, but
I felt it.
It is
I felt it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm actually the most passionate about. It's about telling people, especially women, how good tech is and what a great opportunity they have in tech if they just put themselves through it. It's not easy, I know, especially for us, because we have to go not only against all those things of learning whatever we have to learn, but also the industry being male dominated. It's another challenge itself. But I'm here for it. So what I'm trying to do with in every channel I can is kind of screen like girls, women, wherever you are. Let's if you're interested, don't just give up, because there is a space for all of us. We don't need to compete. On the contrary, we need to help each other. And I'm here. You can reach out to me, and I'll do whatever I can. And that's it. If you don't want to reach out to me, you can just go local. There are lots of groups. There is the Leaning, for example. It's a group of women that help women. They have many circles all around the globe, and then you can find a Women in Tech inside one of those groups, kind of start your own, find people that have the same interest. And then there's the Pi Ladies as well. There are like lots and lots of groups of women that you can join and help each other. And it's like, if you're in a country that the opportunity is not good, study, be good, and you can get a job in a country where there are good opportunities, because they are dying for good people.
Muito obrigado.
De nada.
For this amazing advice. Yes, that's true. Be brave enough to follow your dreams. If you cannot find an opportunity at your local city or region or country, just take a look at the globe is huge, right? And there's plenty of opportunities around the world. If you're good enough, then you can win and you can compete to anybody else. So we thank you for your amazing presentations. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for being active. You are now actually representing two different parts of the globe, the South America and India. So you're completely different time zones. I'm in the middle in Europe. Thank you. Have a nice evening. I would be happy to see you next conferences.
Thank you too. Bye.
See you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I would like to remind you that we are on Geekle's Python Universe web edition, and we need to have a break now. Before that, I would like to remind you that we're going to have a case study summit for Java developers quite soon. It starts on February 9, 2021. It's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from world-class companies such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. And you'll get 24 hours to get a lot of knowledge and practical cases. So register now with early bird price. Dive deep into Java with Geekle. See you in 5 minutes. Just a quick note, guys, we are switching the URL just right now. So follow it and see you soon in the new stream on YouTube.